The future isn't waiting. It's being written by every decision we make today.
Technology is the pen. Humanity is the author. The story is still ours to write. And that story can be a positive one of a brighter future.
Small actions at scale don't just change industries, they change history.
We don't inherit the future. We co-create it with courage, code, and compassion.
Every startup, every breakthrough, every bold idea is a vote for the world we want to live in.
The greatest disruption of this century won't be in technology. It will be in how we choose to treat each other.
Please welcome to the stage, co-host of Web Summit Vancouver, Casey Lau.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning. Bom dia, Lisboa. Yes, I know. That's why we get all that music going and get you pumped. Welcome to day one of Web Summit 2025 in beautiful Lisbon, Portugal. It's great to be back inside the 12,000-seat Mio Arena, kicking off an incredible week of ideas, innovation, and energy. With over 71,000 people joining from 157 countries, joining us with nearly 2,000 investors and almost 3,000 startups. This is officially our biggest Web Summit ever. My name is Casey Lau, and I've been the Web Summit Lisbon co-host every year since our first one in 2016. Wow, this means this is the 10th year here in Lisbon. I just flew in from Canada, where we hosted our newest event in my hometown, Web Summit Vancouver, back in May, but I'm excited to be back for Europe's biggest tech event of the year. This has been a huge year for tech. OpenAI hit a $500 billion valuation. NVIDIA is worth $5 trillion. Robot butlers are now available. Autonomous taxis drove me to the airport. Drones are delivering my boba tea. And I'm sure, like many of you, I have an orange iPhone. What a world we live in. But with massive layoffs at tech companies around the world and the constant love-hate relationship with the frenemy that is artificial intelligence, are we heading to a utopia or a dystopia in 2026? On a lighter note, according to Crunchbase, nearly 200 startups from Web Summit's 2024 startup program secured post-event investment with total funding reaching $715 million. Isn't that incredible? That could be one of you this year. Over the next 3 days, you will hear from the world's leading visionaries in tech, entrepreneurship, venture, and business. Here on center stage and across the other 13 stages spread throughout the pavilions here at Web Summit, you will hear about agentic AI, the state of the media, European innovation, China robotics, climate tech, the US, and more AI. Day one is always the most exciting as everyone is pumped for the week ahead and full of energy to bring to the stage and to every interaction on the floor. You're going to feel it here on center stage with talks from Runway, the New York Times, Qualcomm, Microsoft, Meta, Oracle Red Bull Racing, NVIDIA, and more. And if that's not enough, everything you need to make the most of your week is in the Web Summit app. From building your schedule to connecting with attendees and joining our newest feature, communities and meetups. These have exploded in popularity, giving everyone, whether you're in AI, climate tech, gaming, or fintech, a space to meet your tribe. Using the Web Summit app to find and connect with these people is easier than ever. Meetups will be happening throughout the event, both during the day, on the show floor, and across the city as part of Night Summit. Invites to these meetups are based off your profile information, so make sure it's all up to date. Today on the app, before I got on stage here, I can see there are meetups for robotics geeks, neurodiverse folks in tech, and there's one called How to Be a Great Host. So I think I better attend that one at 2:30. There are over 800 people signed up for that one. So whatever you're into, there will be a meetup for this week. Who in the audience loves Jenga? Well, apparently there are 900 plus of you here that have registered for the giant Jenga meetup. And then at tonight's Night Summit, there is a Baldur's Gate meetup. It's a popular video game, a comedy meetup, and a content creators meetup over cocktails and oysters. Wow, so much stuff. So if you don't want to suffer from extreme FOMO this week, check the app to plan your days and your nights. All right, who is now ready for Web Summit Lisbon Day 1? Oh, that's right, okay, that's good. There you go, the lights are on you. All right, let's get it started. First up, you guessed it, it's all about AI. To open the show, we've got someone who's right at the heart of the AI revolution. He's the CEO and co-founder of Runway, a company redefining how we create, imagine, and simulate the world around us. He's here to share how real-time world models could revolutionize industries from entertainment to robotics by simulating reality itself. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Wired's Katie Drummond, the founder and CEO of Runway, Cristobal Venezuela.
All right. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, nice to see you.
These are two very small chairs on a very large stage. We're going to do our best. So, Chris, there is a lot that I could ask you. We could spend 20 minutes talking about the Runway that most people in the audience probably are very familiar with, right? Which would be video generation technology, right? You do a lot of work in the entertainment industry, a lot of work in advertising, but we're actually here to talk about what's on the horizon, which is this idea of world models, this idea of simulation. So let's start there, and let's start with the basics. What are we talking about when we talk about this idea of a world model in the context of Gen AI?
Yeah, totally. I think that's a good starting point. I often speak about the work that we do at Runway as building a new kind of camera, right? So maybe we can start there. And I use that analogy because I think it works really well, and it shows a little bit of, I would say, the trajectory of the technology is going. If you think about the history of like the actual camera, it's like 180 years old, and it started mostly as a novelty, as a tool to capture reality. And the first and most consistent and most interesting use case was for artists. And so artists took this novelty, this device, started building, inventing photography, then photography became motion pictures, then we have cinema, right? And then around 1910, 1920s, we started putting actually cameras everywhere else, right? So cameras not only became a tool for filmmaking, for cinema, but became ubiquitous. We have cameras now everywhere in the world. And now those cameras have allowed us to see the world. We have them in satellites, in cars, in like buildings, right? And so when I think about Runway and the work we're building with world models, I actually think about it as a new camera. And that new kind of camera, the first stepping stone that we had to do with it, with these AI models, was to have them be useful in entertainment, in art, in creativity, in storytelling. And so the way people use AI models today in video and in images is mostly for that. It's for telling stories. But if you ultimately think about what these models are actually doing, these models are capturing some sort of like simulated, generated reality. And if they can be good at simulating storytelling, if they can be good at simulating characters and narrative kind of driven like sequences, they can also be very good at simulating other things. And so now we're starting to put this new kind of camera in the same way that we did before in all sort of different places. And that for me is like the base of how I would say we will start thinking about AI moving forward. It's a foundation in which we make a lot of different things. And storytelling, video, creativity has been for us stage one. Stage two will be putting this new kind of camera everywhere else in the world we can.
So let's take this new kind of camera analogy and let's try to bring it sort of down to earth for everybody. Are there some specific examples that you are bullish on, that you're excited about, where you see potential for this idea of world model to show up in the way we live, the way we work? What are some tangible examples to help people wrap their heads around?
Correct. So now we need to understand a little bit what a world model is, right? So I'm sure you all have used language models here. Language models are our approach to AI that's trying to understand the patterns within language itself. And within those patterns, you can generate new novel like sequence of tokens or text. The idea of world models is slightly different. The idea of world models is we really need to solve intelligence. We need to build models that can understand physical reality itself, 3D geometry, can understand the space in which we live, right? And by understanding the space in which we live, you can then actually have actions and consequences within that simulated space. And so think about it in perhaps like how we think about the world at large. Like if I take an object and I drop it, you can all tell me what probably you think will happen with that object, what the trajectory of that object will look like, because you have all seen things fall in your life. I'm pretty sure most people here can describe the mathematical formula that describes that object falling to the ground. But you can, in your head, simulate. You have a mental model of what that means, right? So the idea of world models is this idea in AI research that you can generate or train models in a very similar way. You're not training them for predicting necessarily tokens. You're training them to predict actions or to predict things within a world and how the world behaves. Applications of that I think are vast. If you think about, for example, video games, the moment you have world models rendering things in real time, you have interactive non-linear experiences where you can play and interact with objects. You can think about, for example, robotics and self-driving cars. One of the biggest bottlenecks in AI these days is how do you collect data to train AI systems or robotics to understand the world? And the approach people take is, well, we need to show them data. And so we go and capture data. Well, maybe I can just simulate that data. So instead of me making videos for other people to watch, I'm making videos for robots to watch and learn from that simulated environment of sorts.
Got it. So take us sort of behind the scenes at Runway right now as you work on developing this technology. how do you actually go about that? I think everyone's sort of very familiar with the idea of maybe, building an LLM, right? What sort of training goes into that? What's the difference with a world model?
So our approach to the world model has always been around video first. There's enough data in video that's much higher density and higher information compression than what like language models can have. If you think about language, language is a human abstraction built upon the world. Language is not reality. It's a way we've managed to describe the world around us. But the world works much more complex than what we can describe with words. And so what you want to do is show these models how the world works. You want to show the model the world with no human biases. And so hopefully you can show the models as much data as you can from the smallest thing in life and in the world to the largest and most macro thing possible. And so we train models on diverse data sets of both videos, images, text, language. You want to do this multimodal system that can reason around the world, not just around language itself. And for that, we have dedicated research on both the data side, training, pre-training, post-training, and there's specific kind of research teams dedicated to each of the parts itself. But the key part of it is that you're not training on language alone, you're training on kind of diverse set of inputs.
And what's the hardest part? What are the challenges? What are the roadblocks? What are the reasons that this technology that we're talking about as being on the horizon, why isn't it here today? What makes this difficult?
I think a version of it is here today. I mean, that's another thing I think is worth noting about progress in AI. Video models, so we released Gen 1, it's the first public ever video model out there in the world. That was 2023. 2023. It's like
2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago. But it was such a big deal that it was in the front page of the New York Times. Like, that was like the day we released a model, it was so important that like it got like major headlines. We can release a 1,000 times better model now, and it probably won't be in the front page of the New York Times because we've got it normalized by it. It's pretty normal for people to understand that you can generate these things, right? I think one of the biggest challenges having people understand what else will come next when you've normalized kind of the state of things as it is right now. And I think there's a lot of like progress still to come. One of the biggest challenges has to do with real time. So how do you make these models fast enough that you can render or use them in real time in the same way that you can use perhaps a voice model these days? That would dramatically change, I would say, inference workloads. So there's a lot of conversations around like GPU and CapEx capacity and data center builds. If you think about a world where most of the content and video will be rendered in real-time basis, then we'll need probably way more capacity, compute capacity. So one of the biggest challenges today is to get more compute, more GPUs. So if anyone has GPUs,
if you have GPUs,
I can buy them.
Call him. Yeah. Got it. Okay. Now, what about sort of the risks when this technology is fully realized? I think that you have offered some compelling examples of where they might be beneficial. What about the potential downsides? What about the risks? What do you have your eye on now as you think about potential challenges that you, Runway, and that all of us are going to need to contend with?
Yeah. So there's definitely a lot of moderation and like safety checks that you need to have in place in order to use these models effectively. Again, we haven't collectively gotten to a point where we've used this before, right? It's the first time that we're going to experience this idea that you can stream pixels on a real-time basis that are consistent, that are interactive, that are real, that look like a video, but it's all generated. I think there's a lot of cultural, social updates that we have to do, and I think we've done it in a way. LLMs have gotten pretty much everywhere, and now we're used to them in a way. I think one of the biggest challenges from a social standpoint is giving people enough access for them to update not only the AI models, but also our mental models. And that's something I would say like things like this help. We host our film festival every year in New York and in LA and in Paris. That's a showcase of like creative minds using AI. It's a great conversation starter and a great way of understanding how it works. I think one of the biggest challenges will have to do with normalizing the use cases a bit more to a broader set of people.
Okay, so the biggest challenge from your point of view is really just helping everyone wrap their heads around this, understand what it is. Got it. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. Now, I have to ask, one of the biggest criticisms, obviously, of Gen AI technology and generative AI companies in the last several years has been around the use of copywritten material, right? I'm curious, given that those arguments and sort of those legal entanglements are by no means resolved at this point, I'm curious, when we're talking about world models, what is the data that is actually being used to train those? Is it the same sort of set of data or sort of rubric of data that was used to train sort of LLMs or video generation technology, or is it sort of a different category of data? Can you talk a little bit about where the data is actually from?
So it depends. Data these days comes from all sorts of different places.
Yeah.
Again, you're training models in a multimodal way, so you're training them on different input formats: image, video, text, scientific papers, natural observations. You're going to have as many data points as you can about the physical world, the real world, so the model can understand how that world works, reconstruct the simulated environment on which you can act, basically. I think data itself, these days, most of the concern is not really in the inputs as much as the outputs, right? So there's a good distinction to be made. There's a conversation around inputs and about outputs. I think most of the points these days are about outputs. So we work with almost every Hollywood studio these days. And what they care about the most is protecting what you can make with the models, right? They want to protect the characters and the IPs that they own, which is something companies can do and protect, right? And that's where the moderation really comes in place. And that's, I think, what companies are just doing these days. We are working with a lot of these studios, so it's in our best interest to work with them. And that's how we work with them. That gives a peace of mind. On the input side, I don't think there's a lot of discussion these days, mostly because people have understood that these models are understanding data. They're not photocopiers. They're not copying existing data. They're understanding the data. They're looking at the world in the same way that we do. They're looking at the world, looking at things, looking at movies, looking at text, reading stuff, understanding how the world works, and using that to reason around the world and make kind of new things about it.
Sure. I mean, they're looking at it. A lot of it was copywritten. But yes, I mean, they are looking at a lot of different pieces of data. So give us sort of an example as you look out at sort of, it's very hard, I know, to forecast more than 18 months at a time right now. But for everyone sitting here in the audience, let's say in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, they're going about their daily life and they encounter a world model developed by Runway AI. Where do they encounter it? What are they doing? What does that look like for them?
Imagine you go to school, to university or high school, and you want to learn about something. The way I learn today the most, if I want to learn something new, is to probably go into YouTube and watch a video and try to search for something. Imagine you type something and you get a real-time video that's personalized to whatever you want to learn. That video doesn't exist. It's just being generated as you're watching it. You're not thinking about it as a world model. You're just thinking about it as natural infrastructure. You're kind of I want to learn about Lisbon or whatever, and I can have someone explain to me in a very specific, personalized way, customized way, with actual videos or images or scenes that I see kind of happening on the screen. I want to play a game. I can just ask a model to generate a game-like experience for me and explore. Maybe I want to have a game that explores Lisbon. I can have a walking tour of Lisbon and being generated. Maybe I want to watch a movie, Maybe I want to watch a linear story. So I can ask the model to generate a video or a movie or a sequence or of a narrative content for me in real time. I can chat with, so you have all this think about every single experience you have on a screen these days. There's a high chance a lot of that experience that you have on a screen will be generated. The pixels itself on the screen will be generated.
That all sounds fascinating. I mean, it sounds like Web Summit in Lisbon might look very different in 2 years if everyone is sort of taking AI-generated walking tours. I'm curious sort of how you think about that future impacting our shared lived human experience. Sort of what do we lose or what is at risk in terms of our ability and sort of desire to interact with other people, right? Right now, if I want to learn about Lisbon, or if I want to say learn French or learn Portuguese, better example, I would sign up maybe for a class and I would go have a human instructor, teach me Portuguese. How do you think about that this idea of AI and world models replacing some of that human interaction?
Look, I think it's significant change. The idea that you can simulate the world at large will, of course, bring a lot of dramatic change across the board. But I think with every kind of major technological change, there's always new and positive outcomes and changes of the ways we've done things before. It's not a zero-sum game. Of course, some things will change. But I think overall the net positive of it will be much more interesting. I think there's things we just can't really predict these days about how it will change us. I think predicting the internet, you've been covering the internet for like years, like predicting the cultural impact and social impact of the internet 30 years ago was very hard.
Of course.
And the only way you could like figure out what it actually did to the world was just to like go through it and experience it. And I think I'm an optimist, and I think like society as a whole has a lot of resilience. And in the face of like major change, of course there are things going to be disrupted. Of course there's going to be job changes. But overall, I think collectively we'll figure out this new thing. And that's where I like want to lean more. I think it's there's not enough discussions around like all the positive things that the technology can bring. Like to your point, yes, I can go and buy or buy a tour from a person, but maybe if I don't have the resources to buy in the first place, maybe that's not even an option for me right now. I think giving more people access to it can be a huge kind of like uplift for many people out there, and I think there's not enough being said about that.
No, I agree. I mean, I think the potential for artificial intelligence to democratize access is one of its great promises. I think it's about making sure that that promise is realized. Now, I am going to ask you for one or two predictions.
Okay.
The first, again, knowing that it's so hard to forecast out, but you're on the front lines of this. How soon is this coming? This idea of world models, these sort of ideas and scenarios that you've been describing to us. What kind of timeline are you looking at?
I think they're here. We're in like the GPT-3 kind of like era of like world modeling. You can have now agents that go and get deployed in simulated environments and have actions and consequences, and they're like consistent within how things should behave in the world. I think now it's a matter of scale. It's like compute is one of the things that I think we need the most. I think within the next like 12 to 18 months, we'll see a major improvement in both consistency of this idea of simulated world modeling environments and inference speed, which means that you can run them way faster. And so it's gonna get really interesting.
Which I guess you might have just answered my last question, which was, you know, in 2023, 2024, we talked a lot about LLMs, about image generation, video generation. This year, we've all been talking about AI agents, which I would argue haven't really reached the full promise that we were told they would a year ago. What are we going to be talking about in Gen AI in 2026?
LLMs are outdated. I think world models is the thing people will be speaking a lot about in 2026, so get ready.
You heard it here first, 2026, world models. Chris, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we're tackling one of our biggest global challenges, truth and the state of the free press. As polarization deepens and trust in institutions wane, how can journalism remain independent and credible? What happens when facts and reality come into conflict with other powerful agendas? Here to answer those questions, please welcome the CEO of NPR, Catherine Marr, and chairman and publisher of the New York Times, A.G. Sulzberger.
All right, we've made it.
We're here.
We're here to talk about the most pressing issue of the day. So a year ago, you published an op-ed in the Washington Post titled, "How the Quiet War Against Press Freedom Could Come to America." And you described an emerging playbook from leaders like Viktor Orban, Narendra Modi, Jair Bolsonaro to crack down on the press in the least dramatic but the most effective ways. Plotting and complicated. I'm curious, why did you feel as though that op-ed was needed?
Well, first of all, thanks for having us here today. It's a pleasure to be here. So we are seeing a trend of democratic erosion around the world, and a fairly dramatic trend. And what we've seen again and again is that one of the first targets of an aspiring strongman is the press. And And the reason for that is probably a pretty obvious one. It is easier to do what you want to do when no one is asking pesky questions and no one is bringing things you'd prefer to be kept secret to the public, to your citizenry. And, you know, we were facing a presidential election here in this country, in our country, in the United States, in which one candidate made it very clear that should he win election, he intended to go after the press in very direct and aggressive ways. And it felt like an imperative to me to understand the playbook that he would be drawing from. And so I spent a lot of time, me and my colleagues, trying to understand Hungary, India, Brazil, Poland, Turkey. And what was so striking is that there's this really clear pattern. As you say, it's not a dramatic pattern. This is no longer, jailing journalists or assassinating them on the streets for doing their work. It's about just systematically ratcheting up pressure so that it makes it harder and harder, and particularly more financially punishing, to do the work of independent journalism that aspiring strongmen find dangerous to their ability to operate with maximal room. So we saw a very clear playbook, and the Washington Post piece was basically, so we did that research first to prep the New York Times. So let's look at all these levers.
And so you're thinking about how are you essentially doing your risk management at the Times? How do we get prepared?
Where are we vulnerable? Are we vulnerable?
Are you vulnerable?
And so we looked at this, and we basically concluded there's 5 main steps in these crackdowns. And once that became clear, in addition to our risk management, it became really important to me to share it with the rest of our industry, right? And to say, I think it's in your interest to prepare for this. So the 5 main levers. First, systematically sow distrust in journalism and normalize the harassment of journalists. So this is, things like rhetoric like enemy of the people or fake news. But I'm sure from your journalists, the pressure that journalists, the backlash they get for publishing controversial, unpopular things, it's only intensifying.
Direct, personal.
Yeah.
Yep.
The second one, use the civil court system, which is open to anyone, to increase financial pressure. So, both you and I know this is a time of intensifying financial struggle and business struggle in our industry. So if you can add financial pressure by using the courts, you can make it much harder to do real journalism. The next lever is to weaponize the powers of the government, right? So things like civil rights enforcement, tax investigations, broadcast oversight, in selective ways to directly punish independent news organizations and to make their work harder. After that, the lever is to scale these attacks by encouraging wealthy and powerful allies to launch attacks of their own. In places like Brazil and India, we would see powerful businessmen associated with the government, filing a dozen, 24 defamation cases in multiple jurisdictions to make it very difficult for these organizations to do their work. And then finally, it is not enough just to tear down the existing media ecosystem, right? What these leaders want is they want to build up a new media ecosystem that is full of partisans who are overtly loyal to the ruling party. And, what I think is incredibly dispiriting is that of those 5 levers that I warned about, just about a year ago, we've now seen significant movement on each of those fronts in the United States.
Well, so I thought I'd take us through some of them, because it is kind of a long list. So in October 2024, the Los Angeles Times and the Washington Post both pulled endorsements of presidential candidates at the behest of their owners, both billionaires with complex interests in diversified industries. In December in 2024, Trump launched claimed a $15 million damages against ABC News for the use of the word rape in context of a sexual assault case, and Disney decided to settle. In January of 2025, the AP was kicked out of the press pool for declining to use Gulf of America over Gulf of Mexico. In July of 2025, 60 Minutes and CBS settled a $16 million settlement around deceptive editing on the eve of the Paramount Skydance merger. In July of 2025, Stephen Colbert's show was canceled after referring to that settlement as a big fat bribe. In September of 2025, ABC suspended Jimmy Kimmel after comments that he made about the potential motivations of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, but following comments made by the Federal Communications Chairman Brendan Carr about doing this the easy way or the hard way, referring to broadcast licenses. And in September 2025, you received a $15 billion claim for defamation from President Trump around your reporting on his inheritance, TV career, and other issues. Also that month, both of our organizations were kicked out, asked to sign a pledge of prior restraint in the Department of Defense, for which we both turned in our press passes. And just yesterday, the President of the United States threatened a $1 billion suit against the BBC for defamation. So where are we on your playbook?
I mean, it's a pretty dispiriting list. I mean, you see literally every level of that playbook. And, even if you just look at that last lever of, elevating sort of a partisan, overtly loyal media ecosystem, that's what that Pentagon move was about. I mean, it was effectively a loyalty pledge.
So who's in the press pool now? I'm not sure everyone knows that.
I mean, to their credit, even conservative outlets refused to sign this. So Fox left, the Washington Times, One American News. I think Newsmax did sign it. Or actually, I think it's inverse. I think Newsmax left
stayed and
One America signed it. And I think some other partisan outlets as well. So, I think it's an incredibly dispiriting list. In a very young administration, that is showing an administration willing to ratchet up pressure in every way. I mean, the one place that isn't on that list that should be is there's no news organization that's faced more pressure than yours. I mean, what would you say you have felt at NPR?
I appreciate the question. I didn't want to make it all about us, but certainly as a public broadcaster, we have been, I think, the soft target at the pointy end of the spear. Public broadcasters around the world have faced a lot of pressure, and certainly the news of the BBC departure of the Director General and the head of news just 2 days ago, I think is an indication of that. But Poland, Hungary, countries that you turn to in your research, one of the things that we've seen is they either are taken over through bureaucratic means and their news coverage influenced, or in countries with a little bit more press freedom to defense, like the United States, we've now been defunded. So we lost about $575 million in federal funding this year, but that was actually the culmination of a series of activities that were designed to, as you said, first undermine public confidence in our work. So there was a hearing in front of Congress called Anti-American Airwaves, in which I was called to testify about our coverage and our editorial standards. We then had a pressure campaign from the world's wealthiest man, Elon Musk, who was very active in discrediting not just our organization, but me specifically. I think there was a day in which he tweeted about me more than 100 times on a personal level. Then there was the executive order against us. So this would be the utilization of regulatory authority, in which the administration declared that we were unable to receive any federal dollars, which means that any entity that receives federal dollars would not be able to use those to purchase our services. So that's a violation of our First Amendment rights from a viewpoint discrimination basis. And then the chairman of the FCC has also threatened to investigate, is actively investigating our network on the basis of sort of a vague description of violation of our public interest commitment as broadcasters. And then finally, we've been defunded by Congress. And so I would say that it has been indeed a challenging year, and I think that there's probably still shoes to drop.
Yeah. Well, let me say two things, and at the risk of being uncharacteristically optimistic in a very challenging period. One, you personally and NPR broadly deserve great credit for standing up in the face of that pressure. You know,
Thank you. Thank you.
The country and the world need the work that you're doing. And second, as dispiriting as that list was, I mean, both the list of pressure that's been put on NPR, but also the list of other organizations that have not exactly acquitted themselves in the face of pressure, it is worth noting that the American press continues to report and to do it vibrantly. And when we talk about press freedom, it can seem self-serving, right? It's, of course, you have the publisher of the New York Times.
We are, of course, sitting here saying it's so important to democracy, yes.
But what we're really talking about is not just our ability to ask questions, it's the public's ability to know things about government, about the economy, about the powers that be. And the American experiment, was predicated on a belief that a country that wanted a people that wanted to steer itself needed access to the best, the most reliable, the most independent information. And that is what is being challenged. It's not just the press's ability to operate, it's the public's right to know.
And I think that that's really important because, the other piece of this is that the U.S. is sort of famously the defender of press freedoms in the United States because our First Amendment is so strong, but the consequences internationally are pretty significant as well. Can you speak to that? Because you have probably one of the largest operations of international correspondence. And so when we feel press freedom at home being chilled, how do you think that reflects for an international audience?
I mean, just like one very specific example of that, prior to Donald Trump's first term, when he popularized the phrase fake news, we saw no legislation around the world effectively aimed at curtailing independent journalists, using fake news, that argument as a pretext. We saw in the next handful of years, I think more than 50 countries around the world pass so-called fake news laws that were not about curtailing misinformation. They were about shutting down the voices of those pesky independent reporters who kept asking questions on behalf of their country's public, of the people in charge, and publishing the truth when those leaders were doing things that they shouldn't be. And that's what the retreat allowed, right? It created this vacuum, and a lot of leaders were very eager to use that vacuum to crack down on people who would dare to bring information they didn't want to their publics. So a very dangerous and worrying trend, not just domestically, but abroad.
I think of it as sort of from one big brother to another.
Yeah.
I'm curious, what is the lesson learned? I mean, what are the sort of tangible steps that organizations can take in the face of this playbook beyond going to court in order to either defend confidence that they have with the audiences that support and believe in the work that they do, but also from a purely rights and operational based perspective to be able to continue to do that important work that you just spoke to?
I mean,
what's working?
Look, the most important step is to keep doing the work, right? Just keep reporting, keep asking questions, keep bringing what you find to the public. Just keep doing it no matter what pressure comes. Like
how are you guys dealing with this $15 billion lawsuit? Like how does that?
I mean, we are just completely confident in the journalism, and we are completely confident in the law, and we're going to win the lawsuit. It's already been thrown out of court once, by a Republican-appointed judge who, characterized it broadly as a public relations document, not a legal filing. So no, we are very confident in that, and I think that's the first step, which is just you can't be thrown off the work, right? And the work's going to be harder when you're facing this type of pressure, you've been facing.
And harder for your journalists, too,
and harder for a journalist, the safety and security landscape. But
do people want to talk to them? Are their sources pull away?
The sources are drying up. There's a chill in the air. The consequences are high. But the next step is your rights only hold if you fight for them, right? And that's where NPR, the AP, the Wall Street Journal have been leading the way by not, bowing in the face of this pressure. The next thing to remember is that the rights that protect you are the rights that protect us, right? And vice versa. So, when your organization is under pressure, when my organization is under pressure, it is in all of our interests to come together. And then I'd say two more things. One, we cannot be baited into becoming the opposition in any way. Independence is at the core of our journalistic mission, and we're very proud that we've produced the single biggest body of accountability journalism ever produced by a single news organization on a single subject, the New York Times, Donald Trump. But we will continue to write about his successes, right? We will write about the way that he's transformed, America's, political and international and cultural landscape. And I think that commitment to independence, and we'll continue to cast just as skeptical an eye on politicians from the other party as we did with Joe Biden. I think independence is a real thing because it's not just jeers that can make people cautious. Cheers can actually get people in the wrong mindset as well. And then the last thing is, I think we need to do a better job explaining why journalism matters in society, right? Explaining that, if you're a voter, journalism is how you know whether politicians are acting in your interest. If you're a business person, right, or an innovator, journalism is about protecting the free flow of reliable information that you need to make investments and bets. That it's an essential part of any healthy democracy.
Yeah, knowledge is power, right? It's so expensive too, and unfortunately, often those who practice it are at those who are suffering the greatest costs for being able to defend it. So,
that's right.
AG, thanks so much for being here. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you so much for being in front of the audience. Thanks for Web Summit for having the conversation.
Thank you.
Keep doing the good work.
You too. All right, now we're moving to the world of venture capital. With geopolitical and policy uncertainty continuing, the global venture capital landscape in the first half of 2025 remains in a state of flux. The IPO market has made a comeback, but what are the main challenges and opportunities for companies and venture capitalists looking for exits? Let's ask the two top investors. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Fox Business's Susan Lee, Managing Partner and Co-Founder of QED Investors, Nigel Morris.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us at Web Summit 2025, especially on the first day of the event where you always feel all this hype and this energy and this raw entrepreneurial innovative spirit that Lisbon and Web Summit is known for. So for me, as always, I have a very easy conversation because Nigel Morris, do I really need to introduce you? The man that founded Capital One, which is the sixth largest bank in the US, third largest card issuer now in America. And the reason I blame you for having all these Jennifer Garner Capital One commercials. What's the tagline for those commercials now?
The tagline is "What's in your wallet?" and it goes back a long time.
Yes,
Susan.
and it gets stuck in my head. That's the thing. It's on like over and over and over.
It's like one of those songs that just keeps repeating and repeating in your head. But we started off with "What's in your wallet?" Oh my gosh. 30 years ago, when we had Visigoths and Vikings running around, and the idea was to shock the consumer into really looking at and validating what financial relationships they have.
Right.
And what we found over 40 years of being in financial services is that people don't see their financial service products as highly intensive and often put those, don't constantly look and say, am I getting the right deal here? Is my service done really well?
Yeah, well, let's talk about deals, because I feel like everyone in the audience here, entrepreneurial, tech-based, so they want to see where's the money these days. If we're looking at an IPO exit, if we're looking for VC funding, and now you oversee a $4 billion venture capital fund that primarily invests in fintech. So we were talking about your successful exits in Klarna, Nubank, you name them. IPO market, do you think sustainably reopen for everybody?
Well, look, I wish I knew the answer to that, to be really honest. We had a flood of IPOs in 2021. It was a real apex. Everybody was really excited. Money was flooding in, Tiger, Coacher, SoftBank, everybody piling in. And then we went through Putin invading and interest rates going up, and then we went into a desert. And the desert's been long. It's been 4 years where virtually no IPOs. Now, since the beginning of this year, we have seen Klarna, Circle, we've seen eToro ascend, we've seen a number of portfolio companies and fintechs in general be able to access the IPO market. But the jury is out on how sustainable it is. It's pretty clear that there is an investor appetite now to invest in fintechs. The companies that I mentioned are terrific companies. They have scale, they're well run, they're profitable, they're growing at 30 and 40% when the incumbents are growing at middle single digits. So there's a lot of excitement there, and there's a whole generation of other fintechs that are getting ready to go public if the market is open.
But the only problem is it's not AI, and we know that $200 billion worth of venture capital money has driven and piled into AI this year alone. So if you're not in AI, do you have investor interest?
You know, there's a clear polarization going on in raising. At QED, we've got maybe 15 companies that are looking to raise in the quarter, and probably half of them really need to raise money.
Yeah.
The other half are doing it prophylactically. But the challenge is that the money is chasing AI and stablecoin. So you might be in a business that is a massively disrupting business, a business that's doing incredibly well. It's profitable, it has wonderful net promoter scores, the unit economics are terrific. But if you're not considered to be AI, then it's much harder to raise. Now, what we're seeing though is that every one of our portfolio companies, and I would posit that nearly everybody out there in the audience is leveraging AI in some palpable way.
Yeah.
So the challenge is to weave AI into the storyline so that you can actually be able to raise.
Okay, well, we know that crypto is also a hot topic as well, and stable coins have been doing, well, Circle is a great example of a very successful IPO, because I think they're trading at, what, 5, almost 8 times their IPO price. Now, crypto is also a space that you've been investing in as well.
Yes.
But doesn't crypto, well, we've seen the slide for Bitcoin below 100,000 right now, and there's talk of a possible winter upcoming for crypto. So if you've missed the peak, is it too late?
Well, look, let's talk about crypto in general, but I would like to talk specifically for a second about stablecoin. If we were here having this conversation a year ago, Susan, and if you'd have brought up stablecoin, I would have rolled my eyes. I'd have said, here's an example of a really cool idea, the tokenization of these physical assets, but I've not seen anybody really use it or deploy it in any palpable way. We've seen a massive move over the last year for people wanting to store their fiat currency into USD to protect against FX fluctuation, and they don't trust their government, and increasingly to move money cross-border. So stablecoin is really happening, and I think that's a very powerful investment thesis in fintech.
Okay.
Now, but if we go to Bitcoin for a second, I can't predict whether or not we're in a winter or a spring or a summer or an autumn. I don't know the answer to that. But I know that there are 250,000 people around the world that have got more than $1 million in Bitcoin.
Okay.
And what that means is that those people are looking for ways to deploy that money. They don't want to cash out because they'll have a capital gain, and they are often zealots about where Bitcoin's going to go. So there's a lot of businesses that are helping those individuals borrow against, have access to and are leveraging traditional banking frameworks to take advantage of an asset in the same way as that you would take advantage of gold or platinum.
Yeah, okay, so you're basically saying that even if we go down in Bitcoin, it won't be sustained and eventually there will be a rise up. So it wouldn't be a terrible opportunity to always look at crypto.
It's a scarce asset. People want to park money there because they believe it gives diversification, and they believe that in the long run it's going to go up. I'm yet to be able to see a scenario where I can buy a pizza with my Bitcoin.
Well, you've been wasting a lot of money.
People have been telling me for 10 years, Nigel, any day now, you'll be able to monetize this.
Right.
It's not happened. I think we can make an argument that in the next year or two, we'll see people being able to spend stablecoin, particularly in online commerce. Bitcoin's a different question.
Okay, well then let's talk about disruption, because I brought up crypto and I've also brought up artificial intelligence and AI. So a lot of big global investors that I've been speaking to tell me that these are major disruptors to the traditional fintech and banking, et cetera. So you really have to think about where these certain companies that you're investing in, are they getting into crypto, which could be the bank of the world without regulation in the future, and also AI. Could it disrupt these chatbots, disrupt financial planning, wealth management?
Yep.
And do we need these global banks anymore if in the future boundaries slide?
Well, let's put global banking into perspective. So insurance and global banking, worldwide revenue is $14 trillion.
Right.
It's about 20% of world GDP. It's massive. We're here talking about fintech. And fintech, if you add up all of the fintechs in terms of their revenue, it's about 400 billion, which means that fintech is a whopping great big 3% penetrated into this giant corpus. So we're in the first innings of the leveraging of fintech to attack the incumbents.
Yep.
Now, fintechs are growing at 21% and the incumbents are growing at 6%, which means that they're gaining share massively. But to your point, banks have historically been really good at protecting themselves and not making a mistake. Fintechs are really terrific at innovation and developing ideas. What I say to my friends who are running big banks, I say you've got in front of you this huge Darwin experiment going on. You've got thousands of fintechs funded by people like me who are gasping for oxygen, gasping to reproduce.
Okay.
You need to watch this. You need to study it. You can partner with it. You can invest in it. You can buy it. But don't ignore it, because here's your innovation engine. You've got the Galapagos Islands going on right in front of you.
Darwinism, that's right. Evolve or die.
It's evolve or die, and it's the survival of the fittest. So I think that we are seeing the mass adoption of AI and crypto, of embedded finance, with the fintechs.
Okay.
And by and large, we are not seeing the incumbents adopt. Now, what happens is the innovation occurs with the innovators, the fintechs, and then the banks will follow suit. So over the next 2, 3, 5 years, we'll see the mainstream banks now fully engage AI. They're already adopting stable coins, I think. And this is just the natural cycle.
Okay, well, what about the natural cycle of a possible inflating of a bubble and then the bubble bursts? Because I'm sure you've heard about this, all this money chasing one certain sector in technology and AI at some point, and you're seeing the cracks already
Look,
in global markets.
Look, what I see in AI is a massive step function in productivity gain, in the writing of code, firstly. Secondly...
Oh, no, there's no disputing. This is life-changing technology. I get it.
Right. So the point is, somebody's going to win as a result of that.
Right.
Now, I can't predict the winners in that. I think there'll be 2 or 3 of them. There are massive amounts of money being thrown at that. The compute firepower is amazing that you have to build. I'm a practitioner. I know that this is an amazing set of skills.
Real.
And it is going to happen. It's changing the face of financial services. I can't tell you which of the arms suppliers are the ones who are going to win. I can tell you that this is real. And I think, look, you say that it's real. You and I are both passionate believers in that.
Early adopters.
Okay, but I will tell you that the MIT study that I read just a few weeks ago said that only 4% of AI projects are reaching production.
Or generating revenue for the companies, correct.
Right, so the adoption is with the innovators, not with the incumbents.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then, because you've lived through the 2000 dot-com bubble burst as well, and that took many
Thank
years
you.
to recover.
Thank
Okay,
you.
you've done a lot in your life. That's a compliment as well. But do you have feelings that this might be similar to what
No,
we saw in
I think
2000?
the fact-
Over-enthusiasm, over-investing?
Yes, and we'll go through a trough of discontent or malcontent will come at some point. But out of that will come, out of the ashes of that, like a phoenix, will be an incredible step function in productivity and an incredible reduction in friction. We will see more transparency, and those things are all good. Now, I think the dystopian scenario of what it means to our society, I think is something that we should all be thinking about. Because all those jobs, you know, the millions of jobs that are in call centers around the world are going to go away as a result of AI. I don't know how many of people have ever had the chance to get into a driverless car, like I just got into in Los Angeles at Waymo. You know, what is the role of Uber and what is the role of tens of millions of taxi drivers around the world in a world where the machine will drive your car for you? And I think the displacement in our society is something that really is going to be very, very interesting.
Okay, well, let me ask you specifically then, because you've heard Dario Amodei at Anthropic. He says that 70% of white-collar jobs might be eliminated, gone because of artificial intelligence. And also Amazon said that they might not be needing as many warehouse workers. 600,000 headcount might be eliminated in the next few years.
I saw that.
So if for workers out there that need to earn salaries, is this concerning?
Yeah, if you're in the business of simple, repetitive tasks, the machines are going to take it over. So think call center.
And this is not concerning from a global macro environment?
I think that look, Milton Keynes said, John Maynard Keynes once said, look, in the future, as a result of technology, people will not need to work 50 hours a week. The world, if you spread it as a result of technology, people will only need to work 30 hours a week. I fear that will not happen. I feel there'll be a polarization of an elite that will still work really, really hard, and they will be the purveyors of and the deployers of capital, and then we might see large swaths of our population that are not going to have jobs. And I think that's a very dystopian and scary scenario.
Because you know that income disparity, the big divide between the rich and the poor, are you saying that that gap's going to get even bigger from
I can't see what brings it together. It's called the Gini index, and it's the relationship between the top decile and the lower decile. That is expanding, and I think I can't see why that will not continue.
Well, I think that's a headache that governments need to solve, and it's not an easy solution, obviously. But I just want to get back to...
Now I will say this.
Yes?
You know, we went from an agricultural economy to an industrial age to an information age. We're now entering a new phase. What comes next in terms of job creation as a result of AI is still yet to be understood.
Okay.
The tools that we're leveraging AI for now are largely productivity tools.
Right.
Largely
well,
automation.
They say that, but then the MIT study also said the same
decision
thing.
support.
Yeah.
But you know, you can start to think about business models that that we don't even understand yet, that will come out of AI, that will create jobs. Certainly on the threshold of moving from agricultural to industrial, people were really scared of the same macro phenomenon that we just talked about.
Yeah.
One of the things I have incredible faith in is entrepreneurism. And I think this is quintessentially American in many ways, but we see around the world in fintech, I see Revolut and Monzo and Zopa and ClearScore. These are amazing companies that have come out of Klarna, have come out of Europe. I think that we need the entrepreneurs and we need the venture capital apparatus, we need the rule of law to fire up those next generation ideas.
Okay, so we're running out of time here. Final 2 minutes of this panel, but I quickly want to get back to what you said about, is this an AI bubble? And you basically said yes, there is a little over-enthusiasm. Just what are the signs to you from your pattern recognition of being an investor for so long that this is a bubble that might eventually pop, at least for now?
Well, I think we see it at the seed stage, the A stage. We see valuations that have gone completely insane, where the multiples that we're so used to looking at of revenue, of really trying to think through what the total addressable market would be, have just been thrown out of the window. And people are making bets on, an individual with a single piece of paper with some bullet points. And people are getting valuations that would be insane.
With no product, no revenue. You're getting billions of dollars thrown at
look,
you.
we have people all the time at seed stage who don't have any revenue, but they have at least a concept of what they're going to how they're going to solve a real palpable problem. Look, at QED, we are meat and potatoes. We're looking for how fintech solves a real problem that a consumer or a small business has. And as a result of that, you can make the Promethean leap that somebody will pay you to solve that problem. What we have also often is a technology looking for a solution, a technology looking for a reason to be. And that's a very, very scary investing proposition.
Final remarks here. So Nigel, let me ask you this: $4 billion that you have in assets under management. So you're investing 50% of that in the US. How much of that is in Europe? And for primarily, I would say, European entrepreneur audience, how do they capture more of your investment dollars?
Oh, look, look, you can tell by my accent that I grew up in Europe, and I've always been really long on Europe. And I think that, you know, with rule of law, some of the best universities in the world outside of the US, a vibrant venture ecosystem. I think the private equity system is lagging, and I think that gets in the way of companies at the B and C stage. And I think that we found ourselves with the IPO market being a desert in across Europe. And I think that the London Exchange in particular has to wake up and market itself better. But I think that firing up the entrepreneurial energy across Europe and looking for ways that Europe can indeed compete with the United States, and to really try to assuage this massive gravitational pull of capital and talent to the US is going to be really important. So it's all of you that are going to create those businesses. So go do it.
And finally, which specific sectors, just specifics for the audience so they know what to build in the future, what's hot, what's attracting investment dollars?
Embedded finance, stablecoin, and financial inclusion. You know, I've been lucky enough to have Capital One have more than 100 million customers, Klarna, an investment, 100 million, Credit Karma, democratized access to credit scores. If I add up all of the companies that I've had the chance to invest in and make it perhaps a small difference, I can get to about 600 million customers. My goal is to get to 1 billion. And to say that we've been able to make an impact in 1 billion lives. I think that to do that, we have to embrace Europe on a large scale, as well as the developing markets in India, Nigeria, and these other big geographies.
Well, we are out of time, and I'm going to speak for Nigel, and thank you so much for joining us this morning. And it's so, so wonderful to see so much passion and energy in this room. Enjoy your Web Summit 2025, and thank you once again.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, it's back to AI. And the topic is all about you and me. The president and CEO of Qualcomm is here to introduce the ecosystem of you, a bold vision for a future where technology works for you. Hear how AI is turning devices into intelligent collaborators that adapt in real time, and discover how this shift from apps to agents is reshaping the way we live, work, and connect. Please welcome to the stage President and CEO of Qualcomm, Cristiano Amon.
To create world-changing technology. Now we're bringing intelligent computing everywhere. Engineering an ecosystem powered by AI and shaped by humans. Technology that drives next-gen connectivity. Agent-centric experiences, and breakthroughs that move the world forward. Qualcomm technology is more than innovation. It's an invitation, a platform built to empower the next wave of innovators, visionaries, and dreamers. A launchpad designed to turn ideas into impact. Impact that fuels industries, improves lives, and changes the world. Because progress isn't ours alone. It's yours. And when we build together, we build the future.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Bom dia a todos vocês. Obrigado por estar aqui. É sempre prazer muito grande para mim estar aqui em Lisboa, em Portugal. Very happy to talk to you today. As you can see, I usually move around on stage. I cannot do that today. I just got a bad case of the Achilles tendonitis, but I'm going to do my best to make it entertaining for you and give you some good information. Happy to speak to all of you again here at Web Summit. It's a great pleasure to be here. And we have a lot to talk to you about what's happening in the AI and in technology. As you saw in the video, Qualcomm were a startup once. So for the startups really in the audience, we just turned 40. And I consider a great privilege to lead what I call the world's largest startup company. I think we have maintained, the spirit when we're very small. And it's really a company of inventors, and we keep pushing the boundaries of what's possible. And we look at what's happening right now, and AI, it's an incredible opportunity. When you think about the future of technology, AI is really a generational opportunity. If you're a developer, you're a startup company, if you actually have a large company, AI is going to be a big change. We already see it right now, but we're just at the very beginning. You hear a lot, and I think you probably saw in the prior panel, this conversation about productivity gains, efficiency, creativity changes with AI. But I think that's just the beginning of it. I think AI is fundamentally changing computing, changing how we interact with computers, and how we actually think about our digital interactions today. And that's one of the things I'm going to spend time talking to you today. I'm going to talk something different than you probably hear about what's happening with AI, what's happening in the cloud. I'm going to talk about how AI is going to change your everyday experience with digital devices, and a little bit of a glimpse into what the future of mobile is. So for us at Qualcomm, I think we have a very simple, vision, which you call it AI everywhere, because AI is really changing how we think about computing, how we think about connectivity. And it's going to make every single device smart and intelligent. And of course, when you think about that, you think about what's going to happen with the smartphone. And I'll give you a little bit of an idea how this is taking shape. But when you think about the cloud and the data center, this is where AI is created, trained. But then once AI is done and you're going to put it to use, it's going to be everywhere. And it's going to be also in the edge. The edge is what we call outside the data center. And the interesting thing is the edge is where the humans and AI actually interact and will interact every day. And I think that's part of our mission, how we can actually make sure that we can bring AI everywhere. So there's 6 important trends that is really driving the future of AI. And those trends, it's part of what I wanted to present to you today. I'm going to walk you to each one of those trends, and I will start with a very important one, which is AI is the new user interface for computers. So let's kind of understand this a little bit, because it's a very easy concept, but it's a very important concept. When you think about humans interacting with machines, like the first PC, we use an ASK2 keyboard, and we still use that today. We still use the ASK2 keyboard, how you interact when you get your laptop, for example. And because the first computer was based on the human interface, the whole computer architecture, the operational system, and the applications was designed for that. You probably remember, if you're probably as old as I am, you remember MS-DOS. That's when I actually start using a computer in college. Yes, I agree with that. And the whole thing was designed for that interface. Then the mouse got invented. But Xerox, the one that they actually invented the mouse. Other people copied. They invented the mouse and the graphical user interface. All of a sudden, we could see it. The display was always there for us. And you can see it. The OS changed. The application changed. The programs changed. Everything changed because of that. Then, all of a sudden, for a lot of the technologies that we're very proud to have created, we put the computer in the palm of your hand. And we give you a broadband connectivity. And all of a sudden, we start touching things, and we started to look at that screen in the palm of your hand, and we touch different things. The OS changes, the application changes. We actually stop talking about programs, we talk about apps. But now, the user interface changed again. With AI, in addition of writing code for you, in addition of increasing your productivity, there's a very simple thing. The computer can now understand what we see, what we say, what we hear. So now we are going to create a different kind of computer, because all the way to this point, we had to learn how to interact with the computer. Now the computer knows how to interact with us, and this will change, again, everything. It will change the computer architecture, will change the OS, will change the applications, and will change how we interact with those devices. This is actually a very profound change in computing introduced by AI. And this is interesting because there's often this debate, which it does not make any sense, about where AI is going to be in the cloud, it's going to be into the devices. You should never have this debate. Like, think about your phone, an example. It's the most cloud-connected device in the world, but if you put it in airplane mode, you feel like it's useless. You have a lot of computing happen on the phone, a lot of computing happening on the cloud. The UI is where the human is. So whatever you have a human, you're going to have the UI, and that's where the AI is going to sit. And I think that's a very, very big change. And with that comes the next change, how we think about applications. So this phone has been this inseparable device that we have. It has been at the center of your digital life. The phone has been at the center of your digital life, and you go in and you get your phone, and the OS is like this repository of all the apps, and you pick the app that you want, and you touch, and you get things done on one app, you go to another app. But now the agent is going to be at the center. And with that, the concept of an app is going to change. So for example, once you tell the UI and the agent what you want, and he understands human intentions, then you can do anything. You can say, I need to go somewhere, and the agent could say, yes, I know where you need to go. I just checked your calendar. Please get me an Uber. I said, I'll get you an Uber. And that's it. That's going to be the application. You know, the agent is going to contact the cloud, the Uber service, and it's going to get you an Uber. And I always like to provide examples of things that we do every day on your phone. Something like making a payment. You make a payment to somebody, or you pay a bill, and you may look at a bill, and you say, pay this for me, and notify me when I'm done. You even want your app to look different. You ask the agent to render for you, and it will render in the screen the way you want to see the information. So the whole concept of apps is going to fundamentally change. And with that, we also see a change of what the center of gravity is. Because a lot of the value, and you look what happened on the smartphone era, a lot of the value got channeled to few companies that actually had the control of what the human intentions were. When you go to your OS on a particular ecosystem, the OS is the one that understands what you're doing, what apps do you want to have it, what apps are you going to download. That's no more. That's going to be the agent. So the agent becomes the center of the ecosystem, no longer the phone. And with that, we see a very important shift, and this is where I'm going to start telling you about what the future of mobile is going to be. As the center of your digital experience starts to move towards the agent, now every device that connects to the agent is a device that provides your mobile computing experience. And this is actually the most interesting thing, because most of the answer is actually very simple. A lot of people have been asking, especially a company like Qualcomm, which has been at the forefront of the mobile revolution, been asking us, what's the next form factor for your phone? Is the phone going to change? I've seen foldable, like I use the flip phone. I've been using a flip phone for a while. If you have not been using a flip phone, you're probably missing out a lot what's happening on the Android ecosystem. I suggest you try it, especially with Snapdragon 8 Gen 5, which is probably the best processor out there. But when you think about the changes in the phone, is the phone's going to change the form factor? Humans already decided a long time ago what they're going to wear. Humans wear glasses, like I wear glasses. You can wear watches, earrings, bracelets, jewelry. So the interesting thing is what we're starting to see happening right now with AI is not that the phone's going to change it to something else, but what used to be a wearable is actually changing into a personal AI device, and it's already happening. And this is how I wanted to give you a little bit of a history. When the phone came up, there are some people, we were not one of them at Qualcomm, but when the smartphone came up, there was a computer. It's a computer that fit in the palm of your hand. A lot of people said the laptop's gone. People are not going to have a laptop anymore. That's not true. You still have your laptop. You still use it today. However, some workloads shift. The world used to do commerce on a laptop. Not anymore. Most of the commerce in the world, e-commerce, happens on the phone. You just started to see the workload shift. And this is what's going to happen with AI. You're still going to have your phone. Your phone is going to be there. It's going to be doing phone things. You pull your phone out of your pocket, you're going to do phone things. But there's going to be new devices that all of a sudden become intelligent. Glasses, an earbud, a watch. Everything that you can connect and give an IP address can connect to an agent. And once you connect to an agent, you can start having agentic apps. And this is how the future of mobile is going to take shape. We're starting to see right now this emerging category of personal AI devices getting scale. And they get better. They get better every time, because we're in the beginning of the AI ramp. Every week, a new service come up. And I'll give you some examples as we go to the presentation. And this is going to create what we call the ecosystem of you. So this is exciting, I think, time for the mobile industry, and we're starting to see that happen right in front of our eyes. The next big trend, it's what I said at the beginning. With everything that I just described, the computer is changed. And there is a fundamental change in the computer architecture. So this diagram kind of tells you the agent interacts with the human and understands everything that we say, we hear, we see, understand the context that we inserted on it, which I will tell you at the end of this presentation, something very interesting that is also happening with the mobile industry. The agent now understands your personal data, your calendar, your friends, your location, and then it goes to different models and process that information and give you an outcome or an experience. And when you think about this new computing architecture, silicon is changing. Some of the chips that we do are changing in order to do this. The OS is changing. The OS is no longer going to be relevant in the way we think about OSs today. It will for the legacy use cases, but for the new use cases, you don't need an OS. You need an agent that interacts with you, and then once the agent understands your intentions, the agent will do the computation in the device or going to go to the cloud. So now is also a time to talk about some of those computing trends. For example, Elon Musk, and then it's a conversation I had with him, talk publicly, maybe the future of a phone is just a big processor that runs AI with a display, a microphone, and a speaker, and connectivity. Yes, it's about that. I think it's really, you're going to have the architecture that coexist, the old and the new. A phone will have a dual purpose. A phone will continue to do phone things, and you're going to have your apps and all of your legacy apps, but now it's going to have this amazing computing capability. That's one of the things we're developing that is going to basically run large models, multimodal models. They're going to do language models, going to do physical models, they're going to do imaging, and you'll be able to do that on your phone. And that's how we're going to see workloads changing from one to the other. And the models, as a result, are becoming hybrid. The actual evolution of AI is now being designed like everything that happened in computing. You just look at the distributed computing we have today. They're being designed so they're going to be in the cloud and all of the devices. You see technologies like mix of experts, distillation, chain of thought reasoning that create a hierarchical thought process, and then models are kind of breaking down, and they're going to have models in all the different devices. And with that, the devices at the edge become incredibly important. They become important because all of the models that have been trained today, if you look at how a model acts when you go ask ChatGPT, when you ask Gemini, the model has been trained in all the information that's available in the internet. However, in this future where the model is constant with us and is listening to what we say, to what we see, that amount of data is massive. The amount of data dwarfs, I think, the data that the model's been training today, and you're going to get a lot more context because now the model is part of the computer user interface. And that data continues to feed the cloud in training. That's why we say there's a lot of discussion about who are going to be the winners of the AI race. And whoever is on the edge has a higher chance of actually winning the AI race because the edge data is incredibly relevant. And with that, the obvious thing is how connectivity really happens between the two. And this is where I'm going to talk to you about the evolution of connectivity. I wish I had more time. I'm just going to talk to you briefly about that. This is where 6G is coming. Every generation of wireless, it's a problem to solve. 2G was about making sure everyone in the world could have a telephone. 3G, connecting the phone to the internet. 4G, giving broadband to a mobile device and turn that into a computer. 5G is to allow all of us to have unlimited data rates and have mission-critical communication. What is 6G? 6G is designed for AI. So in addition of the networks making connectivity and give you faster connections, will sense everything around you. I'll give you an example so this is not abstract to you. And I'm watching the clock. I know I don't have time, but hopefully I'll make this interesting for you. It may sounds a little bit scary, but it's incredibly exciting from a technology standpoint. When you think about, when you apply AI to a radio is monitoring all of the RF signals that bounce everywhere, and you can actually make sense of it. For example, we run experiments. We put our radio into a room, and you can have a baby in a crib, and just as the baby inhale and exhale and his chest moves, you have a disturbance in the RF environment, and we can actually get the heart rate monitor from the baby in the receiver of the radio. You take the AI to the next level, you can actually get facial recognition of everybody in the room. That's going to be done at scale at a 6G network, and that's more context for those agents that are going to be interacting with us. It's an incredible change of technology. We could not be more excited. A company like Qualcomm right now, even though we're 40 years old, when we look at our future for technology, we could never be more excited than we are right now. And I'm going to give an examples how all of this is going to work. I talk about the ecosystem of you. In the ecosystem of you, you need to be thinking about those agents, not like you think about your phone. If you pull the phone out of your pocket, you're going to do phone things. But those agents now at the center, they are kind of trying to understand you, and they're going to have all of the different devices around the agent. And the way this is going to work, you're going to, it's like having a companion. It's like you have a friend. Like an example, I'm going to give it to you. Let's say you're walking around in the street and you have your smart glasses. It's like you have a buddy with you, and they will say, hey, Cristiano, look at that person on the left. You know that person. I said, really? Who's the person? It's so-and-so. You want to say hi. Those are how those agentic applications are going to play. So I'm going to show you a video to show you how this is going to play out and what's possible with technology. So this is somebody who's about to leave to work, and you can see that the agent knows your context, is trying to prepare you for your meeting, for your day. It's completely transparent. Like you're walking around, you see somebody that you need to meet, it will remind you if you want to talk to this person. It interacts with the other devices, and it's like you have this assistant with you all the time. You'll be able to take action with gestures. You'll be able to transition from one device to the other with your personal AI ecosystem. And for this to work, it has to be incredibly low friction. The agent is there when you need it, and you help you do things. Another example of that is, I know we're thinking about glasses, but everything we wear. Another example of that, like an earbud. We developed this incredible technology at Qualcomm called micro-power Wi-Fi. We have the same power profile of Bluetooth, but we actually put Wi-Fi. So you can connect in a Wi-Fi or even connect to your cellular. And as long as you have an IP address, you have the ability to contact an agent. And the agent understands the same data, understands the context, and will be able to do things for you, as you can see in those examples. And what's incredible about this is we're starting to see this getting scale right now. And it's going to be as big as phones. We actually, when you look at those personal AI devices, we see about a 10 billion opportunity. It was actually a bigger scale than we have seen with phones. And I think I'm just going to give an example that this is already happening right now. If you look about what happened to smart glasses, we have a great partnership with Meta. We're very proud of what we're doing with them. And you start into this, look at those use cases, and it gets better and better. Every month, new agents and applications get developed. And what is interesting, when you think about personal AI devices, is really the mix of fashion and technology, because that's what people wear. And it's not only Meta. You see that Google is coming with Android XR, and that's going to be very exciting when we look about the beginning of next year. And just to give you an idea, with Snapdragon, we have now a number of devices that are being built. Glasses is very natural for these agentic experiences. It's over 30. And we're starting to see interesting use cases. For example, in India, a lot of payments in India now are digital payments. It's integrated with the glasses. People are just looking at QR codes and they're paying things. They're paying for bills. They're paying for restaurants. And this is just the beginning. And just as I get to the end of the presentation, I know I went a little bit over. In addition of this personal AI, And I talk about the ecosystem of you because it's the agent interacting with humans. This is also happening with machines. So it's happening with robots, with cars, in physical and industrial. So I'm just going to quickly give you some examples, some of the things we have been doing as you actually now have the AI not with the human, but really talking about this application. Robots, it's moving very, very fast. And you're going to have a number of different applications, from enterprise applications to actually humanoid robots. And the speed is incredible. For example, this robot learning how to walk on the right side is from a company in Vietnam. This is only after 3 months. And it's actually incredible how you train AI on the physical world. And we actually build a platform dedicated for robotics. Another example that we're seeing right now is with cars. Autonomy is an AI problem. All of this autonomy that we see, and we jointly develop a stack with BMW, you have cameras, they're taking on this world, and they understanding everything that you see and driving like you drive. But also, what we're gonna see in the car is the same thing that happened on glasses. When you're behind the wheel, cameras on the car that are used for navigation, they also see everything that you see. So we're seeing use cases being developed, like you say, I'm gonna go from Lisbon to Porto, can you tell me anything interesting that you see? What about this restaurant on the right side? Can you make a reservation for me? And so forth. And then I think finally, you see that also happenings with machines that is happening on the industrial world. This is an example of some of those things we've been doing with Aramco, the world's largest oil company. And you actually use AI and you train that for the operations of the refinery. And you can see how computer vision, how computing, it can actually be utilized for a lot of those operations. I'm just going to show you really fast because I don't want you to think it's just happening on the interaction of humans with devices, but actually happening with all the machines and everything around it. It's an exciting time for all of you that are a developer in the audience. We're very proud that Arduino is now part of Qualcomm. We actually develop a platform for AI in a number of those different applications. Actually, we're very proud it's sold out. We're trying to get more built. But I think this is an exciting opportunity for technology, exciting opportunity for developers, for companies. And I'll just finish this presentation by talking about the importance of creating ecosystems. One of the things that made Qualcomm successful, we never had a philosophy that is the right of one company to innovate, but instead the company needs to provide an open platforms so everybody can innovate together. And I think we're very proud of being creating very large ecosystem of partnerships, especially in Europe when we look at the opportunities with AI. And I think at the end of the day, this is an incredible opportunity for companies to work together. Thank you for listening to the presentation. I'm happy I had an opportunity to talk to you, and I see a bright future for all of us with AI. Thank you.
Hey, another round of applause for Cristiano. The man is injured running one of the biggest tech companies in the world, and he still flew out to be here with us today. It was just amazing. Thank you, Cristiano. All right, wow, full house for this one. All right, this is for all the Gen Zers out there like myself. Let's get a show of hands. How many Gen Zs are in the audience? Raise your hand. Okay, all right, Gen Z is here. Today's creators aren't just gaining followers, they're building empires. Our next speakers are here to reflect on finding success in your 20s, building multifaceted digital enterprises, and discuss how to leverage clicks and views into lasting entrepreneurial success. In conversation with Newsweek's Jennifer Cunningham, please welcome the CEO and founder of Tala Retrograde, Grace Beverly, an entrepreneur, creator, and culture architect at Crosscheck Studios, Josh Richards.
Good morning, Lisbon. It's wonderful to be here with all of you today. My panelists today have parlayed their social media followings into powerful brands and digital enterprises. They're redefining what entrepreneurship looks like for a new generation. Today, we'll hear how they found early success and leveraged digital influence into lasting impact. Welcome, Josh and Grace.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having us.
What was the turning point for both of you when you realized that your online presence, your online following, could be the foundation for your business empire?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, very early on in, I guess, my age, I was always somebody that wanted to focus on the entrepreneurial side of things, whether that was me playing hockey and then deciding to make a hockey shirt company off of it, or lacrosse. I always loved to build some sort of company out with things I love to do, and social media was the exact same thing. And I think the moment I really realized the audience was real and they wanted something and they were a person that wanted to kind of invest into me was when I started doing the social media touring in 2019. Me and a bunch of my friends had went across the states and we did 30 different shows, and that was the first time for me that I had seen the commenter or the person that follows me actually in person, seen that face in person, and seen those people show out and, you know, buy merch and come to these shows. And I think that just gave me that that little bit of, okay, this is something real. Let's try to build off this.
I think for me, I started selling products online well before I truly understood the scale of what could be tapped into, both with my following, but also generally when it came to kind of creator entrepreneurship. My first ever products I sold online were purely out of necessity. I was sent a letter from the bursar at my university saying that my student loan hadn't come through and that I was not allowed back on campus until I paid my fees, which was unexpected because it was meant to be coming straight from the government. So at that point, I was already posting online. I didn't have a load of followers and I didn't have a load of engagement. It was very early on. It was kind of 2015. And I decided to just start selling what I was already putting out in terms of content. So I was already posting about recipes I was making. I was already posting about workouts I was doing. And I just decided to package that up and actually be able to sell that in a much more accessible way where someone wouldn't have to scroll through my Instagram feed before saved posts were even a thing and they could get it all on their plate. So that was my first foray into actually selling to my audience. And at the beginning, it earned kind of what would have been a few $100s throughout the year. And then it really started to take off after the point that I started doubling down on it. But I would say to your question, when I really realized what could be tapped into in the whole potential was really when I realized that the audience that I was speaking to had exactly the same problems I did. So if there was a problem I was facing in my day-to-day that could be solved by a physical product or a tech product or a service, they were having that too. And so that kind of gave me the opportunity to be able to take that further and build that into companies.
Let's talk about authenticity for a moment, because I know that Gen Z really wants founders to be authentic when they're engaging with them on social. How do you balance your level of authenticity with the brand building that needs to go into making your business a success?
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of goes back to just feeling like when I'm making content that it is authentic. I mean, I think it really comes down to you as a creative. Are you being fulfilled as a creative? Because if my content that I'm putting out or the pieces that I'm putting out online, the viewer today is the most educated viewer we've ever had. They're so much smarter than any other viewer, and they are going to be able to sniff out, somebody that's being inauthentic a mile away. It's the same when you're going and doing brand deals or anything. You need to have that natural association or something that already implements into your life or into the content you post. You don't want to feel like you're a billboard. You don't want to feel like you're putting out something that, feels forced. So I think it's always just checking in with, oneself, making sure everything stays true to you. Just like you, your audience is evolving and growing up, so continuing to check in and see, where is your audience at, where's your demo at, but where are you also at yourself? I think a lot of the times people online or people that have cultivated a social media following tend to get trapped in the content they made when they started getting relevant, and they feel like this is what I have to do. This is like what they all followed me for. I can't move away from this. You should never neglect your audience or what your audience came to you for, but you need to evolve with your audience. That's the only reason why I've been able to do social media for 10 years. I don't post the same videos that I did when I was 13 now, and if I did, it'd probably be unsettling for people to watch. So, you just have to evolve with that audience, I think, is really what it is.
Yeah, I think to Josh's point, I think that we are dealing with the most educated kind of consumer base that we've had on social media to date. And I think that with that, brand building and authenticity cannot be antithetical to each other. Otherwise, you're not going to have either. I think that no one is surprised by the monetization of audiences anymore, and it just has to be aligned. When I was speaking then to the fact that problem solving was really what led me to start the businesses that I've started, through knowing that my audience was having the same problems I was, whether that was in the creator space with Retrograde or whether that was in the clothing space with Tala, it really then is so innately authentic, because I am experiencing that issue every day. I would like this brand to solve this problem, therefore I'm going to start this brand. And sharing your end goal or sharing where you want to get to with that business is no longer seen as inauthentic. It's not necessarily seen as a cash grab or whatever it might have been seen as 10 years ago. So I think we're in a great space for authentic brands to be built online, because as long as they're built around your customer base, if you are a creator, it feels pretty easy to be authentic in that way.
It sounds like the brand and your level of authenticity are very married. They're intertwined.
Yeah, I think that's true for sure. I think that we're definitely still learning. The creator economy is, 15 years or so old now, but we're still learning about what feels appropriate for creators to be creating when it comes to brands, what businesses it feels appropriate for them to be running, and what standards we have for them. I do think that increasingly, I think that we still have higher standards for certain creators when it comes to authenticity and brand building, and really needing a certain explanation when it comes to why did you start this business, why did you do this? And I think that's naturally evolved from the time of purely merch-based creator businesses. And I think that's a great thing, because ultimately we can start better businesses if we're not just thinking of them in terms of, okay, well, this line of hoodies might sell out really quickly and this will do this. The best influencer or celebrity businesses have been, those businesses like Skims, Road Beauty, Rare Beauty, and all of them have been truly solving a problem for their customer, regardless of the person who started them, and I think it just leads to better business.
Let's talk about failure for a moment. I think failure is such a powerful tool for learning and for success. Would you share a personal setback, a professional setback that you faced, and maybe how it informed your ability to fail up and also your business philosophy?
Yeah, for sure. I think there's been a few. I think when I first started moving to LA and founding a company, the first one I had founded was a management company, and at the time there were a lot of people that were, trying to attach their name to mine as I was coming up in social media, or they were trying to be kind of in the talk, or just like take advantage of a young kid that didn't know a lot about the space and was coming up quickly and was looking for help and, took the word of somebody that seemed as a friend. I think, when you are young and coming up in this space, there will always be those people that kind of try to attach onto you and take advantage of you in a way. And I really do suggest being careful. If just because you never know who you're gonna end up in business with, and then that can give you a bad reputation without you even have done anything wrong. So I just think, really vet those people you're going to get into business with. Really try to make sure that you're protecting yourself at the end of the day in those situations. Obviously, your inner circle is going to be really important. Those people that you work with, those people that you're in the office hours with for 12 hours a day, that you're in the trenches with trying to build out a company, because that's really what it is. You need to make sure those are the right people around you, just because it's going to be tough to do that with build a company out with someone you like already. So to try to build it out with someone you don't like is going to be that much harder. So yeah, just be careful of the people that you associate yourself with.
I think a lot of the failure that I want to talk about comes entirely from the businesses that I've grown and tried to grow, and I guess I've worked in, I've had 3 consumer companies, 1 tech company, and all of them, every single product that we no longer make, or every single product that we no longer have on the tech, were technically failures. All of them didn't perform in the way that we wanted them to perform, and that's why they haven't been continued for some reason or another. So I think that in reality, having a business, whether something like e-commerce, which I'm more familiar with, or a tech product, that failure is what makes the growth happen. That's the only way that, your MVP was probably a failure. It was probably something that you were able to get out there and you learned a lot from your customer, but it ultimately wasn't what your product ended up being. And ultimately, therefore, the only way to be able to grow a business and to be able to build the business that you want to build is to understand what is a failure and to move on. And in order to be able to do that, you have to do the failing part. So, I think of Shreddy, which was my first business that I started in my first year at Oxford. And when starting that, I went straight into physical products, and I went straight into certain gym equipment that I wanted to sell, and I was using in the gym when I was 18, and I was kind of really trying to get that out there. And they did well, but they were a terrible product for the business to be selling because they were low margin. They sold for £14, so not much at all, and you only needed one ever. So once we'd actually acquired the customer, the lifetime value was really low. We weren't really able to build the business off that at all. So what seemed like an initial success also ended up being a failure because the business had to evolve from that and no longer sells those products and has come a very long way since then. That failure was essential in the growth of the business. That was our first foray into physical product. We understood a lot from the customer there, to now, 8-9 years later, being able to sell the products we sell now because we sold those then and because we failed in terms of building a business around those. So I feel like anyone who has a business knows that the only way to evolve is to have those failures. Otherwise, you don't learn anything, and therefore you don't know what your business should be selling, who it should be selling to, how it should be talking to people.
I love that. Yeah. Let's stay in challenges for a second. What's been the hardest part about leading teams and making tough decisions so early in your career, and how do you navigate that?
Yeah, I think it's tough in this situation. As like with CrossCheck, we'll have 10 employees, and to a degree, you are you were responsible for this person's livelihood, and you were responsible for this person's work, and it is a daunting task sometimes to have to go and let somebody go, or have to go and change around kind of the workspace a little bit. But at the end of the day, you need to be strong enough to do that because you have put in the amount of time you've put in yourself, the amount of time you've put in to get to the point where now you are able to start managing employees. You've already done so much groundwork. You've already put in so much blood, sweat, and tears that at this point, having your hang up be that you feel a little bit of afraid to go and make your company better by making a hard decision, I mean, you just can't let that happen. You have to push through that. You've already done so much to get to where you're at. And if you are at the point where you're having to make those hard decisions, that honestly should be looked at as like, okay, this is a good thing. I'm at this point in my company now where I'm able to make these decisions, where I've grown the company out to here. So I think, you know, as much as it is tough and you are dealing with a person and a person you may like and have grown a relationship with, that at the end of the day, you need to be able to make the right decisions for your company.
Yeah, I think that my journey has really changed over time in terms of that question in particular. I mean, when I started my first business, it was probably, I mean, it was 3 years until I then got my first employee. And then at that point, you know, we're now up to 65 employees at Tala and around 10 at Retrograde and around 10 at Shreddy TPM. So overall, that's around 100 people to be inspiring every day, motivating every day, paying their salary, paying their mortgage, their rent, all of these different things. It is a huge amount of pressure. But I'm so glad that I took it a little bit slower at the beginning when it came to how many people do I need to hire, when do I need to hire them, what types of people do they need to be, and really, you know, I think you hear over and over again, hire fast, fire fast, and I do think that's very important, but I also think it needs to be appropriate to the business you are building. And the business that I was building at the time did not need to be having a high turnover of employees. It just didn't. And I think that I'm very glad that I spent a little bit longer being able to work out what the team looks like. And we've had times where we've gone to 30 and then back to 20 and then kind of build up from there again. And I think it's really, you know, it's really just been about making sure the team size is right for the company, but also making sure the team size is right for the operators. And once it's got beyond that point, maybe making sure that, you know, for me, for example, over the past few years, it's been really important to make sure that the department leads are being put in, and therefore I am not leading 100 people every day. I should be leading maybe 3-4 people every day maximum. And so I think that has been a big learning for myself. I also think one of the biggest things about having a creator economy business is that you are answerable to a lot of people. And this whole kind of no boss mentality is completely false. And, you know, your customers have a lot of say, and as they should, and they are incredibly important to the function of your business. And so you're going to be hearing this feedback from all different sides. And so I think one of the biggest challenges with that has been I've left delegating to a lot later because I've wanted to make sure I'm over absolutely every single thing that comes out of any of my companies. And that is largely because when things break, if it's on a creator landscape, it is a bigger break, but also because I've just wanted to make sure that I'm doing the right thing. So I think that one of the things I've really struggled with is delegating, and that's one of the things that, you know, I've been trying to learn to master over the past year to make sure that the companies are functioning beyond my capacity.
Lightning round as we wrap. In one sentence, what advice would you give to young people who want to emulate your success in a very crowded space of content creators?
Yeah, I would say find your niche. In this space of content right now, there are so many people that are fighting for the piece of the pie, but that doesn't mean that there's not so many pieces left. Go in, find your niche, start there, really hone in on that, and then you're able to build out from there. You'll have your community set out. They'll follow you wherever you go, and just make sure you keep them tight, you keep them fed, and then you'll be able to branch out into to other categories. But definitely find your niche and have fun with it.
I think my best advice would be to just start. I think that there's so much information out there now. So there are a lot of courses, there's a lot of content online about how to grow and all of this. And I think it can become a little paralyzing, and you can become so obsessed with the planning of how to grow that you forget to actually be doing things. I think that one of the most effective way that my audience has grown has been building the businesses and sharing what I'm doing on the side completely authentically and completely based on I don't actually have time to film content, so this is everything that went wrong today. And actually being able to understand that everything can be content as long as you are actually doing things and moving in the direction of your goals, but definitely just starting, because I think it's very easy to plan all of these different kind of tricks and hacks to grow, and ultimately the only thing that's going to get you growing and building an audience is starting.
some great gems here. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Grace. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I'm still wondering why I don't get a reception like Josh did up from the bleachers up there. It's okay, next time, I'll look for it. All right, in this world where AI is evolving so fast, experts are divided on how to move forward responsibly. We are living through a profound era of change where technology, work, and human creativity are converging in new ways. This next speaker is a regular on the stage, and he's here today to explore how AI is no longer a distant concept, and why this moment is an opportunity to responsibly accelerate its diffusion, ensuring benefits reach every part of the world and shape a future where innovation helps us achieve extraordinary things together. Please welcome to the stage Vice Chair and President of Microsoft, Brad Smith.
Good morning. It's such a pleasure for me to be here. I think every year the Web Summit is a special event that gives us a special opportunity to really take stock of the state of technology and our industry in the world. When you think about it, in 67 days, the world will mark a milestone that none of us are really yet thinking about. Because in 67 days, we'll see not just the start of a new year, but in fact something bigger than that. We will bring to a close the first quarter of this century, and we'll embark on the second. Think about the events of our lives in the first quarter of the century. In many ways, we've all lived together through a tumultuous time, a time that in some ways was bookended by 9/11 at the beginning, the conflicts and wars of the last couple of years, the climate concerns of the last 2.5 decades. I think it's easy sometimes to look at the time in which we live and think that our times have been especially tough. But look back. If you lived in the first quarter of the 20th century, you lived through a pandemic and the First World War, a war that killed 20 million people. And then in the second quarter of the century, there was the Great Depression and a war that killed 70 million people. The third quarter of the century started with the Korean War. It ended with the war in Vietnam. It was marked by the Cold War throughout and global economic shocks. And then the last quarter, a time when many people here were born, we saw the end of the Cold War, which was great, but it was also a time that brought the Gulf War, the AIDS epidemic, and new challenges as well. Let me make sure these slides catch up with me. There we go. Thank you. So in many ways, I think that causes us to reflect on technology. Throughout every decade, every quarter of a century, technology marches on. In the 20th century, the world came close to eradicating polio. It harnessed the power of the atom for peaceful nuclear power plants, and it created nuclear weapons. The reality is, technology is always both a tool and a weapon, and I think for us, the real question is, what will the next century bring? Well, we thought about this a good deal at Microsoft. We published a report 2 weeks ago about AI diffusion. It is so clear, just 3 years into the generative AI revolution, that this will be one of the defining factors of the quarter century ahead. And it's extraordinary. If you look at the history of technology development, generative AI has taken off faster than every technology that has preceded it. It reached more than 1 billion people faster than any technology ever had. And yet I think we should always remember the impact when technology fails to reach everyone. This photograph, taken in our time, highlights the fact that every night in Africa, 43% of the population still lacks access to electricity. So as we surveyed the world, as we reported the data, there is a conversation that is already happening around the world. It's the race to build infrastructure. Which country is getting the most? People talk about the United States, they talk about China. But the truth is, this obscures an even more important element, an even more significant race, if you will. Because the truth is, the future belongs to those who will use AI and use it for more and better purposes than anyone else. And in that regard, we can now see who's leading that race as well. It's different from the graph that you see in terms of who's producing it. This AI adoption leaderboard shows the 15 countries that are in the lead, based on the percentage of the population already using generative AI. And who's in the lead? The United Arab Emirates, followed by Singapore. Half of these 15 countries are from Europe. But what you also see when you look at the table for all 150 countries is that an AI divide has emerged. That is something the world needs to start talking about. Because I don't think anyone really wants to live in a world with AI haves and AI have-nots. And to make progress, we need to understand, what is it that is causing this divide? Well, the truth is there are foundational elements, building blocks, if you will, that need to be in place in order for a country to be AI ready, to have the opportunity to even start to put AI into broad use. If you look at the world as a whole, there are 8.1 billion people who live here. But only 7.4 billion have electricity, and you need electricity to use AI. There are only 5.5 billion that can access the internet, and you need to access the internet to use AI. There are only 4.2 billion people that have the digital skills to put AI to use. What that means is when you put this together, there are 3.9 billion people that remain left out. That is a divide we need to address. But the data shows there's a second divide as well, and it's even more broadly distributed. It's a divide between urban and rural communities. For me, I come from Seattle, Washington. I'm here in Lisbon, obviously, and what I see when I go home is now data that shows us that in urban parts of my state, twice as many people, sometimes 5 times as many people on a per capita basis are using AI. The same is true in Portugal. The same is true in almost every country where we have data. We see that urban areas are adopting and putting AI to use at a much faster rate, typically 50% faster than rural communities. This too risks exacerbating divides in country after country around the world. And I think it leaves us with a strong sense that we must do better. So the question is how? What do we as an industry, as a sector, as a community do to aim higher? It's about bringing 3 elements together: technology, talent, and trust. Now, technology is what everyone talks about, and there's good reason for everyone to talk about it. And they talk about it in terms of multiple different dimensions. When we see the enormous capital investment in infrastructure at a company like Microsoft or others, what we're seeing is that's starting to spread AI around the world. Not everywhere, but to much of the world. And when tech companies invest in data centers, they also invest in more electricity and connectivity. It is a help. But what we're not yet talking enough about is how we stimulate demand. The best way to grow a market, the best way to bring on more supply is to focus on demand, especially in parts of the world where AI is not yet arriving. And so the ability for the public sector to put AI to beneficial use, the ability to aggregate demand on a cross-border basis, as we've seen in Europe. Those help. But even more important than that is what so many of you all are doing. Because the thing that will most propel demand on an ongoing and sustainable basis is applications that solve people's problems, that make people's lives better. And that's where it's so critical that we work together, large companies and small, older companies and newer companies, governments and nonprofits and the private sector, to help businesses start up, to help them scale up, which is even, as you know, a bigger challenge than starting in the first place, to help businesses spread out, to reach around the world. This is the fundamental technology goal we all need to advance. And we can't advance it if the only thing we work on, if the only thing we talk about is the tech itself. Talent is critical. In some ways, talent is everything. Because without people with the right skills, we cannot diffuse AI. And we need to recognize that there are really multiple roles that all of us come together to play. People that are building models, building infrastructure, building applications, people who are using AI, and increasingly it is users who are also building their own agents and the like. And because there are multiple roles, we need to advance multiple skills. AI fluency for everyone. That needs to be a clarion call for the future. AI engineering for the people who will build applications and tools and infrastructure. And AI systems management for the organizations that will use AI to change the way they work. In short, we need to build an AI skilling ecosystem with all of the pieces fitting together. Now, that's what we're doing at Microsoft. That's what we launched this July when we created a new part of the company, Microsoft Elevate, to focus on the needs of people, to focus on skilling, to focus on schools and nonprofits and colleges to make sure that we put this foundation in place. That's why we committed to invest $4 billion in this type of work between now and the end of the decade. But let's face it, no new technology advanced just by having the industry that built it take on by itself the role of skilling everyone. In fact, people wouldn't be comfortable with that happening. Every country, every nation in the world is going to need a broad AI education initiative so it can put AI skilling and training and learning to work in a way that's consistent with its educational system, with its cultural values. Now, technology and talent need to come together. But interestingly, I actually think that in some ways, the third element is even more vital still: trust. Because when we talk about artificial intelligence, we're talking about asking people, as consumers, as employees, as organizations, to rely on technology to make judgments, to come to decisions that previously were left to humans alone. How do we build this trust? That is one of the questions of our time. Well, I think it starts with respect. Respect for things that have long been important. Respect for local laws, an appreciation of local values. Certainly as an American tech company in 2025, it has never been more vital for us to adapt to the needs of the world. It's why this past spring we launched what we called our European Digital Commitments. You see this type of initiative spreading across our industry, and it's a good thing. To have companies talking with people in government about how we promote digital resilience and privacy and security, skilling support for local values. It's something that needs to become more embedded across our sector. And as we do this, we need to focus on the role that we play in the economy and the ways that we build new jobs. But we need to recognize that this isn't about economics alone. It's about culture as well. Because when we think about the role that AI is playing, that it will play, we need to recognize that if AI doesn't understand Europe's languages, for example, if it doesn't understand Europe's history and values, it cannot serve fully Europe's people. And embedding that focus on culture has also become important to some of the things that we've been doing, that others have been doing, what we've done, for example, in Rome at the Vatican, building a digital twin of St. Peter's Basilica to help 2 billion people who share a common religion come together to see something that previously you had to travel to Rome to experience. But of course, there's another element, because if you want to serve local jobs and local commerce and local culture, you need AI that is fluent in the local language. Now, the reality is, if you look at this diagram, what you see is that AI today is typically built with a very large dose of English language content. And even in Europe itself, setting aside for a moment the rest of the world, other languages are underrepresented. In fact, you can see this in the data that highlights the linguistic imbalance in AI training. The languages that the world speaks are not represented in the content that the world is using. That's why we and others including in this room, have embarked on initiatives to make more content available in other languages, to train AI to become conversant in languages that models don't yet speak. It will be vital. Ultimately, if we do these things, I think it gives us the opportunity to think about something broader still. Fundamentally, what are we trying to use AI to do? To look to the future, I think we can look to the past. It was Aristotle who had this phrase, eudaimonia, the ability for people to flourish through purposeful activity. So when we think about the AI that we're building, not just as individuals and as companies, but as a sector, there are questions that should, I think, light up our future. What are we trying to do? Are we trying to build machines that are smarter than people? Or are we trying to build machines that will help people become smarter? Are we trying to build machines that will outperform people in their jobs? Or machines that will help people pursue better jobs? These are among the many hard questions that are emerging. And if one thing is clear from the last quarter century, it's this: the best time to ask hard questions is before the technology answers them for us. The moment is now. And indeed, we do need to build AI responsibly. We need to build it ethically. We need to do it with sensitivity to what we've learned from the last 25 years, of not only what can go right, but of all the things that can go wrong, often from unintended consequences of the products that we create. And while 2025 is a year when people are debating AI regulation, did Europe go too far? Is the US pulling back too much? I think there's a more profound point for all of us to keep in mind. The reality is this: we don't need a law to give us permission to do the right thing. I think the field of responsible AI has advanced substantially over the past decade. Every day, we can go to work to build AI that's not only strong, but ethical. And while regulators debate and politicians talk and legislators act, we can go forward ourselves, and we should. If there's one question that people often ask me, especially when I'm outside the tech sector, it's one that I often think about. They ask, are you optimistic? Are we optimistic? Or are you pessimistic? Are we pessimistic? What is all of this new technology going to do for the world? And what I always say is the same thing. It doesn't actually matter. It doesn't matter whether we're optimistic. It doesn't matter whether we're pessimistic. The only thing that matters is that we're determined. that we're determined to think broadly, to act boldly, to act with high ambition, with resilience and perseverance, and committed to collaboration and even compassion, especially at a time when so much of what people experience in the news every day is about division instead. We have an opportunity not just to build better technology that will serve the world, but to help bring people together, to recognize that in every country, real success on a long-term, ongoing basis comes not when countries lurch from one side to the end and the other, and the pendulum swings back and forth with every election, but by constantly connecting the private sector and the nonprofit sector and the public sector so we all can do our jobs well. The truth is, the world has lots of questions about all of us in this room. We have something we should embark and be committed to proving. Because what we need to do is prove to the world that we can use AI to benefit the many and not just the few. That is the future that you all represent. That is the opportunity that we together can realize. We can do it by bringing people together, by being a source for ongoing progress, by connecting technology, trust, and talent, with trust ultimately at the pinnacle of it all. That is our destination. And if we do these things each and every year, we can come back to the Web Summit, we can take stock of the past year, we can ask whether we've made more than 12 months of progress in the 12 months that have passed. But even more than that, each year, we can take another step to creating a brighter future. Thank you very much.
All right. Our next speaker co-founded Neuralink alongside Elon Musk to develop implant devices that connect human brains to computers. Since his departure, he founded Science and is here today to explain how brain-computer interfaces are rewriting the rules of cognition. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Big Technology Podcast's Alex Kantrowitz, founder and CEO of Science, Max Hodak.
Hey everyone, we have a great crowd with us here today and we're live streaming it. So let's hear you, make some noise. Come on. My name is Alex Kantrowitz. I'm the host of Big Technology Podcast, and I'm thrilled to be here with Max Hodak, the CEO and founder of Science, for a conversation about hacking the brain and the brain-computer interface revolution. Max, great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Today we have seen that there is research that the brain-computer interface, or the brain itself, and the way that artificial intelligence works are actually a little bit more similar than we initially believed. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so there's been this really interesting unification that's happening between what's happening in the artificial intelligence community and what's happening in neuroscience. I think when you look inside these AI models, there's like, if you think about what people were talking about a year or two ago when they were much less sophisticated, they're thinking, oh, these things are glorified autocompletes, or they call them stochastic parrots. But that really does not seem to be the case. When you look inside these AI models, you see these mathematical objects that look a lot like what you see in the brain in neuroscience. The representations are converging, and this is an empirical finding. Like there's an area of research there's a paper called the Platonic representation hypothesis, where there's this empirical finding where different models train different architectures on different data sets converge to the same underlying representations. And so this gives you this sense that these models are learning something kind of deep about the universe, that there's this underlying thing that's like a physical fact, that if you train these big computational models, you get these representations that produce intelligence, and they're the same things that the brain has figured out. And so there's this really interesting unification that, I don't know, I mean, I think it gives us a lot of reason to believe that the work in AI is on the right track.
So it's important to digest what you just said, which is that there are similarities between the human brain and artificial intelligence, the way the models work today. Do you think one day we'll be able to merge with AI?
I think you have to kind of be specific about what that means. But yeah, I mean, one of the things that I'm preoccupied with is the binding problem. So all of your experience, I mean, it's important to realize that kind of all of this, like everything you see and hear and feel and think, like all of this is brain activity. Like that's, at the end of the day, that's all it really is. Like the brain is the thing that is you, it's the source of your entire experience of the universe. But within that, it's composed of billions of neurons that are distributed over a large area and spread out in time. But you don't experience the activity of these neurons independently, you experience a unified moment. And even within your brain, you've got two hemispheres, each of which is processing one half of your experience. So the left hemisphere is processing the right hemifield and vice versa. But you don't experience two hemifields, you experience a single visual field. And so how does that happen? There's some physics that we don't understand yet. And if you could understand that, then you could imagine building, say, a conscious machine. You could add a third hemisphere. You could connect this over the network. This would, in some very fundamental sense, allow you to redraw the border around a brain and change where your brain ends and begins, and in that sense, where you begin and you end.
Wait, how far are we from being able to do that?
I mean, I think...
Next year?
Probably not next year, but I think within the next decade.
Wow.
It's very possible that this stuff is going to get figured out in a meaningful way. I think like 2035 will be a very, very different world than 2025. I think that the progress that's happening in AI is much better known than any of this, but is still not priced in. And yeah, I mean, I think that there's a big change that's coming towards us over the next decade.
So what happens when we're able to either connect with AI or even manipulate the brain using computing?
Well, when I think about the trajectory of BCIs, so there's, on the one hand, there's very pragmatic, near-term medical innovations that are coming to market now. So our lead program at Science is a retinal prosthesis. It's a chip that's implanted in the back of the eye. We finished a major clinical trial last summer in age-related macular degeneration, where patients that are unable to recognize faces have been able to read again. There was a major publication in the New England Journal of Medicine about a month ago. This was actually on the cover of Time last week. And that is happening, that work is happening now. But then when you look at the trajectory over the next decade, I think it takes you to places that are kind of tough to talk about without kind of sounding like a lunatic.
But let's do that.
And yeah, I mean, the only organ that I really care about is the brain. Like you can get a heart transplant or a liver transplant, but you can't in concept talk about getting a brain transplant. And so I think that the way that like medicine might go is, like if we're used to, on the one hand, we have this toolbox of drug discovery in conventional medicine, and on the other hand, you've got this toolbox of neural engineering, which I think is just empirically much more powerful. If you look at our work in the retina, for example, people have been trying to restore vision to the blind for a long time, arguably for thousands of years. And there's a bunch of drugs that have been developed. There's a gene therapy that's on market that costs almost $1 million a patient. And it doesn't, first of all, it's only applicable for like 3% of patients that have this type of blindness. And it also just doesn't really work. Like it very marginally slows the rate of descent for a small number of patients. And because like dealing with biology in terms of these molecular details is very challenging. Humans just aren't good at this. But the brain is an information processing organ. And if you can think of it from the information perspective, like the power of our retinal prosthesis is we don't really care why the rods and cones have died. We just care that we can get the visual information back into the brain, and then that can be reflected in the mind's eye as a thing that you see. And so this is just, you put this in, and then these patients can read an entire eye chart going from not being able to read any of it. And so one of the reasons that I like the neural engineering approach is it produces these very large effect sizes. Like cochlear implants, really, if you are deaf due to sensory neural hearing loss, they really work. Or if you've ever seen a video of a Parkinson's patient getting a deep brain stimulator being turned on, they go from like unable to hold a pencil to like being very still. Or like what Neuralink has developed, where you're able to put put electrodes in motor cortex. I mean, in an hour or so after that patient starts to use that, they can play video games. This produces effect sizes that you don't see in medicine. And so I think there's a direction that this can go where you've got the brain, and if you can interface with the brain and keep that healthy, then you can get kind of everything else you can do, and the rest becomes swappable parts. Like I'm going to be pretty disappointed if I'm murdered by my heart or my pancreas, which as far as I'm concerned is basically a support function to keep the brain going.
Right, so if I'm hearing you correctly, what you're saying is this could be, brain-computer interfaces could be a science that develops in parallel with medicine, or maybe even exceeds medicine and ends up playing into longevity, because once you can manipulate, control, enhance the brain, then we can maybe live longer lives.
Yeah, I mean, the number one killer is cardiovascular disease. Number two is cancer. We've made great progress on each of these, and you can find graphs online of like the mortality rate per 100,000 people falls over time, but still the loss rate here remains 100%. And the curing cardiovascular disease, curing cancer, we don't know how to do this, but it is possible that by connecting to the brain directly, you can just avoid the need to solve these problems in the first place. You don't need to solve these hard problems if you can avoid them.
And so you talked about this a couple of times, and I'm going to give you a moment here to expand upon it, because it's actually remarkable what you just spoke about a couple minutes ago, that you've built a device called Prima that enables people who have had loss of sight to regain that sight. By what happens? Do you stimulate the visual cortex?
So the first thing I'll say is we're excited to bring this to market, and we've been developing it, but it was originally invented at Stanford, and then we licensed it from an inventor, a professor at Stanford, who I think really deserves a lot of the credit for the central idea. But the results are amazing, and we're really excited to bring this to more patients. So it doesn't stimulate cortex directly. So if you want to restore vision to the brain, so first of all, there's many reasons that people go blind. There's cataracts, which are easy to fix through surgery. There's retinal degenerations like macular degeneration or retinitis pigmentosa or Stargardt's disease, where the light-sensitive cells in the eye, the rods and cones, have died, but the brain knows how to see and the optic nerve is intact. And then there's diseases where the optic nerve has been lost. The most common of these is glaucoma, where high pressure in the eye can cause the optic nerve to degenerate. Sometimes this can also happen through traumatic injuries. And then there's other kind of more rare diseases where the brain really never learned to see in the first place. So Prima is a chip. It's a tiny little 2 millimeter by 2 millimeter chip that is implanted under the retina in the back of the eye that, if you look at it under a microscope, it has all these little hex cells. And each one of these little pixels is essentially a solar panel. So it works in conjunction with glasses that are worn by the patient that have a camera that looks out at the world and a laser that projects into the eye to hit the implant in the infrared, which you can't see. So if you have these patients sometimes have residual peripheral vision that they can use to walk around, but they can't read or recognize faces. The laser hits the implant, and wherever the energy is absorbed, it stimulates, it creates an electric field. And so in this sense, it acts essentially as an electronic photoreceptor. Like it bypasses the rods and cones to stimulate the next layer of cells in the retina called the bipolar cells. So in the retina, there's really 3 layers of cells. There's 150 million rods and cones. These connect to 100 million bipolar cells, bipolar because they've got 2 ends. And then this compresses down to 1.5 million optic nerve cells, which is this big cable that goes into the brain. And so if you've lost the rods and cones, Prima will electrically stimulate the bipolar cells and this empirically, this was a finding of the clinical trial, that if you do this in humans, they get an image in the mind's eye, they can see it. We think that this is the right place to restore vision. Now, if you've lost the optic nerve, then you have a more challenging problem, but these patients haven't. And the bipolar cells are easier to work with because it is before this 100x compression. So if you stimulate the optic nerve, at that point, you've already compressed a lot of the visual information, like edges, color, relative motion. You have to figure out how to encode that for the brain, and nobody knows how to do that right now. But we know that if you stimulate an image onto the bipolar cells, you get an image in the mind's eye, and that works. Now, from the 1.5 million optic nerve cells, that eventually connects up to a 250 million to 500 million cells in visual cortex. And that in humans is extremely difficult to stimulate. You get some flashes of light if you do that, but you don't get structured form vision.
So about a year ago, I got a chance to sit with Nolan Darbaugh. He's the first patient of Neuralink, a company that you co-founded. He's quadriplegic. And since his accident 8 years ago or 9 years ago now, he hadn't been able to use a computer. And he got the implant like you talked about. And as you suggested, he started to be able to play video games. In fact, I played a video game against Nolan, and he beat me.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And one of the things that he told me was that he was able to move faster than a typical human game player, because oftentimes we have the intent to move, and then we move. We think about moving somewhere, and then maybe we press something on a joystick, and then it moves. But all he has to do is think about moving, let's say, a cursor somewhere, and it's there already. And so he told me that it's given him superpowers, and he could probably beat world-class video game players at some point because his ability to move is much faster. So as we continue to plug computing into the brain, where do you think that's going to lead us? Do you think we're going to create a new class of humans that have superpowers over the rest of us that don't have brain-computer interfaces?
I think it's important. So first of all, that is extremely cool. And yes. You cut a couple, like tens of milliseconds off the connection from motor cortex out to the muscle. But, it's possible, certainly. These are very serious brain surgeries. I think that it's tough to imagine kind of healthy 30-year-olds getting these soon, but many people, as you age, the body fails, and many people eventually, I think, will become patients. And yeah, when I think about the next generation BCI technologies that are on the horizon that are getting developed, I think it's very possible that in the next 4 or 5 years, there'll be some patients that maybe had a stroke, maybe had some other injury, who you kind of go from like this terrible thing happened that in retrospect kind of became like this amazing opportunity. It's a little tough to imagine, but yeah, these things are going to substantially change the world.
We have about a minute left. This is one of those technologies, maybe similar to AI, that has a lot of buzz, but then you ask, okay, well, where's the business plan going to be? And we sort of stop to think for a bit and say, how's that exactly going to work? And is it just going to drive insurance costs higher? So what's your perspective on how to make this a profitable business?
Oh man, I don't know if we can answer this in a minute, but yes, the near term, for all of the BCI labs, these are medical devices that will be reimbursed by payers, and these are for serious medical diseases. But I think that there's a deeper tension here in healthcare. Like as time goes on, and there are more technologies that produce better outcomes for more people and allow them to have higher qualities of life for longer, there's just more stuff to spend money on. But healthcare is kind of fundamentally this fixed bucket of money that increases very slowly. Like 20 years ago, phones and computers were, they've fallen in price by almost 90% over this time, but we spend 10 times plus more on them. And this is a great thing, but if we had new technologies that meant that we could spend 10 times as much on healthcare, this would be a catastrophe. And so I think reconciling that, as these technologies really improve and we are really able to extend life and improve it for many decades, there's going to be some kind of reckoning in healthcare.
Well, it's a fascinating new frontier. I've called 2025 the year of the brain-computer interface. And as I watch the progress from companies like yours, I'm feeling really good about that assessment that came in before the year. So Max, Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Next up, we are tackling a big and very pertinent question. Who runs the news now? In an era of AI disruption, political pressure, and shifting audience trust, media CEOs face a fast-changing and unpredictable landscape. How are they rethinking business models while protecting editorial integrity? Let's find out. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with the New York Times, Katie Robertson, the CEO of The Independent, Christian Broughton, and the CEO of Time, Jessica Sibley.
Great. Thank you, everyone. It's so good to be here with our panelists today, tackling a big issue for everyone in media and really something that affects the world. So for the audience, you might think of Time magazine, maybe you know the cover so well of this print magazine that's 102 years old. For The Independent, you might think of it as that print newspaper you could find on the streets of London. But I'd love to ask our CEOs, what do your brands look like now in today's world?
Well, I guess I'll hold up the cover from the previous panelists. What a great transition and way to start. Congratulations to brain science and bringing eyesight back. I mean, this is the stories that we're telling. This is our latest and current cover. So an amazing segue. I love this question, so thank you. I will say 102-year brand. We were started by two founders that had met at Yale University as entrepreneurs. And the thesis for Time magazine 102 years ago was, we're two founders, we're men, and we are gonna start a magazine for men who are busy and don't have a lot of time. And here I am as a CEO, 100 years later, and I'm so proud. We have no paywall. I brought down the paywall 3 years ago. It was the first decision I made. And we have the largest global and youngest audience in our history. So we've really made all of those transitions from linear magazine to digital, then mobile, social, and now AI.
Great. Yeah, it was a perfect segue that you did not at all plan. And Christian, what about you with The Independent?
Yeah, so we have two big anniversaries for us coming up in the next 12 months. One is the 40th anniversary of the start of The Independent, and the other is 10 years since we closed our paper and took The Independent into a whole new space. So today we have no print. We are Britain's biggest commercial news website. So the BBC is bigger, but not a commercial operator in that space. We're big in the US. We're just behind in terms of audience reach and page views. We're just behind the Washington Post in the US. And we were founded as a platform for truth and trust. That's why it's called The Independent. There were lots of problems back 40 years ago about distortion in media. That's not a subject that's gone away. It's a subject that's only got bigger. So we feel that that mission statement is even more alive and vital for us now. And we are innovating to keep that alive and to take that into the future. So we do a lot of creator-led media now, talent-led media. We do a lot with AI, using AI. We've created a news brand that launched this year, and the app that's just hit app stores called Bulletin, which is created with great use of AI to give you news that's truthful and trusted that you can fit into your day. So it's really tight news summaries in bullet point form. with lots of personalization and audio features. So we're constantly trying to, pick up the ball, move it forward. We also express that trust in e-commerce, where, if you're not going to buy something off our pages if you don't trust us. And I was really struck just hearing Brad speak a second ago about the changes that are happening in media, and he picked up on the theme of trust. And I think while we're learning from the innovators in media, whether it's through creators and podcast networks and AI businesses, you always want to bring something of yourself to those problems. You always want to think, what's my right to play in this? What am I fixing? What can the independent do? And we bring that trust. And I think that makes what we're doing really differentiated from some of the stuff that you see out there that's already existing.
Sure. In my job, I talk to a lot of media CEOs, and I think it is a role not for the faint of heart, because there are so many challenges facing the business right now. I mean, the ad market is tough. We have the audiences fleeing to different platforms and social media. Now there's AI on the scene to disrupt the business model. Jess, I'd love to know a little more about how, at Time, you have worked to diversify revenue streams or really to shore up the business for this moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I've done my whole career. So I've been on the revenue P&L side. I'm not a journalist, but I've spent my entire time in media making sure that trusted journalism is able to monetize and not just survive, but thrive. What we've done at Time over the last 3 years is to diversify our revenue streams and to actually spend every single day being the best version of ourselves. And so for that, it's not chasing old trends or trying to be something that you aren't. It's figuring out where you can win, what you can own. For us, it really started in our print product, so very different from the independent. We still have an extremely healthy print business in terms of advertising and people that want the physical product. And it starts with our covers. And so I just showed a cover, and I hear that Max is talking and showing everyone how his company is on the cover of Time and how meaningful that is. And so when you're on our cover, and we're going to do 70 covers this year, we've doubled down on doing some highlight magazines, whether it's the 60th anniversary of the Grateful Dead or the 50th anniversary of Hello Kitty and so many other topic areas. When you're on our cover, it's so meaningful, and it's like digital currency and digital banks, but you still have that brick and mortar, you still have that physical connection. And so when David Beckham was on our cover, he also came to our philanthropy event. He spoke at our event, and we filled that room, and we monetized that. So we've built a very strong event business, a live journalism business, but it's been our multiplier and our flywheel that we're then selling other products, because we have not just a large digital footprint, but a large social footprint. So it's branded, it's all formats of advertising. And I think, for us, AI is just the next extension of that. And we're going to continue to figure out ways that not only can we make the transitions on the revenue side, but how we cannot be reliant on platforms. And so for us, we have built direct relationships, and most of my time is spent with CEOs, CMOs, and actually chief communications officers around what messaging, what thought leadership, what stories do they want to tell about their companies, about their products, about their leaders, and how could we create a multi-year, high-value, high-touch communications and marketing strategy around that. So when Google algorithms change, it doesn't really impact our revenue and our business as much as it does others that are so reliant and don't have that diversification and don't have those direct relationships.
Right. And I think, Christian, for a digital news brand like The Independent now, you are a little at the whim of the Google algorithm, the social media platform changes. How are you handling that, and how are you diversifying?
Yeah, people will always want to interact with trusted news.
Yeah.
So the engagement is what you've got to build. You've got to think about it in an audience-centric way, and you've got to really prioritize that kind of high-touch engagement with the audience. As you do that, you can take the business with you. And it can lead you into really interesting places. Of course, we still have a thriving kind of web business, but to pick up on the studio example, for instance, so independent studio is what we call all of our talent-led media, where we produce shows, and the shows are either podcasts or video. Those two things have really come together. So all the podcasts have video elements, and the social video works best when it's kind of regularized in that kind of podcast way. But you can really build, people associate these platforms sometimes with a fast-moving kind of audience, an audience that doesn't really hang around and doesn't really repeat visit. And it's absolutely not true. One of the big differentiation is everything at the moment, because there's just so much content out there. And one of the things that really helps differentiation and brings you a format and brings you the engagement is working with great talent. Now, being that we have brands to work with already, we have businesses to work with already, sometimes the talent are people that we can bring in, talent, like top-tier talent that already exists. Stephen Fry yesterday launched our campaign with a missing people's charity that we're working with in the UK. Charlize Theron, through her institution around Africa, is screening a documentary that we made as part of our talent-led media push around the impact on HIV treatment in Africa from the US aid cuts. So sometimes they're top-tier talent that we bring in. Working with Charlize Theron, working with Stephen Fry. Sometimes we're kind of star makers, not just star takers. And if you have that personality-driven approach to those verticals, like current affairs, to lifestyle, to sports, to entertainment, you can really get great dwell time, great engagement. We routinely see YouTube videos with, let's say, 85% of people still watching after 15 minutes. Those platforms aren't as transient as people would have you believe. Mm-hmm. And with that comes, the big brand partnerships that you were just describing, Jessica was just describing. It's people want to come with you on that because they want to reach people in a very chaotic, very fast-moving world. If you can really reach someone and maintain that relationship with the audience, everything else follows. And within that, you can then get, I'm walking around today with my gym kit in my hand because I realized it was a good prop because it shows the kind of revenue opportunities that news publishers have. This is the merchandise we're selling in one of our YouTube channels called ACFC, which is one of the fastest growing football analysis channel on YouTube. And it's having great engagement with memberships, so people paying to get that little bit extra, to get that access to talent, and also, selling the merchandise to them. They kind of want to identify with it and wear the shirt. So, these are revenue opportunities that I had no idea were coming when we got involved in creator media. Mm-hmm. But I do think that to sustain truth and trusted news platforms, that's not cheap. You have to invest in editorial. You have to invest in that quality. So I think it's the job of people like us to really work out those business models that sustain that into the future.
Right. Yeah, and I'm walking around selling watches from Time. Just kidding.
You should. That sounds like a great idea.
Whatever revenue stream you can find. To pick up on the trust thing, I think even the very notion of truth right now is challenged, and we are also seeing, the AI uptake of there's very convincing photos, videos that we know. What is the role of these legacy brands? Do you think people trust you more because maybe they've heard the brand before, or are you finding that audience as just kind of fleeing and just declining in trust across the board?
Well, trust is our number one core value. We call it the red border. I think we live in the middle. We live balanced. I travel the world for Time, and people cheer for us, respect us, and have this incredible, emotional, intimate relationship with this brand because they grew up reading Time, and it's played a role in their lives. I hear stories, people learn how to write, read, learn English. And when I think about this panel, who owns the news? Who runs the news? It's you. You decide. You're the audiences. What we've done at Time, especially most recently leveraging AI, is delivering the information in a new way because that's what you've asked us to do. That's what the expectations are. So what does that mean? What does that look like? Well, yesterday we announced here at Web Summit, we gave Axios the exclusive on, you can look it up right now, time.com/timeai, which allows you to read our content in 13 different languages, including Portuguese. If you want a summarization, we deliver that. If you want context and history, We have 750,000 assets and 4 databases from our archives that are now available to you, leveraging AI to give you a report or a brief or context on a specific topic of the day. If you don't like text, you want speech, you want audio, you tell us that and we'll deliver that to you. So we know that there are different form factors and different ways that information is consumed, but now it's different. It's how it's experienced and how you interact with it. So you can interact with our content now. It'll keep you safe in guardrails, and I think that's the trust thing, that's the most important thing. So we've worked with the best technology partners to launch 3 products now around AI. We worked with Code and Theory to re-platform time.com and our entire site. We work with Scale AI. Everyone knows Scale now, given that they're 49% owned by Meta. And we've trained our content and our archives to make sure that it's safe, it's reliable, and it's trustworthy. And again, when you look back at a magazine, we have our photojournalists, our video journalists, yes, our creators. We're sort of all doing this, and I think it's you who decide on how you, and you bring us along. And I'm really excited and proud of what we've done at Time.
Sure. And we're heading towards time, but I want to end on one question. We were both at a side summit yesterday on the future of media, and I'd love to hear from you both, maybe Christian, you first. What is the future of media? What do you see on the horizon?
Oh, wow, big question. I think that the future of news media certainly has to be around reinventing trust for the future. That's the mission statement at The Independent. On the trust point and what we bring in that front, I think so many news brands have picked sides, have tended to go after kind of a tribal audience. And The Independent is called The Independent because we don't do that. We believe in providing trusted news and allowing you, giving the freedom back to the audience to actually make their minds up about the issues. So I hope that continues because I think that's a huge differentiator. I think the AI ecosystem and the kind of proliferation of content and the disintermediation of content is going to raise challenges, and I hope that brings people back to ask the question, who do I trust?
And Jess,
I
future of
would
media.
say our biggest partner is OpenAI, and our new AI agent has been trained on ChatGPT 5. I will say I'm going to go with Sam Altman. You can't predict the future.
Fair enough. Great. Well, thank you so much to our panelists today. Thank you, everyone.
All right, this is the final talk before our break. 95% of Americans don't want a race to AGI and superintelligence. Instead, they want reliable AI tools that cure diseases and boost productivity. Our next speaker lays out how we can build 95% AI to unlock incredible benefits, from provably bug-free code to unbiased news without unacceptable risk. Please welcome to the stage Web Summit regular and president of the Future of Life Institute, Max Tegmark.
Boa tarde. It's so wonderful to be back here at Web Summit. I feel there's been way too much pessimism recently about the future of AI. So I want to cheer you up by sharing an optimistic vision for our AI future, which 95% of Americans, and I think 95% of you also agree with. Let's start with a show of hands here. Who here is excited about AI tools that help us cure diseases and solve problems? Raise your hand. That's a lot of hands. Now take them down. Who is excited about future AI that simply makes us all economically obsolete and replaces us? I see one hand over there. So now, you guys are not alone. As you just heard, there was a poll in the US recently where 95% of Americans object to racing towards this kind of AGI, superintelligent AI that by definition would make us all obsolete. And it's not just 95% anonymous people. Me and my colleagues recently put out this statement calling for a prohibition on the development of superintelligence, not to be lifted before there was broad scientific consensus that it would be done safely and controllably and with strong public buy-in. And I was blown away, not just by how many people have signed this in a couple of weeks now, over 100,000, but by how broad this coalition is, from left to right, from the US to China, from top US military leaders to faith leaders. If you also agree with this, I encourage you to take your phone out and point it to that QR code and join us, or just go to superintelligencestatement.org and join us as a signatory. Now, there's only one little catch. It's so great, everybody agrees what we want, right? The only little catch is that we have these huge companies racing to see who can be the first to replace people with uncontrollable superintelligent machines. So that's where some of the gloom comes from. How do we fix this? First of all, we have to acknowledge, we have to take seriously what the leaders of these companies are actually saying. It's not just me saying we could lose control over it. Here's what Elon Musk thinks.
The AI is going to be in charge, to be totally frank, not humans.
The AI is going to be in charge, not you. That was last week. Sam Altman, whose company has given us ChatGPT, says that we're going to be the first species ever to design our own descendants. And the choice we face really is to become the biological bootloader for digital intelligence and then fade into an evolutionary tree branch, or we can figure out what a successful merge looks like. And then he tells us that what he thinks is the optimistic future is that we merge with machines. So I'm kind of curious what you feel about this. So raise your hands if you want your loved ones to have to either merge with machines or become obsolete. Okay, this time I see only your hand, one hand out of over 1,000 people again. Who's excited about racing to superintelligence? Not a lot of hands here either. Okay, so where's the optimism? First, I'm going to tell you that this slightly vague 95% AI is actually quite easy to define. And second, I'm going to talk about how many amazing things we can do with it in the future. And third, I'm going to argue that there's way too much pessimism about how hard it is to solve the politics and geopolitics about this. So, definitions. The future more powerful AI can have 3 different superpowers. Domain intelligence, I'm calling I, generality, G, and autonomy, A. And if you have an AI system in the future that has only one of these superpowers, it's quite easy to control, like a robotic lawnmower with only autonomy, or AlphaFold that can fold proteins and has only domain intelligence, neither autonomous nor general. Even systems which have only 2 of these 3 superpowers, there are a lot of promising ideas for how to keep them under control as tools. For example, if you have a future amazingly good self-driving car, it's very intelligent at driving and it's very autonomous, but it doesn't have generality. It doesn't know how to build bioweapons. It doesn't know how to persuade you to vote for your least favorite politician. Quite easy to control. The only AI that can lead us to this dystopian pessimism is the AI with 3 superpowers, all in the same system. That's what we don't know how to control. And that is also, interestingly, exactly the only kind that can replace you on the job market, because every one of you, my friends, has all of these 3 superpowers, autonomy, generality, and domain intelligence. So a machine that only has 2 or 1 is never going to make you obsolete. It's going to be your tool, and it's going to help you be more productive. So we can have our cake and eat it here by basically staying out of the center here. the 95% AI, these awesome tools, are all the colored parts. All right. So what can we do with the 95% AI with these tools? We can do amazing stuff right now, and even more amazing stuff thanks to all your entrepreneurship and creativity in the years to come. We can save over 1 million lives on the world's roads with tool AI without AGI or superintelligence. We can save even more lives by eliminating stupid mistakes in healthcare with tool AI without AGI. We can diagnose not only prostate cancer, lung cancer, blindness, but soon pretty much all diseases with tool AI without AGI. We can figure out how to fold proteins, revolutionize drug discovery, even win the Nobel Prize with tool AI without AGI. We can do pandemic prevention. We can revolutionize materials development with fully automated robot labs with tool AI without AGI. We can help cut power consumption, help the climate, do accessible education, customized, personalized education. This is close to my heart as an MIT professor. We can transform basically every area of the economy with tool AI without AGI. We can even attain the Sustainable Development Goals faster with tool AI with no need for superintelligence. None of this requires superintelligence, which is, of course, why I'm saying that just obsessing about superintelligence is kind of missing the point. I want to nerd out a little bit and share now something else we can do with the 95% AI that I've been working on with my MIT research group for many years, which I call coding. So raise your hand if you have ever written a computer program. All right, great. Hello, fellow nerds. We all know that AI has recently revolutionized the ability to produce art and text, and it's beginning to do quite well in writing programs and also proving stuff about math. And this, in my opinion, opens up an amazing new opportunity for coding. When I code, I want to produce my code with minimal effort and minimal number of bugs. Traditionally, we wrote the code ourselves, so there was some effort, some bugs. Now vibe coding is all the rage, where you have less effort because the AI writes the code for you, but it has bugs, maybe even more bugs. If you have a high-stakes situation and you can't tolerate bugs, Alan Turing and others have long ago invented formal verification, where you have a human-written specification, and then you write a proof that your code meets the specification, has no bugs. No bugs now, but way, way more work. We wrote a paper last year where we showed that we could do formal auto-verification, where we humans still write the spec, but now the AI writes the proof that there is no bug left. And it actually worked 68% of the time last year. We had a new paper the other week. Now it works 96% of the time. AI is improving fast. The ultimate dream, though, which I think is the future of programming, is coding, where we don't have to write the proof. We don't even have to write the code. We just give the formal specification to the AI, and it writes the code and the proof that it's correct. I'm not going to bore you with all the nerd details. Here's our paper with a lot of results. But to put it in context, when I was a teenager, I used to write a lot of machine code. Almost nobody does that now, because we write instead shorter programs in a high-level language, and the machine, a compiler, automatically turns it into this detailed machine code. This is the next step in exactly that direction. We just write very short formal specification of what we want the program to do, and then the AI writes the program and then proves that it's correct. And then, so if you're excited about this, we're doing a massive open source effort to build free tools for this with the beneficialaifoundation.org. If you're looking for a job, please email me and apply, so we can do this together. Another thing I've worked on a lot in my MIT research is how we can use AI to get better at finding out the truth. I feel that the world needs more love and less hate. And I firmly believe that humanity will get more of that and make better decisions if it becomes vastly easier to get a nuanced understanding of what's actually going on. You might think all we need is what the European Union announced yesterday, some new centralized facility for fighting disinformation. I disagree. If Galileo Galilei had tweeted 400 years ago that, hey folks, I think the Earth is actually rotating around the sun, it would probably have gotten flagged as disinformation, challenging trusted scientific authorities. As a scientist, I'm the first to admit humbly to you that figuring out the truth is really hard. If it were so easy that a bunch of bureaucrats in Brussels could do it, then you should close all universities. You wouldn't need actual scientists. We had some of the most brilliant scientists on the planet spending 300 years believing even in the wrong theory of gravity, and that wasn't even a political issue, right? So AI can help a lot, actually. We've heard a lot about Grokpedia. Grokpedia, when I tested it, turned out to be very biased, even so biased that Grok itself it classified it as very biased. But I think it's an interesting direction. And what we found with my group, this is with Samantha DeLonzo, was that AI has a hard time figuring out absolute truth today, but it's very good at figuring out relative bias. We gave it 1 million articles to read and asked it just to predict which ones were written by which of 100 newspapers. It did an amazingly good job on that, and even was able to classify all these newspapers on 2 bias axes, left to right versus establishment bias, just by looking at the text with no human input at all. It discovered, for example, that whether an article talked about demonstrators or protesters or anarchists or rioters, or whether it talked about fetuses or unborn babies, revealed a lot about where the newspaper was on the left-right bias spectrum, what narrative it was trying to push. Similarly, it discovered all by itself that whether a newspaper talks about oil producers or big oil tells you a lot about the narrative it's pushing about the establishment versus establishment critical things. And I think that empowering everyone with free tools like this that can detect bias, relative bias at least automatically, and then also complementing that with trying to figure out absolute bias by tracking all the predictions and statements people have made throughout history and seeing which ones actually came true, so we can get an absolute scale on who we should trust the most based on performance, can really, really help. We've built a free news site out of this called verity.news, verity.news, where we have AI read all the articles on a given topic, figure out what they all agree on, putting that in the fact section, and then figuring out what they disagree on, so you can quickly rise above the controversy and see or laugh at the different narratives. So how can we get? So I spent a long time now talking about why I'm so excited about the 95% AI, all the cool things we can do without building Skynet or some other kind of dystopia. So how can we actually make this happen in practice? How can we push back on the 5% who want something else and on the big companies that are rushing towards it? Well, we can speak up, and we can get better at spotting and refuting lame excuses that are made to not give us the 95% AI. One very popular lame excuse is that racing to superintelligence is inevitable, so we should make it happen faster. That makes about as much sense as if I say to you that my own death is inevitable, so I should try to make it happen faster. But it's even worse. My death is probably inevitable, but superintelligence is absolutely not inevitable. You might think that any technology that can give great power and money is inevitable, but that's just historically false. You're a smart crowd. I could make so much money if I could just clone you and sell you, But that's banned. We decided not to do it as a species because we felt it was too risky. We could lose control over our species. And so we stigmatized it. That's the first step. So in the same vein, next time you run into someone who tells you why your child has to merge with machines or whatever, give them a hard time. Another reason it's not inevitable that we're going to build any tech that can be harmful is because we have safety standards in almost all industries except the AI industry. If you have a company and you walk into the FDA and inform them that, hey, it's inevitable that you're going to release your new medicine next year, and you just hope you can figure out how to make it safe in time, they're going to laugh you out of the office. She'll be like, hey, excuse me, where's your clinical trial? Oh, you don't have one. Okay, come back when you do, buddy. Next customer, please. Bing! It's kind of ridiculous that we actually have more regulations in America on sandwiches than on superintelligence, where we have none. So all we have to do is stop corporate welfare and start treating the AI companies like we treat the pharma companies and all the other companies. Another lame excuse we hear a lot, especially in the US, is, but China. Which is also ridiculous because the Chinese Communist Party really likes control. So the idea that Xi Jinping is going to allow Chinese AI companies to build superintelligence, which could overthrow the Chinese government, is quite laughable. And it's more of a talking point for lobbyists that works really well in Washington. I would encourage you all to speak up more broadly also about what you actually want. If you want humans to stay in charge of this planet, do you want to give AI nuclear codes? Do you want to have an off switch maybe so that data centers can be quickly shut down in a pinch like we have for nuclear reactors? Do you want your kids to get to have AI girlfriends and boyfriends? Or do you want an age limit on AI companions? Do you want innovation to be for everyone? Do you oppose regulatory capture, AI monopolies? Speak up. Let your politicians and your colleagues and your friends hear what you think. In summary, you might find it depressing that we have these huge companies racing to see who can first replace people with uncontrollable superintelligent machines. But as I said, I'm trying to cheer you up here. And the easiest way to cheer yourself up is to just take a step back, zoom out, look at the big picture, the bigger picture. And notice that there is a different path towards the 95% AI. AI tools that remain under our control, like tools should, that complement us rather than replace us. This is what almost everybody wants. And if we simply stop the corporate welfare and stop letting the AI companies in America especially be the only regulated industry that there is, put binding safety standards in place, then what's going to happen is these companies are going to be fine despite some squealing, and they're going to start racing on this other path towards the 95% AI that we all want. And the future will be great with awesome AI. Thank you.
The future isn't waiting. It's being written by every decision we make today.
Technology is the pen. Humanity is the author. The story is still ours to write. And that story can be a positive one of a brighter future.
Small actions at scale don't just change industries, they change history.
We don't inherit the future. We co-create it with courage, code, and compassion.
Every startup, every breakthrough, every bold idea is a vote for the world we want to live in. The greatest disruption of this century won't be in technology. It will be in how we choose to treat each other.
Please welcome to the stage CEO and founder of Mars Studio, Mariana Barbosa.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Center Stage. Hope you had a nice lunch, met some new people, and changed ideas. That's what it's all about. My name is Mariana Barbosa, founder at Mars Studio, and I will be your new host for this afternoon. It's my first time hosting Center Stage, and I'm a little bit nervous, but I have attended Web Summit 10 years now. Back to 2015, Dublin's last edition, I went to Ireland to see with all my own eyes the 30,000 people event that was convinced to move to Lisbon. As a tech journalist back then, it was very magical to see and feel all the hopes and dreams about the coming event in Lisbon. And now, here we are, 10 years later, more than 70,000 people are coming from all over the world. Time flies. Okay, kicking things off this afternoon, we are hearing from big tech on digital marketing, so get out your pen and paper, tablet, phone, and get ready for some hot tips from the marketing mastermind who propelled Meta to 2 billion users. Backed by 20-plus years of expertise and Sam Altman's endorsement, Schultz's new book, Click Here, The Art and Science of Digital Marketing and Advertising, reveals key principles and best practices to achieve growth through digital marketing. Please welcome to the stage in conversation with Axios' Sarah Fisher, the CMO of Meta, Alex Schultz.
Oh, shaking hands, very, very formal.
Alex, thank you so much for joining us. You are coming off of an incredible quarter. I think it was your record revenue quarter for all of Meta's history. And in the intro, they were saying, over 2 billion. I think you have over 3 billion daily active users across all of Meta's apps. Question for you, where is the ceiling? There's only so many people on this earth with access to smartphones and the internet. What is the actual total addressable market that you could grow to at this point?
Well, I mean, to start with, there's still half the planet that are not using Meta's products on a daily basis outside of China. And so there's a lot more people out there. But I think the more important thing is which of our products are they using? How deeply are they using them? How is it impacting their lives? How is it helping them? So, yes, we have over 3 billion dailies using Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook. We'd like to see them using the smart glasses. We'd like to see them engaging with the AI. We'd like to see them using all the things that deepen their experience with our products.
You just mentioned the smart glasses. When Meta rebranded, there you go, you've got them, the Ray-Bans. When Meta rebranded a few years ago to Meta, the whole idea was the metaverse, thinking about virtual reality, augmented reality. But today, Meta seems a little bit more focused on the AI opportunity and spatial computing. Does the name Meta still suit the company?
Yeah, well, the point of Meta was beyond. So it's explicitly not metaverse. Meta means beyond. And I think if you go and look at our launch video, which I encourage you to do, go and take a look at the video we put out there at launch, we had people wearing display glasses that were talking to AI assistants and embodiments of both people and artificial intelligence in the world, overlaid on their world with augmented reality display glasses. What's amazing for us is the AI came way faster than we thought it would. The AR glasses have come on the same timeline we thought. And so actually, if you go out there today, you can wear a pair of our display glasses, you can talk to Meta AI, and you can actually be experiencing exactly what we put out there at the rebrand. So our focus is building the future of human connection and the technologies that support it. AI is one of them. AR glasses is one of them, AI glasses is one of them, and so is WhatsApp, so is Facebook, so is Instagram. And so, no, I'd actually say Meta works pretty damn well, and that was the goal. Don't just be the metaverse.
Do you think that spatial computing, an overlay glass, is the future in which most people will engage with Meta? Or do you think that for the foreseeable future, it will be on the smartphone?
Well, both can be true, right? So the future can be further out. That's one of the things with everyone overreacting to the metaverse when we rebranded was we were surprised how everyone went, the metaverse is here. And we're like, the metaverse is this exciting future. We had this ad series that said, the metaverse will be real. And everyone's like, it's here right now. So look, I think like the future, people are going to interact using new human-computer interfaces. They will be voice, they will be visual. There's a question of will they be headphones, will they be glasses? How much will be glasses? How much will not be glasses? Some of it will be glasses, but we think there will be other form factors too. And there's loads of people in the industry experimenting with loads of form factors. And so I don't know how much is going to be glasses, but I think there will be new human-computer interfaces beyond the phone.
How are you educating consumers and your B2B partners about what this future is? Is it mostly ad campaigns? Is it in-person sort of guerrilla marketing? Is it educational courses? How are you getting people up to speed?
Well, this is where I'm a shameless shill. And I've got my book, and in the book we talk about all the channels that we use to educate people online. A ton of the education we do is in product. And so when you are adopting our products, we put in front of you the different ways you can use them. We have this new channel in WhatsApp where we're talking to people directly from WhatsApp about the features. You know, I found out about, from my boyfriend, I found out that you could swipe up to record a voice note and you didn't just have to hold the button. And then 3 days later, we send a message and I'm like, I'm slower than my boyfriend, so I have to get better at educating people. So we educate people in product with product-led channels. We educate people through messaging, notifications, emails, and we also do use bigger things like television and so on. If you looked at our Super Bowl ad last year, they said, hey Meta in it maybe 5-10 times and showed all the different features as we went through it. So we do use the full suite of marketing channels to get the message out there, but I think in product is the most effective.
Talking about Super Bowl ad, you've had Kris Jenner, you've had various celebrities that you've worked with to promote things with your products. How important is leveraging surrogates, celebrity voices, to amplify Meta? Or do you think that's just a nice to have, not a need to have?
Look, we, as a company, influencers are our athletes. If you think about us like Nike or Adidas, like the influencers are our athletes. Kris Jenner is one of the most impressive influencers on earth. She is an incredible businesswoman, and we're very lucky that we got to work with her. My foot's gone dead. I'm moving. And so, no, we think that it's really important to be working with influencers. At this point, 20% of my direct response results in Q3 for these glasses were driven by partner ads, where you have an influencer wear the glasses, talk about the glasses, shoot first-party video with the glasses, and then you boost that as a promoted post. And so partnering with influencers, both on something as big as the Super Bowl or on the wide number of direct response ads we're doing in our platform, is incredibly effective, and it's going to be a huge part of what we do going forward.
So the influencer marketing is one tactic. What are other surprising tactics that you use to have grown Meta to over 3 billion daily active users that people might not be thinking or realize?
Well, I think the thing that would be most useful for this group is something I go on at length in my career and I go on at length in the book about, which is being clear on what your North Star goal is. And I think like too often people muddle up goals with metrics and they blame everything on a metric. But once you've created a metric, once it becomes a measure, ceases to be a useful metric because of Goodhart's law. And what you have to be clear on is, what is your goal? And so I think the single most impressive thing that Mark did when I joined the company was he had a clear North Star goal, which was, we want to connect the world online through Facebook. And that seems obvious now, but there were people in the company who said, no, our goal should be revenue. There were people in the company who said, no, our goal should be amount of content people are sharing with their friends. We should maximize content shared. And each of those goals then turn into a metric subsequently. And the fact that we were clear the goal was connect the world meant that we could prioritize, make decisions without Mark on the room, meant we could actually make clear decisions about what media we were buying, what the outcome was we were valuing, and it enabled us to move fast in a way we couldn't otherwise. And the brilliant clients we have who come in and say, I know what my goal is. It is precisely maximize sales. It is precisely, maximize bookings. It's precisely maximize user signups. Whatever their goal, their metric is, backing the goal that they have in place, that clarity from our partners when they come in, those are the ones that do well. The ones that come in and say, our goal is to be a successful business, and we have an awareness metric, and we have an active user metric, and we have a revenue metric, and we don't know what the clear metric for this campaign is, they're the ones that always struggle. So I think that's the non-obvious one, is be clear what your goal is, be clear that your goal is not your metric, you have a metric to describe the goal. That enables you to know when that metric gets gamed, when that metric gets separated from the goal, and that precision lets you move fast and not have to escalate everything to the CEO to make a decision.
So a follow-up to that would be what doesn't work, and what I'm hearing from you is not having clarity of vision is what doesn't work. But tactically, can you give me examples of things that Meta has tried from a marketing POV in the past that haven't worked out as well as you might have thought that people might be able to learn from?
So many. Okay, the stuff that comes to mind right now is, so we wanted people to install Messenger, and it's got lots of users now, and it used to be very small. And one of the things we did was we put a banner ad at the top of Newsfeed. I actually go into this example as well in the book. But we put a banner ad at the top of Newsfeed and said, hey, install Messenger. And it didn't work. It gave us a few million installs at the top of the newsfeed of Facebook.
Why?
Because it wasn't relevant to where people were at that moment. They weren't thinking, oh, I want to do messaging. So what we did instead is when you went to the chat tab back in the day and you opened that up, we just put a permanent little banner there that said, install Messenger to get better, more seamless messaging. We actually tried various messages. And that was in context of where people were going to message. It got less people seeing it because it was one click from the homepage, but the conversions from that were an order of magnitude bigger than the conversions from a banner ad at the top of the Facebook feed, because it was in context, it was when people were thinking about messaging, and it felt like the right time to talk to you about it. So that would be an example of it failed, we learned, we improved.
In terms of Meta's brand, I think the brand has always been about connecting people and not wading into politics. But we've seen in the past few months, Mark Zuckerberg has dined with President Trump, he has appeared in Washington, and Meta has made a few policy changes in favor of free speech that some might interpret as being catering more to the center or the center-right. What is your view as a marketer on how the company is positioning itself politically? Do you disagree or agree that the company is shifting its reputation to the right?
I mean, two thoughts on this. Firstly, it's fairly normal behavior for CEOs of companies to meet with the president of the country where they're headquartered on a relatively frequent basis. In many ways, the 8 years before were the unusual period. We had Obama on our campus, we had Bush on our campus while I was there. And so I'd actually say the previous 8 years were unusual not meeting the president. I'm sure he'll meet whichever president is in office. On the other one, I think we're returning to our roots. You don't build a platform for social media without actually believing in free speech. And we have many times through our past talked about free speech. And I think we went through a period when in my opinion, when we went too far, actually engaging in censorship at the level that it was being engaged in led to mistakes that people politicized, but also pushed social media into the conversation and the societal conversation in a way that shifted the conversation too. And so I think we're returning to our roots. We're a platform for speech, and you've got to believe in speech if you're a platform for speech. And I think that's really what happened at the beginning of this year with Mark, and it was the previous period that was a little bit further away from who we were.
Do you find that you've been successful? Do people believe that Meta is returning to its roots, or do people believe that Meta is pandering politically? Like, what is the consumer reception to these changes?
I mean, mostly consumers move on pretty fast. And for most of the world, they don't care that much about what's going on in America.
Yeah.
Like, you're American, I'm European. It's actually very useful for me to have the distance of Europe. Most of the world doesn't care about the minutiae of what's going on in American politics. So the vast majority of our users moved on before Americans had even woken up. So I think, yes, the vast majority of people have moved on. And look, I mean, you look at our community standards enforcement report, the prevalence of violating materials is not up. The prevalence of harmful materials is not up. We follow the rules and laws of all of the places where we operate, and that's what we focus on.
Meta has millions of marketing partners around the world, people who use your platform to do their own marketing. Do they look to you to educate them on how to use the platform? Is that part of your job? Or do you find it better that they outsource that to agencies or other types of people?
I mean, both. So I actually think that's not a question I can give either or. I mean, part of the reason I wrote a book is because I don't feel there's a good book out there on digital marketing, a good book that talks about how you measure your results and you get to a place where you understand what incremental impact you had, not just what the post-click tracking is that a lot of the web favors. And so that's one part of a plethora of things we do to go out and educate. We send email, we have help center documents, we have in-product education, we do a lot of go-to-market for everything. We do materials for our customer success team that go in with advertisers who are big and help them get better. We also do the same with agencies. And so we do, with agencies, we do training for them, they get accredited, that shows they've gone through the work. And then we have partners who work with both us and agencies, which is what I do, by the way, with Google and TikTok and Snapchat and Disney and all of the people I buy ads with who aren't us. I have great agency partners and I have great media partners, and I work with them both. And so that, I think, is the most successful position, if you can afford it, is to have an incredible agency partner. And there's actually a suite of agencies I think you should need. I think everyone should have 3 if they're big, and I explain that at length in the book. But you should have agency partners, and you should have a strong direct relationship with the media company. And that combination gives you the best results, because we're not going to be the best on our own. And I gain so much on best practices from having good agency partners who've seen multiple clients try something and have aggregated that up to make all their clients better.
Speaking of best practices, is there a company that you think has really nailed growth marketing that you admire that you could share?
Well, one, which I'm not pandering to the crowd, but one of my favorite people in the whole of growth marketing now is the head of growth marketing, or head of growth at Lovable, Yelena. She's absolutely incredible. And so I think Lovable, the last year, you cannot sneer at the acceleration of revenue that they have put in place. And their execution has been near flawless for a startup at this stage. So of anyone in the European ecosystem in particular, I'd hold Lovable up as the newest company that's doing this well. Of the more established tech players, I think DoorDash, and again, you might think I'm biased because their CMO is Kofi, who's an old Meta person, and their head of growth is Brian, who was my right hand for many years. But the fact that Tony poached both of them, which was very good work, like, he's got a killer team, and they are producing amazing results. So I think those would be 2 I'd call out as just doing amazing work right now.
And when we think about what's next for Meta, I think growth marketing is going to be key as you continue into spatial computing.
We've got to sell a lot of glasses.
You got to sell a lot of glasses. What should we expect from you and your team on the marketing side? Is it more big, splashy Super Bowl ads? Is it more direct response?
Look, I'm going to focus, our top goal, our North Star now, is to get people to adopt our new technologies. That has always been our North Star. The new technologies are now more broad. In the US, that means WhatsApp. In most of the world, that means glasses. So I'm going to be focused on what drives the results for that. And that's going to come back to the funnel, the basics, the stuff you need to understand. In the US, people don't know WhatsApp exists, and we have an awareness gap on the Oakley Meta glasses. I'll be doing big brand campaigns. I'll be trying to get people aware. In Europe, in India, I'm going to be focused lower in the funnel. I'm going to be optimizing conversion rate. And so it will be a question of what matters to get the result we need.
At Axios, we like to end on one fun thing. So one fun thing for you, what is your favorite ad campaign that you've ever been responsible for, at Meta or elsewhere?
Oh, my favorite one was with Grace Jones. We went through this difficult period with Apple and app tracking transparency where no one was talking about the backlash that would have on small businesses and developers and all of that kind of stuff, and it at least needed to be part of the conversation. So we did this ad with Grace Jones where she did a song that explained how personalized ads help small businesses be found and had goat yoga in it. And not only was it really funny and really cool, it shifted the conversation, and all of the press coverage after we'd run that large campaign and all of the conversations with government included, there are impacts to small businesses and startups if you can't run personalized ads with conversion tracking. And so it was very effective for us, but it was also really fun because Grace Jones and goat yoga.
Who doesn't want goat yoga? Incredible insights. I think when we talked at the beginning about Meta's next few years, it's not necessarily just about increasing the total addressable market, but deepening the engagement with your new products, smart glasses, AI. When I asked you a little bit about sort of education, influencers are a really important part of Meta's platform, so they're an important part of your marketing channel. You mentioned the incredible Super Bowl ad with Kris Jenner. 20% actually of the ads that you did for conversions for glasses were from influencers, which is incredible. The clarity of vision is your best advice for marketers and how to break through, not just on Meta, but in general. I asked about Meta moving to the center politically, and you said, this is just you all returning to your roots, prioritizing free speech. And in fact, it was the years before where your CEO wasn't meeting with the president that was actually unusual. I asked for an example of a great marketer startup, and you said Lovable's done a great job. On the more big tech enterprise side, DoorDash and your friend Kofi are doing an incredible job. And then the last thing, when we think about what's next for Meta, it's getting people educated about these new products. In the US, WhatsApp, globally it's glasses, and everyone needs to go to YouTube or Meta and take a look at that incredible Grace Jones Apple ad that Alex was responsible. A round of applause for Alex Schultz, CMO of Meta.
Thank you very much.
Well, with COP30 taking place in the Amazonia in Brazil this week, this conversation is as relevant as ever. Just as the Industrial Revolution reshaped our world, the climate crisis is driving massive changes across industries. Our next speakers are trailblazers in climate innovation, here to reveal the technologies shaping a bold new future. Please welcome, in conversation with MIT Technology Review's Amy Nordrum, co-founder and Chief Science Officer at 12, Etosha Cave, CMO at Commonwealth Fusion, Joe Paluska, and CEO at Octopus Energy, Greg Jackson.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. And I have to say, this is one of my favorite topics that we cover at MIT Technology Review. This global transition we're in the midst of, from fossil fuel-based sources of energy to cleaner ways of generating electricity and making all the things that we need in our world. It's happening over the course of decades. Every country is at a different phase in this process, and it touches every part of our economy and so many aspects of our daily lives. Today, we're here to talk about how it's going so far and to learn about some of the technologies that could help us along the way with three executives from leading climate tech firms. We have Etosha at 12, which is in the business of converting carbon dioxide into sustainable aviation fuel and other useful products. We have Joe at Commonwealth, which is developing nuclear fusion, which will hopefully someday be a major new source of clean energy. And we have Greg at Octopus Energy, which is focused on finding new sources of renewable power available today and delivering them to customers. So let's begin with a couple of updates from each of your companies and learning about some of the recent announcements that you've made. Itasha, I'll start with you because we spoke on stage at Web Summit together here last year. At that time, 12 had big plans to open its first facility, its first plant, in the state of Washington this year. So what's happened in the time since then?
Yeah, well, we've done just that. So we've completed the mechanical completion for our plant, and now we're in commissioning phase. So literally any day now, we could complete commissioning and start up. And what's really exciting about once we start our first plant is that we will have regular fuel deliveries with our partnership with Alaska Airlines and Microsoft. And we'll have a consistent route of fuel. So hopefully, in the near future, you can get on a plane and know that part of your fuel is being reduced in carbon emissions.
We'll stay tuned for more news on that coming out of 12. And Joe, at Commonwealth, fusion is a very difficult problem, notoriously difficult, but you've got some new partners to kind of help you out. You recently announced a new partnership with Google DeepMind, which will use its artificial intelligence to simulate the plasma inside of your nuclear reactors. So tell us, what are you still trying to learn about that plasma, and how will this partnership help you?
Yeah, so the machine on my T-shirt is called Spark. It's a tokamak. We're building it outside of Boston. It's about 70% complete, and we'll turn it on in about 2 years. So this whole kind of meme that fusion is always 30 years away is absolutely false. It's 2 years away. And part of the work that we're doing with DeepMind is basically taking a virtual Spark machine right now and playing it as a game millions and millions of times over so that we figure out how to optimize the machine. So when the machine actually goes on, DeepMind acts almost like a co-pilot of it.
2 years away, you heard it here. Thanks, Joe. Well, Greg, Octopus Energy has, I think, something like 300 renewable energy projects already. You've got power purchase agreements with 100 other wind, solar, and hydro plants in the UK. You also help your customers there install EV chargers and heat pumps and solar panels on their homes. But there's still a lot of work to be done. We are not yet at the point where we can deliver clean power around the clock to everybody who wants it. So what else is on your roadmap there at Octopus, and what more do we need here?
Yeah, look, I think today the biggest opportunity is using that clean power when it's available, because it's unbelievably cheap, and it's getting cheaper every year. So I'm proud that we've just hit over 10 million customers across Europe. And in most countries, we provide cheaper energy when it's sunny and when it's windy. If people have got electric cars, we'll give them driving that's 5 times cheaper than gasoline. And if they've got a battery that goes both ways, we'll give them 15 or 18,000 kilometers of free driving every year. We build houses that don't have energy bills because they've got solar panels, heat pump, and a battery that optimizes against the grid. This is the kind of thing we can do with clean energy. And the most important thing right now is we show our governments, our policymakers, and our regulators that the clean energy future is cheaper and better for end users than the fossil fuel past. The biggest, most important story in the economy at the moment, globally, is electrification. So the European and US economies are 20 to 25% electrified. Everything else is fossil fuel. China is 34% electrified and is getting more electrified every year. That is the global race.
Let's take a step back and talk about the scope of this transformation that we're undergoing. So if we are indeed, at this moment, seeing something that's on the scale of a new industrial revolution, I want to ask you each kind of what it means for different aspects of our world. So Greg, what does that mean for the grid, for example?
Yeah, look, our grids were designed to handle coal and gas power. They weren't designed for renewables, which, when it's sunny, we've got more energy. When it's windy, we've got more energy than we've ever had before. And we literally have to turn off the plants because the grid can't cope. And when it's not windy and it's not sunny, we've got to fill the gap somehow. We need much more dynamic grids that enable us to use the electricity when it's abundant. Doing this, is easier than we could possibly imagine. Batteries are 20 times cheaper than they were 12 years ago. It is now cheaper to power 24/7 electricity from a combination of solar and battery as far south as Cape Town, as far north as California, than it is to use gas. But we need the markets behind our grids to enable us to build these innovations so that consumers benefit.
Natasha, what would a change of this magnitude mean for supply chains?
Yeah, when I think about this new industrial revolution and these new industrials we will need to build, I mean, there is a whole host of supply chains that come with that. And I kind of think about it in three buckets. So there's a paradigm shift that we're seeing around information, and that's with quantum computing and AI. And certainly at this conference, we've heard a lot of conversations about AI and data centers and the supply chain that goes with that. There's also a paradigm shift in new energy, so fusion and distributed grids, and an entire set of new materials and balance of plant that'll be built out of these new energy. And the third bucket that I see is this paradigm shift in materials. And so, we at 12 see a world built from air, where we can take carbon out of the air and make materials that we have in this room, materials that we use for buildings, fuels, diesel, jet fuels, all of these physical molecules that we interact with in our daily lives and we almost take for granted, are almost invisible to us. That whole, these new industrials that we're going to be building will require all of these, the bolts and the nuts and the pumps and the pipes and all of the things that create the balance of plant around them. And so I'm really excited when I look and talk to new founders and new scientists who are very eager to create the novelty and even the small component that'll be part of this new revolution that we're creating.
And Joe, same question with a different twist for you. What does this industrial revolution scale change mean for nations? And I ask you because fusion, as you know, is increasingly being seen as not just a matter of national competitiveness, but national security.
Yeah, I mean, Greg is right that there is a global race to electrification, a global race to fusion right now. If you step back for a moment and think about what fusion is, it's basically the power of the stars on Earth. And so we're trying to build a star in a jar outside of Boston. So and this machine is basically a giant magnet, giant piece of metal. It's just access to technology. So you're going from a world where you're either digging things out of the ground, or you're forced to dig things out of the ground, or beholden to Russian natural gas, right? To a world where you're just using technology, and anybody that has access to this technology suddenly has sovereign energy. So if you think about, in the case of Japan, and kind of the existential crisis that they faced since the Fukushima accident, right? They're wondering, should they turn the nuclear fission power plants back on? But with fusion, which is inherently safe, there's an opportunity for everybody to enjoy abundant energy.
And Greg, I wonder if you have a perspective on this, because the grid is also something that you can either invest more in building out and plugging into new forms of generation now or not. So what will it mean for future generations, the way that different countries are making that decision today?
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, Natasha used the phrase distributed energy. Look, in a world where you can generate solar on your roof, in a field next to a town or a village, on warehouses and factories and car parks, you need less grid. And yet, Germany today is planning on spending 500 billion euros on building new grid. All they're going to do is make electricity more expensive. And what we need to do is make electricity cheaper, because the cheaper it gets, the more we can electrify our economy. Now, I often think these technologies are like the technology behind a mobile phone. Edge was the wireless technology that kickstarted the smartphone revolution, the iPhone. We didn't wait for 5G. Each level, from 3G, 4G, 5G, maybe 6G in the future, just enhanced the smartphone world. And in the same way, when fusion comes, that's going to be like the 5G of energy. But we've got so much we can get on with right now. And look, you asked about the Industrial Revolution. Right now, people will often say that the United States is playing to its strengths. It has a lot of fossil fuel reserves. And so backing fossil fuels is playing to its strengths. And China are playing to their strengths. They don't have so much oil and gas reserve. And so they're electrifying, particularly through, now, renewables. But that forgets, that's a static view of the world. The world of fossil fuels is largely mature. Those technologies are not getting better. Meanwhile, the technologies of electricity, every form of electrification, from electric vehicles to electric heating to industrial processes, are improving exponentially. And so you see a gap is going to open between the world of fossil fuels and the countries that have chosen an electric future. And it's already happening. Last year, Chinese exports of clean energy technologies were 20% higher than US exports of fossil fuels. So far this year, Chinese exports of clean energy technologies are 50% higher than US fossil fuels. The benefits of electrification mean this trend is unstoppable, and it's a choice for countries now whether they're going to get behind it or whether they go to the past.
Yeah, in the United States, we've seen a pullback on some federal climate spending. To use one example, the Trump administration ended some awards that were made from the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations to develop some low-carbon technologies. So Itasha, I'll come to you next. I'm curious, what has 12's experience of this moment been? Has it impacted your company's plans in any way? And how do you maintain your kind of long-term strategy in a moment like that?
Yes, is the short answer. It has impacted us. I mean, from the very beginning at 12, we were a public-private partnership. And truly, most of the innovation, if not all of the innovation in the US, has been a public-private partnership. You know, the US government funded, you know, the first equipment that became the internet, funded all of these, you know, the first kind of semiconductor machinery and scale up. And so, you know, we ourselves, we were housed at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. We got grants from the Department of Energy, from NASA, from the National Science Foundation to really build our first prototype. And those were super key when we were young, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed graduate students who had no money and needed these these grants in order to help us build our first prototype. And so now that we are a much more mature company, you know, in order for us to get to market early and compete with petroleum, which we see as our North Star, you know, we need to compete on cost. But for us to be able to compete on cost, we need to get to scale. And in order for us to get to scale, we need to be able to sell our molecules. And we relying on state and federal incentives in the interim to help us cover the revenue gap. And so it's still very much a public-private partnership as we build these new renewables and new industrial industries. And I even see it with kind of early stage founders as well, where ultimately, you know, we're having to talk about our other value propositions outside of clean tech, which they're for any technology, there's a range of value propositions. And so instead of talking about, you know, how our fuel has low carbon emissions and is a drop-in replacement, we instead talk about you know, American dominance. I talk, instead of calling our fuel, you know, sustainable aviation fuel, we call it synthetic America First fuel. It's the same fuel, just a different name. And it's another value proposition that we can talk about. And I encourage other companies that are in the deep tech space to also like talk about those other value propositions related to supply chain and local production.
Yeah, that's a fascinating shift in language, and I've heard similar things from other US-based researchers and entrepreneurs as well. Well, I want to give one of you a chance to argue the counterpoint. I want to just toss this up for anybody who wants to take it. Are there any ways in which this new transformation we're witnessing is not like the last industrial revolution, besides the obvious, which is that hopefully it'll be powered by clean energy? Is there anything else that's changed in the time since that we should all make sure to keep in mind?
Well, I think just the industrial policy of China, you know, China incorporated solar, wind, EVs, batteries in their first, and one of their 5-year plans 25 years ago, and there's a reason why China dominates those markets, have 70% market share globally. For us in fusion, and in fact, China just released their latest, most 5-year plan, and in the prior one, they included fusion. So it's clear to us that the Chinese domestic fusion industry, they see exactly what we see. In fact, we've seen them copy our machine, and they've copied other machines. And so my point is, the US right now has put fusion on the same strategic technological playing field as quantum computing and AI. But if the US wants to win this race, the US really needs to step up and enable a company like ours and other companies to do the same. The example we always point to is the relationship between NASA and SpaceX and basically developing a domestic reusable rocket industry.
I think the other big difference is that the first industrial revolution wasn't displacing the world's most powerful industry. And so in the first industrial revolution, the engineering, the science, the innovation, the investment, and the capital were able to very quickly establish and grow the economy and the economic growth that they could bring. Today, the force of incumbents in energy, probably the most politicized and powerful sector in the world, maybe alongside the arms industry, means that technologies that should be no-brainers are relentlessly attacked. How many times do you see on social media an electric vehicle on fire? And yet, electric vehicles are 60 times less likely to catch fire than gasoline cars. How often do you see stories criticizing the battery supply chain for pollution? And yet, there is dramatically more pollution in the fossil fuel supply chain. So I think what we need to recognize here is this time, the most powerful forces are trying to hold it back. And actually, really, this is like Jurassic Park. Nature will find a way.
Well, Itasha, it sounds like you've been working more with some other entrepreneurs in the climate tech space. I'm curious, we've talked about a few technologies here, obviously fusion, batteries, electric vehicles. What other technologies do you think deserve more attention than they're getting right now?
Yeah, at 12, when we were first developing our core technology, we have a stack of electrodes that we put in that stack. And we didn't start thinking about our balance of plant until right before we start to design it. And as I think about that now, all these new industrials we're going to build, all these fusion plants we're going to build in 2+ years, and all this distributed energy production, the balance of plant is the part where I think we have not given enough attention. And these are the pumps and the pipes and the bolts, and even the design, designing the balance of plant is something that, the connection between incorporating AI and human design has not quite integrated to create this acceleration. And I think that's the biggest opportunity that America or any country has to really accelerate into this new industrials as we develop them, is get the balance of plant, get smarter, more modular pieces that can deliver molecules like liquids, gases, plasma, steam, to convert steam into electricity. All of these pieces that we've not really innovated them in the past hundreds of years. We have water pumps that are the same as they were for decades. And so I think all of those kind of pieces where we can make smarter, better, more electric, more efficient balance of plant pieces.
Yeah, that's a really interesting example, more under the radar, but very critically important to all of these facilities getting up and running online. Okay, well, for Joe or for Greg, whoever would like to take this next one, since Itasha brought up artificial intelligence, I have to ask, there's a lot of projections out there for future energy demand and electricity demand for artificial intelligence, but it can be really hard, I imagine, to plan in this moment when the projections vary quite widely and nobody really knows how this will go. So how do you each approach that from your perspectives?
Yeah, from a CFS perspective, we talk to all the hyperscalers. The hyperscalers actually all do know what their power requirements are because they're plotting it out over the next 10 years. What they don't know is where they're going to get all the power from. And so that's why they're all taking kind of an all and above portfolio approach, whether it's geothermal, fission, fusion, natural gas. And so we want to be part of that solution. We're going to have our first commercial power plant online in the early 2030s. We think we can beat the SMR companies there, the small, medium fission reactors, because our regulatory regime is a lot simpler and a lot less, more cost effective than what happens in the fission world.
I think there has never been more capital available in the world for a new industry than there is today for AI. And yet you have the bizarre outcome that, for example, in the United States and in other countries, people are worried that they're going to see their electricity bills going up even further to cover the cost of the electricity infrastructure and demand of the AI sector. I'm hopeful that very, very quickly, a very small chunk, well, a moderately small chunk of that huge amount of capital will actually go into the innovations we need in our electricity system that will enable us to bring cheaper, cleaner power, not just for AI, but for everyone else. And as a good example, there's a company in the United Arab Emirates called Mazda, which have just announced 24/7 power from solar and battery at a price that is cheaper than you'll be able to build from gas. And that's available today. Now, companies around the world are queuing up for gas turbines. I actually hope that we can beat them in the clean energy race and use the AI capital, not just for AI, but actually to improve our energy system across much of the world.
Itasha, what makes you hopeful in this moment?
Yeah, when I think about, well, we're here in Europe, the birthplace of the first industrial revolution, and you think about like what percent of the population at that point were scientists and engineers. It was probably a small percentage. And as I now think about like what percentage of the population now are scientists and engineers, I think is a much growing number. And that gives me so much hope. I think the human innovation and human intelligence still has a lot more room to grow. And we have a lot more to do in our physical space. And we can build this innovative, efficient, very clean and pristine world that we all want to live in.
Amy, can I just, I'm conscious we're nearly out of time.
Sure.
The last bit, I just want to talk on optimism. There are 600 million people in the world, mainly in Africa, that don't have access to electricity at all. Distributed energy, solar panels, mean that today the price of electricity on the average grid in Africa is 25 cents a kilowatt hour. With solar, it can be 1 cent with distributed solar. We have the chance to do in energy what happened with mobile phones, which is to bypass so much of the old-fashioned, heavyweight, expensive infrastructure and rapidly democratize access to energy for people who've never had it. And we can do it cleanly, and we can do it quickly.
Well, that is all we have time for today, but we will keep covering these topics at MIT Technology Review. I hope you'll follow along, and thank you so much, Itasha, Greg, Joe, for your perspectives today. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have a special guest who would like to tell us about a very important charitable initiative where entrepreneurs commit to donate a portion of their personal proceeds to charity when they sell their businesses. The mission of Founders Pledge is to empower entrepreneurs to go immense good. Please give a warm welcome, co-founder of Pledge Ventures and CXO at Founders Pledge, Nikki Bice.
Entrepreneurs solve problems. And the best entrepreneurs solve big systemic problems. But there are some problems, pretty fundamental ones, that aren't going to be solved by commercial businesses. Today, 25,000 people will die of hunger, more than 10,000 of them children. 123 million people are forcibly displaced right now. That's up 50% since the end of 2020. 1 billion people will suffer from a neglected tropical disease this year, and more than 800 million people are living in extreme poverty. That's on less than $3 a day right now. But why am I telling you this, and what can a room full of people who are busy building businesses do about it? Maybe we could launch a CSR initiative. You might recognize the man on the right here as Blake from Tom's Shoes. Tom's CSR initiative started life as a one-for-one program. You buy a pair of shoes, they give a pair of shoes to someone in a low-income country. It sounds good, right? Except when the team went back to evaluate their program, they discovered that there had been no effect on shoe ownership, health, or self-esteem. No improvement. In fact, they'd actually had a negative impact. Great as shoes are, that is not what these communities needed. You can't eat shoes. Tom's learned that it's actually really hard to implement programs well. So unless you're really big, think Salesforce, Patagonia, and prepared to throw a ton of resource behind this, this likely isn't the most effective option for you. So maybe we have our employees volunteer. I want you to think about the last intern that you had in your office. And now I want you to imagine that they come in for 1 or 2 days a quarter, and each time you have to re-onboard them again. Put yourself in the charity shoes. Is that really the most effective use of anyone's time? You're running a commercial business. Keep the main thing the main thing. So maybe we donate to charity. But does it matter which charities we donate to? You'll have seen a chart that looks quite similar to this, showing a distribution of startup success. The difference here is that this shows charities, and rather than valuations, we're looking at the amount of impact that they can have for $1,000, measured using a metric called a DALI. You can think of a DALI as an additional year of healthy life. The organizations on the left-hand side of this chart provide no additional years of healthy life for $1,000. Those on the right, more than 300. It should be clear to all of us that the organizations we want to donate to are the ones on the right. But if we pick a charity at random, or if we even do a little bit of research, we have more than a 90% chance of ending up in the bottom 50%. So we don't just want to donate to charity, we want to donate to the very best charities. There are more than 10,000 charities in the world. We're looking for a needle in a haystack. At Founders Pledge, we take a similar approach to this that you might take to making decisions about your business. We follow the data. We start off by looking at the cause area. We look for big problems where we think we can move the needle and that are comparatively neglected by other funders. And that neglect piece is important. On the left-hand side here, the 2 circles represent the comparative global health burden of mental health and HIV in low-income countries. On the right, you're looking at global spending on these 2 issue areas. This is measured again in DALIs. And you'll see that mental health costs us more than twice as many DALIs in low-income countries as HIV does. However, spending on mental health is 50 times less. If we want to have an impact on the margin, neglect matters. So once we've chosen our cause area, we look at the interventions, the different solutions that we think might have an impact in this area. And again, this really matters. This chart is showing you the cost effectiveness, measured again in DALIs, of 5 different health interventions for HIV. The first is education for high-risk groups. The one at the bottom is surgical intervention for a rare condition called Kaposi sarcoma. What this is showing you is that the most effective interventions are not just a little bit more effective, they are orders of magnitude more effective. It's only once we've been through this process that we then start to look at the individual organizations. We assess the strengths, the weaknesses. We filter down to the most effective funding opportunities in any given area. But who are we and why are we doing this? So Founders Pledge is a global nonprofit empowering entrepreneurs to do the most good possible with their charitable giving. Our members include a bunch of big household names you'll be familiar with. You've just heard from Natasha at 12, and last night you heard from Anton at Lovable, both Founders Pledge members. This is the founders part. And this is the pledge part. Members join Founders Pledge by making a basic conditional commitment. If I make money selling my business, then, and only then, I'll donate a percentage to the charities of my choice. To date, 1.6 billion has been donated by our members. 2,150 entrepreneurs in 49 different countries have pledged 12 billion to charity. And as for the part we play, it's our role to make sure that by the time our members are ready to start giving, they're truly empowered change makers who are able to drive real-world impact at scale. As well as doing deep charity research, we also provide them with opportunities to connect with a community of peers on the same journey, a network of experts, and provide the infrastructure that they need in order to be able to give effectively, including a donor-advised fund. We don't take cuts. We don't take commissions. We don't charge membership fees. It doesn't cost a penny to join Founders Pledge. This is a quote from one of our members, Tava Henricus, on the value that he's seen from working with Founders Pledge. So whether you're just starting out, whether you're approaching an exit, whether you're past an exit, I want you to ask yourself a question. In a world where you have limited resources, how can you do the most good possible? I'm standing in a room filled with truly exceptional individuals who collectively have the power to create incredible change when they have success. And this should be the norm. You have power. Use it. And if you think that there's a role that Founders Pledge can play in helping you to achieve that, then we want to hear from you. Thank you.
So, have we got any F1 fans in the house? Where are you? Okay. What do cybersecurity and Formula One have in common? Well, as two new leaders of iconic brands, our next speakers are here to explore how ambition, culture, and trust shape their vision for the future. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with TechCrunch's Connie Loizus, CEO of 1Password, David Fognu, and team principal and CEO at Oracle Red Bull Racing, Laurent Mekier.
Look at all those cameras. People are excited. I'm excited. This is a treat.
I'm excited. I am as well, guys.
Guys, we were just talking backstage about all of the sort of parallels in your lives. But let's start with maybe one of the most recent, which is that you both became CEOs of the organizations that you now lead 4 months ago. And you have, in ways, big shoes to fill. Laurent, you reportedly walked onto the Silverstone track in the UK on the first day and said, it still feels a bit unreal to be in the Red Bull garage and not see Christian Horner. He ran the team for 20 years. Similarly, David, Jeff spent 13 years building 1Password before handing you the keys. So I wanted to ask both of you, what's been the most surprising thing being the CEO? David, do you want to start?
Sure. Yeah, so there's a lot of similarities in that journey. One difference is that my journey was a little bit more gradual, whereas Laurent sort of was thrown into it in the middle of the season. But we have a consistency in our path in that we both sort of stepped into pretty iconic brands and pretty iconic journeys that had done a lot of really wonderful things in the past. And so, decades of building, in our case, millions and millions of individuals and families that rely and trust the 1Password brand and product, and 180,000 businesses. And so, in our case, we want to make sure that we don't mess that up. There's a tremendous amount of trust that we have a responsibility to our customers, but at the same time, that positions us extraordinarily well to be there for our customers for the next chapter. And so, my journey or my challenge here is understand and preserve what got us here, and then leverage that so that we can get out in front of the trends that are changing the way technology is changing people's lives and the way businesses work, to be there for our customers in the future. And so, again, it starts with understanding the magic that got us here, making sure that you preserve that core, that trust, and then setting the ambition and the vision for what comes next.
Great. Laurent?
Look, it's been a pretty similar journey, really. The first feeling, obviously, as David said, it was not an expected call, so it came out of the blue. The first feeling is one of being privileged, being honored to suddenly be part of such an incredible team. This team have been winning more than anyone else in Formula One in the last 2 decades, and then suddenly you are part of it. I've been looking at this team as a competitor for the last 20 years, and you have access from a day to the others to see behind the door, to see the magic with which they have been winning all these championships. So, as David said, the first thing is the respect, the huge respect for this legacy that is there. And as a result, your approach is simply to try to get to know as many people as you can in that team as fast as you can. It's a large organization now. We are 2,000 people on the campus to run these 2 cars. And the first few months have been exactly that, trying to understand what are the dynamics, trying to know our people, trying to very much to capture the essence of pure racing that you find at Oracle Red Bull Racing, and start to design ways with our people to see how we can support them better, to see how we can go racing in an even more extreme way. That's the only thing we do, chasing lap times. And all we are trying to do is we already have what we think are the best people in the world, and we are trying to make sure that we build around them an environment where they can focus on what they do best. And this is where we have done this partnership with David and with 1Password in order to try to help our people chasing the last thousand of a seconds to make sure they can focus on core business.
Well, I wanted to ask you about that in terms of supporting your people. A story caught my attention last week, or I guess the week before, when Max won in Monza. And reporters said, Laurent, what was your contribution to his success? And you said, I have 0 contribution. And everybody sort of laughed, and you doubled down and you said, I'm not kidding. Christian Horner was obviously somebody who was sort of relished the spotlight, was very public, very visible. You seem to have a different approach. Would you say that you lead from behind, and is that intentional in any case?
I don't think the approach matters. That's what I think. I don't think it's leadership style. You will find every possible style in leaderships. I think that doesn't really matter. I think what matters is the leadership, is a care for the people, is a care for the company culture. And yes, of course, the contributions was 0 and is 0 in the sense that all we do as leaders, as we said, is to put our people there to be able to express their talents. So it is very much their win. The Monza win was a fantastic turnaround on what had been so far very difficult seasons. And of course, your first thoughts are to the 2,000 people back in the factory that have never been giving up on that season. And it takes a tremendous amount of energy, of company culture to keep that motivation and that fighting spirit. And sometimes you have that and you don't get the positive feedback from the track, you don't get the win. So when you get the win, you need to remember that it is the people that you don't see that deserve the most credit.
That's great. Well, David, sort of similarly, you're walking into a position where you're replacing somebody who was at the helm for 13 years, and you worked with him for a year before he handed over the reins, and he couldn't have given you, more accolades as he did so. But I'm just wondering, how do you put your own stamp on 1Password?
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually had a 6-year journey with Jeff Shiner and the company, first as an investor and then active at the board level. And then Jeff was the one that asked me to sort of come in and help him with the next phase of growth. And we did. We partnered for a while. And it got to the point where Jeff was like, hey, I'd like you to be able to put your stamp on things and take things forward. And in a lot of ways, because I was new to the system, I could be the one that would get the team thinking about the next journey. We as I mentioned earlier, we have this incredible core value proposition to our customers built around trust, and it's something we can never lose. But we also have this obligation to actually be there for them as AI changes the way that they live and work, and as the world around us changes. And so the ability to set the bar high for the team and really set a culture of ambition that's true to our core values, but stretches and moves the team forward for the stage that we're going to. We have a huge expectation on our shoulders for being there for our customers. And so I think from Jeff's perspective, I was the right person to come in and set that bar and drive the team to reach that ambition.
That's great. I want to talk to you too about your partnership, of course. But before we do that, you're leading these iconic brands, but you have challenges, like every business has challenges. One for you, Laurent, I would think is you are leading Red Bull. You guys have been using these Honda engines. You're building your own engine for the first time. And at the same time, you are right now in sight of number 2 in the Constructors' Championship, not so far away. You could overtake Mercedes. So how do you kind of balance these two competing and very, large interests?
Look, it's obviously it's a challenge that all the teams have, to balance your resources between this season and next season, which is going to be a complete new departure, new regulations for the chassis, new regulations for the power unit. In some respect, when we exchange with David, it's not so different to any business having to balance your short-term objectives to how much you invest for R&D, hoping to get something back in the next few years. So anyway, for us, we chose a slightly different avenue compared to competitions. We were not happy about where the car performance had been at the beginning of this year and up until the middle of this year. So, we decided to press on a bit more with 2025. We didn't feel that we could simply turn the page and have a wishful thinking about everything will be better next year. So we felt we had to get to the bottom of what had not been working on this year's car, and hence we perhaps have pushed a bit more than competition. And luckily it gave us this turnaround in form. And today, we go into the winter, yes, with a bit less time than competitions because we have invested this time in this year car, but with a lot more trust into our tools, into our methodologies, into our process, and hopefully in a way or another we'll make that time back.
Well, so Max is right now 49 points behind Lando Norris. And just with these 3 races remaining, I guess he's sort of effectively ended his title hopes for this year. What is your message to him about Red Bull's ability to build a championship-winning car next year?
So next year, as you say, next year for the very first time, we will design and produce our own power unit with Ford. It's a crazy adventure to be in. I think the sort of crazy level that only Red Bull can do. We've decided to create these power unit facilities in the middle of a field in Milton Keynes in the UK from zero, get the building, get the dynos in, hire 600 people, try to get them to work together, eventually try to get an engine and a power unit to reach the track. And we are going to do that against people that have been doing it for 90 years, against all the biggest names of the sport. So it's a crazy adventure. We would be silly to think that we just go in there and are going to be at the right level straight away. This is not going to happen. But as we said, we take it the Red Bull way. We take it with all the high-risk, high-gain approach that we cherish. You may have seen last weekend. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, and that's So we are getting ready for the sleepless nights, but also conscious that we feel we have the best people. We feel that we have the partners that are the best at what they do in the world, and that give us that competitive edge. That give us that 1,000th of a second that every single of our employees can put into it, that our partners can add their own 1,000th of a second. And we go in it with our feet on the ground, but with a Red Bull desire to make a mark.
To win. And David, so similarly, you are interestingly sort of pushing forward this new concept of extended access management. And I wondered if you could just talk about that for a second and how you kind of balance evangelizing that product with just dealing with, making sure your revenue is where you want it to be.
Yeah, I mean, what Laurent represents at Oracle Red Bull Racing and the success that they've had under his leadership in this short time is really about empowering the team, the wonderful people at the organization, to do their best work and give them the autonomy to find that extra bit, to get that extra 1,000th. And so we see organizations like all over embracing that concept where they're really saying, hey, our people are going to be able to drive this business forward. Let's make sure we give them the ability to choose the tools that they need to work where they want to work, how they want to work, so we can get the best people and get the most out of them. And so the old world has been really about almost a command and control, where IT departments have been very prescriptive about how people would go about doing their jobs. But that's really changed over time and certainly been accelerated by the pandemic and the way that people have kind of distributed. And so we believe that by living at the human being layer and by having that trust, we can empower people to be part of the journey of not only growing the businesses in a productive way, but doing so securely. So our mission has always been and continues to be making it easy for people to be safe when they go online, when they use technology. And so we can extend around the things that we've done historically to this outer perimeter where people are the new perimeter. It's not the building you log in, you badge into, or the core set of few systems that the company tells you to use. And so that journey has been really about extending that. Now with artificial intelligence, that expands even greater, orders of magnitude more. And as people start to get agents helping them do their jobs and then helping their businesses go forward, we believe those agents ultimately need to be accountable back to the people. You can't have the robots taking over the world. So that accountability back to the people really fortifies that even more. And so what we're investing heavily in, and much to the way that a race team has to invest in the 26 car, we're investing in where the world is going and the distributed nature of decision making and autonomy for individuals, for human beings, and for how AI impacts the way that people do their jobs. And so that's the journey we're on, and we're delivering against the business objectives we have set for ourselves in the near term, but we're really, really focused on extending that into where the world is going.
That's great. I wanted to just talk, of course, about why you're here together. David, you are competing against serious players in F1. Mercedes has CrowdStrike, McLaren has Darktrace, Ferrari switched from Kaspersky to Bitdefender. Why Red Bull? I know this dates back 6 months. How did this partnership come together?
Yeah, I mean, we started to explore, first of all, we think that while we have millions of consumers and hundreds of thousands of businesses, there's many, many more folks that shouldn't be taking credential risk as unseriously as they are. 80% of the bad stuff that happens comes from compromised credentials, and most people have very, very weak behavior when it comes to the credentials that they present and they use. So we think by getting our message out more broadly, we can leverage sports marketing as an opportunity to do that. But that's only at the surface level, right? You can go to a different sport, you can go to different teams. When we chose a partner, we wanted actually to choose a partner that we could really activate around the truth of what we do. And so we saw an opportunity to help Oracle Red Bull Racing take a thousandth off the space. Like we help their team get access to the systems and the data they need rapidly, logging in, logging out, exchanging workflows, data workflows, wherever they are. And we're making their day shorter for the team that goes there. So, Laurent's been suggesting this week that we're part of the team. We're, 2,000 folks, we're 2001, all of us together trying to take seconds off of lap time. And so that level of partnership where we're jointly invested in business outcomes for each other, which makes this relationship extraordinarily powerful. It's not just a brand or a logo on a car. It's us understanding what we're trying to do and working together to improve both of our businesses. And so it's been a wonderful journey so far.
Well, Laurent, you've talked about in the past about the fact that 1Password is making your developers faster and more secure. And you've talked a little bit about the aerodynamic testing process, for example, which is the wind tunnel and the simulations that make the car go faster. What's interesting to me is security does usually mean a slowdown. There's passwords that need to be checked, other things. There's friction. So can you just give us a concrete example of how 1Password has made your team move more quickly?
Of course. I think at first more globally. We said earlier, we think we have the best people in the world. We are also going after the best experts in the world at what they do. And that's how we pick our partners. And that's with that thinking in mind that we went to sit down with David and with 1Password. So what do they do? We said our project is about people and it's about empowering these people and letting these talents do the jobs they are genius at. And that's exactly what 1Password is helping us to do. Our people have to manage and have to log in, log out of complex systems, aerodynamics, vehicle dynamics, at the track, back at the factory, at the simulator, in the wind tunnel. And they need to do that of course, in a safe way, but that's not even a discussion. That's what they bring by nature. But we didn't discuss together how to minimize the loss. We discussed together how to gain speed. We go today faster in this seamless login, log out of our people from a system to another than what we were doing without the security level. So it's a competitive business. You are looking after the most tiny competitive advantage, one after the others. And our tech genius, our people, they are challenging us every day about the noise that is somewhat unavoidable for a large team, 2,000 people. And with 1Password, we have this sort of answers where we reduce the noise, increase the time for the core business, and that's fundamentally where the performance comes from.
David, so you're talking a little bit about extended management access. So this is basically like what keeps CISOs up at night, this sort of shadow IT, people using their laptops and their personal computer, their phones, and you're wanting to manage that whole process. So this is a real challenge because these guys are at 24 races around the world. They're in hotels, airports, random paddocks. What is the worst case scenario? It's race weekend and the system goes down, their system goes down, they lose access. What can you do for them?
Yeah, I mean, I think the worst case scenario is that their critical intellectual property is compromised.
Right. Because phishing is a big problem in that.
Yeah, and again, the threat profile has changed pretty dramatically, and so there's lots and lots of nefarious actors trying to get access to this incredible IP.
Yeah.
But that's table stakes, as Laurent said. Like what we're trying to do is, as people are accessing these critical systems, how do we reduce the friction to allow them to do it so that they don't even recognize the security's there? It just actually makes their ability to get access to what they need much simpler, much more quickly. And that's where sort of it turns on the head. So it's not just shadow IT, which sounds nefarious, like, oh, it's lurking in the shadows, who's doing some things they shouldn't be doing. No, it's empowering the team to actually get access to resources, a wide range of resources, so that if one system went down, are there other systems that they can log into quickly, efficiently, safely, that can get the team back on track to compensate for that. And so that the outer ring of resources is not just the bad stuff that people nefariously bring in. It's actually empowering the teams to have broader access to more systems, but do so safely and super efficiently so that they can get their jobs done more quickly and get the car running faster.
You know, we're running out of time. Laurent, I wanted to ask you, next year really brings the biggest regulation reset in F1 history. You referenced this, new aero rules, new power units. Given Red Bull's struggles this year, I guess, is this an opportunity to leapfrog McLaren and Mercedes, or do you think being a first-time engine manufacturer puts you at a disadvantage?
Look, it's fair to say that given the scale of the change of regulations, you guys are going to see a change in picking orders next year. Impossible to know who is going to take benefit of it, but you know, we are throwing these 10 giants, these 10 teams, these 10 giants into the unknown. And of course, it's very difficult to think that the picking order is going to be the same. I think we'll have to fight our way back up, precisely because we are new into the power unit business, luckily with the huge support from Ford. But we expect to have to fight our back up. But again, it's something that as a team we are very used to.
Well, you've got a lot of people rooting for you and very excited for next year. And David, you look like you're staring into a big year in 2026. So you just conducted a $100 million oversaw secondary last month. You also told CNBC that you've got a $400 million run rate. This is a 20-year-old company at this point. I'm sure you're not going to answer if you are.
Well, I have 18 seconds to answer the question. So.
Are you ready to be a public company?
We believe we will be a public company someday. We're very profitable. We have a lot of money. We have a huge ambition. We're not working back from a window. When the time is right, we'll do it.
Great. Well, good luck to you both. Next year, I'll be following your trajectories very closely. Thank you so much.
Great.
And thank you, everybody, for coming. And
thank
you, Web Summit, for having us.
So next up, forget boardrooms. The future of business strategy is being written in real time on social media. Every post, like, and comment could signal the next big opportunity. Up next, two leaders at the forefront of social intelligence are here to show us how enterprise teams are staying ahead in an unpredictable market. Please welcome, in conversation with Axios' Ashley Gold, Hootsuite CEO Irina Novoselsky, and Blue Sky COO Rose Wong.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our talk today. I'm thrilled to be with you all and thrilled to be with these two amazing businesswomen. We're going to kick it off by sort of defining what is social intelligence. You both sit at the center of how people talk online and how organizations listen. How do you define social intelligence in 2025, and why does it matter now?
I would say it's just intelligence. Where we are today, that 70% of Gen Z is going to social to start any of their search, any of their conversation. And so the social intelligence piece, it's just the intelligence of what's going on there. So if you want to know what anybody's saying about your brand, what is the conversation, what are the viral moments, what's the zeitgeist of your cultural demographic, then going on social is just where you're going to find it, and having the ability to hear it, understand it, and then take action with it.
And I'll add on to that in the sense that social has changed so much in the last 10 to 20 years, where in the beginning, maybe the only thing that mattered was how many people follow you or how many people are viewing your content. But understanding what actually matters, what metrics matter. Is it about engagement? Is it about the depth of passion someone has for your brand? Or is it about the number of conversations you're generating. And so using tools like Hootsuite are very important because then you have a better sense of, well, what is my goal and how am I going to get there?
And I'm struck by something you said. So maybe millennials, boomers, higher generations, when we want to find something online, maybe we're looking at a Wirecutter list, maybe we're talking to our friends, maybe we're sort of crowdsourcing on social media. But you're saying the younger generations, they go to the social channels first to figure out what they like?
Yeah, it's been one of the biggest eye-openers for me. I'm sure you see it as well in Blue Sky. But for the first time ever, 70% of Gen Z and millennials are in the decision-making seat for budget owners. And what that means is today there are more Gen Zers in the workplace than there are boomers. And so the entire narrative of how buyer journeys are set up, how decisions are getting set up is completely different because these are digital natives. They grew up not only with a phone in their pocket that they don't use, but also completely on social media, to what Rose was saying. And so their natural inclination is to go there and to trust it. And we'll talk more on ROI, but has a very different perspective from a Gen Z perspective on social.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about sort of some of these viral moments we've seen. The Stanley Cup being super popular after some viral TikTok moments. Gen Z really latching on to certain consumer products. So what do events like that sort of teach you about the value of these conversations and just how fast they can move? And how has that changed your approach as businesses?
Things are happening in real time. And the question is, how do you differentiate from everyone else who's on social these days? And one of the biggest things that I see that users are looking for, especially Gen Z, is authenticity. And that comes with self-awareness. I know what's happening. I know what people think about me. And it's speaking to that message today. And you can't be a year, a month, a week behind. And so I think it's really important to understand, how do I get not only the first take on something, but break news? I think that's what's really important. I think we saw that with the Taylor Swift proposal, everybody was posting about it and it no longer was interesting or news anymore, right? And so you have to go find something that really works for you, your brand, and what speaks to your users. Again, that goes deep into the social listening aspect.
And I love what you said, Rose, about getting there before it becomes a viral moment. I don't know how many of you out there have heard about the rock, the anthropology rock. Quick show of hands. Anybody knows what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So as you know, this wife pranked her husband, bought this rock from their backyard and pretended it was this very luxurious, expensive rock and that she bought from Anthropology. And because they were listening and kind of saw their mentions start sneaking up, they didn't wait until the moment was over where they just bounced on what everybody was saying. They went in fast and basically said, yes, we have this rock, and created a product, the Anthropology rock, and started selling, and the whole moment went viral, but they had an opportunity to participate in the social narrative and the intelligence.
And they just sort of fell into that one.
Yeah, fell into it.
They happened to be listening, have the right tools at their disposal.
But
know
the
what
moving
people were
fast,
saying.
right? What Rose said of the real-time nature of it. Because if they waited a few hours longer, okay, it's no longer that interesting to jump on.
Yeah. Let's pivot to AI for a second. So there's traditional social monitoring tools. Hootsuite has been around for a while. And then there's the advent of everybody using these AI tools. So how has that enhanced all these things you're talking about? Or are there certain things that work better without using AI and you're doing what you always did?
You want to go first?
One thing I will talk about with AI is that I think one of the hardest things for creators, and this is a user group that we care a lot about because they're the ones who are creating the content that makes us all excited to watch. And what's really sad about AI is how basically creators are really worried about their own work.
Yeah.
What's going to happen.
Their brand even.
Exactly. It's their livelihood. And so that's what we think about Blue Sky a lot is with this new world with AI, how do content creators give consent of whether or not they can use their data or not? And so one of the things that we're very inspired by at Blue Sky is how the web works. Websites are also public. Oftentimes, developers are worried that other people are trying to scrape their data. And so what we're looking at there's a way for web developers to express consent, whether or not they want their website to be scraped or not. And this has become a standard that most search engines use. And so what we're excited about, too, from Blue Sky's perspective, is also how do we put choice back into users' hands, where creators can actually say, yes, I want my data to be trained on, or no, and then we can put pressure on the AI labs as a collective, and that's where I'm excited to see is how we work together with how quickly AI is evolving.
And it's interesting from an enterprise perspective, we see similar things in that whether it's CEOs posting or, we drive a lot of employee advocacy programs for our big enterprises where they're engaging their employees to post about their experiences because everybody wants to buy from people, nobody wants to buy from a brand. And one of the things we see is they'll use our intelligence and our AI tools to get them insights and market data and tell me what campaign I should do and give me a post I should write or tell me what's resonating. But then the minute they want to hit post, they don't want that automated. They want to have the control to be able to say, okay, this is my voice. This represents what I want it to say before hitting post.
So in that way, you've sort of found a balance of using it where it works.
Yeah, it sets up 90% of it, and then that last 10%, you have that ability to influence it, make it your own, and also have control and governance over your own brand and identity.
And Rose, you talked about this effort of creators sort of giving permission or not giving permission and being able to go to AI labs as a collective. How is that going? Are you getting pushback? Has it been difficult? What's the relationship been like?
It's just the beginning. And so if you look at organizations like Creative Commons, the IETF, essentially we're all trying to work together to see if we can create a common protocol or standard that creators can use. But at the end of the day, it takes all of us as users to go and put that pressure on AI labs, because unless they choose to follow the consent, it's still up to them. And so it's taken many years for the web model to be standardized for website scraping, and I think it'll take the same, probably longer amount of time.
But do you see this as something the industry is going to figure out by itself, sort of in different groups and working together, or are you hopeful that eventually there might be some sort of regulation from Congress or even in the States that protects creators in this age of AI?
It's hard to say. Regulation and innovation, I think, are two levers that are really important, that they work together to help users and other people feel protected. And when it comes to regulation, I think that regulation can be helpful, but sometimes regulation comes at the cost of smaller players oftentimes. And so, for example, I can give an example for how innovation is really powerful. For example, for Meta, for a long time, people wanted a chronological feed, right? It's, hey, this isn't good for me. How do I have control over my feed? And regulation tried to step in and tried to force Meta to make those changes, and it just didn't happen until Blue Sky came in as a small player with 30 employees, so we're very small, decided to create our own chronological feed. And what happened was users were starting to move over from Threads to Blue Sky, and then Threads decided to put in a chronological feed after a decade of regulators asking. And so what I would say is it takes both. It takes both regulation and it takes individuals to go take a stand and then collectively organize.
And what sort of scares you both about AI in your own workplaces? Like when you're telling your own employees how you want them to use or not use AI, what are your sort of guideposts and guiding lights in those conversations internally?
I think from my perspective right now, how I'm looking at AI is similar to the internet when it came about, that there were people that were hesitant about using it. There were people that were saying, hey, this is a fad, it's not going to last. There's this famous line of a magazine cover that said, internet, buying online is a temporary thing that'll only last for the next 3 to 5 years. That's been wrong.
Yeah.
But I think it's a tool, it's technology, right? And so AI is amazing as a tool. It makes you faster, more productive. It does all this insights and intelligence work for you, but it's a tool. And so like everything else, you have to use it in the right environment. I think where I'm at right now is how do we lean into usage and adoption first? How do we recognize some of the case studies? So one of the things that we do just within Hootsuite is highlight user case studies every week of here's how people are using it to get smarter. There's one employee who literally put all of their bosses into the LLM and had conversations with them on what they would say against his work and how he can elevate his executive presence. And so I think for me, from my perspective, is it's a really incredible tool. And right now, adoption is what I'm focused on more than anything.
Like Irene said, AI is a tool, but don't use it to replace all of yourself. For example, I think if you type into ChatGPT, like, hey, help me rewrite this better, I noticed that most of those responses have dashes in them.
Which, by the way, I use dashes, just to be clear. I use dashes in my normal, like the 2 dashes. I've used them my whole life. And now I'm going and editing my own emails to take my own dashes out so people don't think AI is writing it. That's just very frustrating.
And the phenomenon of ChatGPT using too many dashes, I keep seeing that on social, and it's sort of like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Those are my own posts, just to be clear.
Yes. She's not using ChatGPT.
I am in some things, but
loves
naturally love my dashes.
Yes.
I think ChatGPT trained off of your
I
data.
honestly,
that's what it is.
I'm going to trademark those dashes. Yeah.
That's what it is. Journalists love M dashes too, so I get it.
Right?
Yeah. So there's definitely a tell, but I think as a human, like you need human in the loop, but as a tool, it's very helpful.
You know, it's also one of the things that's interesting, the human in the loop. We were talking backstage, I was at this AI, really small conference is too much to say. It was just kind of got somehow invited to this like room of very highly qualified AI leaders, and they were talking about things. And one of the things they asked is, what is your most defensible thing you can do against AI? And the number one thing that they said, which honestly shocked me a little bit because these are all these AI tech leaders, you had all the big AI firms there, and the one thing that they said was humanity, human connection, human relationships. They think that that is the most defensible thing that any company can build against AI, and I thought that was just a real jarring kind of difference to what they were talking about, and it speaks to your kind of keeping that authentic human aspect to it.
And how are you thinking about just your own internal use of AI at Blue Sky for employees?
Yeah, I mean, AI is super useful in terms of just having somebody to rubber duck with, right? Like, oh, I need to think about how to like start that first paragraph, and you can use AI to really get the thoughts flowing. But ultimately, I think that we use it, again, just like a tool. And I think, if anything, I'm excited to see creative ways that people are using it. I think the limits of AI usage are the limits of our creativity. And we've seen in human history that science fiction writers are better predictors of the future than historians and academics. And so it shows the power of human imagination. And so that's where I think AI can unlock is, okay, how do I use it to help me brainstorm? How do I use it to like create some sort of really cool world that I can help people imagine what I'm seeing in my mind, but still it's your idea. It's still you and your voice that you should have.
We're seeing that too. Like one of the number one use cases on AI within even the Hootsuite platform is they'll take an article or an old post that they like and they'll put it into kind of our tool and say, give me something similar, and here's the voice I want you to write it in. And so they're trying to really avoid that blank space, that blank page scary that you have to start with.
Exactly.
But it's that
So
iterative.
you're seeing that it's helping brands and customers sort of revive their own work.
Yeah, one of the number one use cases is they take that link or they take an idea or they drop, give me something on this, so that you just don't start from that blank space. And then the other side is there's so much data out there right now that all of us are constantly getting inundated with. So one of the things that we see them using, kind of some of our agents, is tell me what campaigns are resonating the most and tell me why. Tell me who's getting market share and why. And so they want people to kind of give not just the insight of the here's the data, but what can you do with it? So how do I respond to this? What can I do to counter this? Or this thing happened, how do I what's the right campaign for me to run? What product should I launch in this market? What's going to resonate? And so I think one of the things that we're able to do now with all this data is cut through some of the noise and give us the punchline.
And when did you start really seeing results from using those insights and using the AI? Was it recently, in the past couple years? What has the ROI timeline been like?
I think it depends, depending on the company's innovation curve and their own, how open they are with technology. But from some of our customers, they've been using some of our LLM models for the last few years. And then there's others that have just recently stopped asking us to turn off our AI functionality.
They're willing to give it a try
so
now.
they're now open to trying it a little bit, but it's an adoption curve, and everybody comes in at their own level. I think one of the things that's happened is what ChatGPT and a lot of Claude and Gemini have done is just made it from a consumer perspective so easy and day-to-day for us to use that now we're more open to using it with our software tools. And I think at the end of the day, social, there's 5 billion people around the world spending 3-4 hours a day, and if you were to go check your screen times, I'm probably going to guess that you're spending way more than 3 to 4 hours a day. And so whatever habits we do as consumers and humans, you end up bringing to the workplace.
One thing I wanted to ask about before we wrap up is social intelligence. A lot of it is social listening, sort of seeing what people are into. How do you sort of keep the line trustworthy so that people don't feel like they're being invaded or that they're being surveilled, but they are being seen and serve things that they actually like? How do you think about that balance?
Ultimately, when you're online, it is a place where lots of people are gathering. And so my first piece of advice is be smart.
Don't put things online that you don't want to be online.
Talk about intelligence. And so I think, now you can basically take a picture from even inside and locate where that person is. And so safety, privacy, these are all things that is even more relevant today in the AI world. But at the same time, as Irina was talking about connection, actually like having interactions and relationships with people is the number one most defensible thing, because that's what we lack, that's what we crave. And so I think it's really important that we have more roles for people online than lurker and poster. And I think that's
love that.
That's where we need to move. Is there's so many people who are great at reposting, at curating information, and it's all about giving tools back to users to go and create the communities that you want, whether that's different feeds or different moderation tools. And so I welcome everyone to come to Blue Sky to try it out, where there's so many different spaces where you can go and have tools to protect yourself and your community a lot better.
I love that. And I think it starts with, from a Hootsuite perspective, we do a lot to protect and help protect employees on behalf of enterprises. And so we spend time with enterprises taking down their governance and their compliance standards and making sure that when their employee goes to post something, it'll just get flagged and say, okay, this is out of compliance. You can't tell somebody to just go buy the stock. And so what happens is people feel a lot more safe to get out there and publish and post. But it does start with making sure what you put out there, you're comfortable putting out there.
Okay, awesome. Lurker and poster, I love that. So on that note, we are out of time.
I'm going to try to do a selfie. Can we try it with everybody in the audience? I might have to do a video. How do people feel? Thumbs up? Oh, they even turn the lights on. Okay.
You got to listen to the
We're going to maybe do some yelling. Okay, ready? Can I do it on this side? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to do a video. Ready? Hold on. Oh, wait. Okay, here we go. Coming to you from Web Summit, Lisbon, Portugal. Woo!
Our next speaker is CEO of one of the first companies to teach an entire generation how to use AI, and now it's reinventing itself for the next era of AI. Grammarly CEO is here to share an inside look at the company's evolution from a single product to a productivity suite, and his perspective on building AI technology that fits naturally into how we already work. Please welcome in conversation with Fortune's Jim Edwards, CEO of Grammarly, Shishir Mehrotra.
Shashir, thank you for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
You've come a long way. I'm really glad to have this conversation with you because I've been using your product for years.
Thank you.
And your product has saved me from making thousands of mistakes as a writer and an editor. Grammarly's been going since 2009. I think you have something like 40 million users, 700 million in revenue, and 100 billion calls to your LLM every week?
Every week.
And it feels like Grammarly is on every browser on the planet. Like you've already built this out. You guys should be way ahead of everybody else. But you're changing the name of the company to Superhuman.
Yeah.
Tell us why.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned, Grammarly is a very popular product, spans all of these different users, but our ambitions are much broader than just being your writing assistant, your grammar assistant in your pocket. And as we've grown into multiple product lines, we now have a popular document product in Coda. We now have a mail product in Superhuman Mail. We launched a new product last week, Superhuman Go. We wanted to change the corporate brand to be able to capture that ambition. So Grammarly stays as one of the core products, but the name of the overall company is now Superhuman.
Okay. And before we came on stage, you were telling me about the last mile problem, that there's friction. In terms of getting people to use AI, there's some friction in the sense that with most apps, to use it, you have to stop whatever you are doing, go to a different app, use it, then come back. But with Grammarly and Superhuman, you're already right there in the browser. You've already got that permission. Can you talk about that last mile problem?
Yeah, I think it's one of the things that people most misunderstand about Grammarly is that they think that the product and the technology is mostly about grammar. But actually the core product is about bringing AI right to where people work. So Grammarly works in over 1 million different applications. That's actually all the browsers, so all the web applications, but also all your desktop applications, everything from Slack to Word, and all your mobile applications. Grammarly is right there with you and being an embedded assistant in all of your work. So what we've been doing is taking those technologies and separating them. So the part that is the platform that allows AI to run everywhere, that's a new product we call Superhuman Go. And that runs many agents, one of which is your grammar assistant, but we've opened that platform to allow many more agents to be able to run right alongside you, just the way Grammarly does.
Okay, and how many more agents are you offering your customers?
So we launched a couple weeks ago with a few hundred agents. Those cover a set of use cases that are very close to Grammarly, so writing agents that can help you on many writing-related tasks. We also launched a number of agents that connect to basically every application you use. So you can now have everything from your CRM system to your email system to your support system, also acting in concert to help you and assist you along the way. And then we open up the platform to allow anybody to publish agents. So we had a number of people come and do that. Some are popular applications, some are authors, many different examples of people who want to bring AI right to where you work, solving that last mile problem of AI.
Okay. Before when you talked, you mentioned one specific author who's quite famous. And you talked about having her sit over my shoulder or something?
Yeah, so this is there's many examples of different providers that are building agents on our platform. One of the most fun examples is from an author named Kim Scott. So she wrote a book called Radical Candor, which is about how to communicate directly with people you interact with. And she gave me this observation that I thought was interesting, that very popular book, but what do most people do when they read a book like that? They take the book, they read it, and then they put it on the shelf, and they kind of forget about it. And she said, what would it feel like if you could have Kim in your pocket? Everywhere you were, Kim could help you actually communicate better. So that's how they built an agent on the platform that does exactly that. Just like Grammarly is sort of like your English teacher helping you with all of your communication. In this case, you can add the Radical Candor agent, and Kim can come help you adhere to the advice of the Radical Candor philosophy.
So if you're writing an email and you're maybe trying to mislead someone, is Kim going to interrupt you and say, no, tell the truth?
Yeah, that's okay. So Kim's agent is mostly focused on tone and directness. There are also agents, for example, where we'll focus on correctness. So for example, imagine you're writing an email to a customer Previously, you'd have one agent, your high school grammar teacher, helping you understand that maybe you phrased something incorrectly or you got your tone wrong. But now you might have, for example, your sales agent. And your sales agent says, hey, you're writing this email. The product you're recommending to the customer is actually the wrong product. Or a support agent that tells you that this customer had an outage last week, and you should really acknowledge that as part of your email. So we can then help you with a much broader set of agents that can help you in the way that you're used to with Grammarly, right in the surface you work in.
And are these agents free, or are you asking people to pay a subscription for them, or what?
Yeah, each one is different. So the core platform for now is starting off free. We'll build a freemium tier on it as we build it out. And then the agents themselves, some of them will be free, some of them will be paid. I actually think that's a really interesting opportunity for a completely new business model. We think of the way that Superhuman Go is constructed is that we have an agent store, and you can come and advertise your agents. If you have a business model that works in a paid model, you can offer your agents for pay. If you have a different type of business model, you can go work that way as well.
Okay. Tell us how you think about the competition, because you're a smaller company, although you're extremely well capitalized, you're a smaller company compared to OpenAI or Google's Gemini or Meta. You are competing against a whole set of established productivity incumbents, and these all have their general purpose applications. You can ask them to do anything, whereas Grammarly, for instance, this has a very specific task. So how are you going to win that war?
You said a really important word there. You can ask them to do anything. Interestingly, if you think about the way Grammarly has become so pervasive, is that we take a very different approach to AI. So if you look at all the AI providers, I think they largely divide into three big buckets, especially the horizontal ones. There's ones focused on, we call it assist, chat, and do. So the ones that we're most familiar with are the chat AI experiences. It's like ChatGPT, and now there's dozens of different chatbots for just about everything where you can come and ask anything you like. But it's up to you to come ask. There's another segment that is focused on what we refer to as do, where you're taking AI and you're trying to give it an instruction. We sometimes refer to them as headless instructions for them to go do tasks on your behalf. You know, one fun stat that Anthropic released recently was 39% of Claude queries are for these headless tasks, many of them for helping write code in Claude Code. We sit at the other end of the spectrum. Our view of the world is AI should be assistive. We should be proactive in helping people before they ask. This is, you mentioned a stat earlier. We do about 100 billion LLM calls per week. And I just want to calibrate for everybody what that means. That not only would that make us actually one of the top 4 or 5 AI players, for any individual user, it means we are bringing AI to you at a couple of orders of magnitude more than any other player. That spread 100 billion LLM calls across about 40 million daily users means a few thousand times per day. Every time you press a key, every time you open a new application, we are recalculating the world to say, how can we bring AI assistance directly to you? So I think that approach is pretty fundamentally different than what all the other AI players have taken. And it starts with this view of making AI work proactively and embedded in your actual experiences.
Okay. And is there, it strikes me that there's some advantage for having each of your apps be a specialist in its niche. Because you used a phrase that I thought was interesting. You talked about the other AI platforms as being horizontal, right, whereas you guys are vertical, and the apps or the agents that will be available, it's almost like an app store, right?
It is an app store. It's an agent store, as we call it. And I do think it's a very important observation that Grammarly's success was doing one thing very, very well, right? And in the process of doing that one thing very well, being very good at helping people with their grammar, we happened to build this platform. So the way I think about it is, it's not our job to provide every particular agent. Every one of those agents should be incredibly specific. The radical candor example I gave is an incredibly specific thing that Kim has devoted her life to working on. And she can now bring that to people, but in a way that it allows her AI to work alongside you. So we have a general platform that hosts many very specific agents.
Okay. But just in terms of making your AI various businesses and agents successful, is it literally an advantage to specialize rather than being a large horizontal? And the reason I ask that is that the larger platforms, they have ingested everything that humanity has ever written. They can call on anything. But are your agents calling on a much smaller model? What's the advantage there of being?
Yeah, so we should separate the models from the specialization point. I think that specialization matters in a few different ways. So sometimes it's the core insight. And so from that perspective, Kim Scott and so on, they have a core insight. And that's a little bit different than what you can get in a horizontal breadth. But it's also about being connected to the actual user. So when I talk about bringing a sales agent to our platform, it's not a generic sales agent that understands something about the general concept of sales. It's your sales agent. It's connected to your CRM system. It understands your customers, your products. And I think from that perspective, it's specialized in a very different way. And I think the underlying technology can still be very horizontal. I think the way that we can run AI right where you work, the different ways we work with LLMs and so on, can be very horizontal. But the actual agent that you're working with should feel like a person, should feel like the virtual human that knows your particular preferences, your systems, your tools. And I don't think that's something that's easy to provide in a horizontal crawl the web approach.
Okay. Do you feel that competition from ChatGPT? Because I know, like in my business at Fortune magazine, we're in the business of writing, right? So we've all used Grammarly for years and years. But now I do see colleagues putting articles into ChatGPT and asking for spell check and fact check and stuff like that. Do you feel that competition?
I mean, actually, ChatGPT is one of the most popular surfaces to use Grammarly in. So in some ways, it's competition. In other ways, it's a very complementary product. I think of ChatGPT as a great product for that ask use case. I have a very important moment. I'm going to go ask for something. Grammarly is the other way around. We're helping you before you ask, before you know to ask. And so we end up being used in concert quite a bit. I think the idea of taking that somewhat magical technology, this virtual human, and bringing it to you, I think is different enough that we've seen these two things evolve together in a pretty positive way.
Yeah. So one of the things that was always impressed me about Grammarly is that you guys were using AI years before it was trendy.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, were there like moments in the history of the company where you had predictions for AI that didn't pan out, or did the business go in one direction when it could have gone in another? Because you must have years more like memories and legacy in AI than anyone else does.
It's interesting. I think the definition of AI has changed over the years as well. And so I think every time a new technology frontier comes out, we adopt it very quickly and make it fairly invisible to users. One interesting stat, so I mentioned we do about 100 billion LLM calls per week. About 3% of those go to publicly available LLMs, OpenAI, Anthropic, so on. Yep. About 97% of them go to our own hosted LLM models. Many of them, we use a lot of the open source models. We use every Llama model starting from 3 billion parameters all the way up. And part of the reason is that our job with AI is a little bit different than some of the other providers. While others might be focused on bigger and bigger models, we're focused on working where you work. So we have to be very fast and we have to be very cost effective. Mm-hmm. Every time you type a new character, every time you open a new tab, every time you open a new application, we're running literally dozens of calls to try to figure out how we can assist you. And so to do that, we had to use AI in a very different way than others. So I found that we adopt as all the technologies come out very quickly, but I also think that we have because our use case is a little bit different, we often optimize for things that are somewhat different than where the rest of the market is headed.
Okay. You obviously keep a close eye on the whole AI business where it is now. Tell us what is the single most impressive or interesting or curious use of AI that you've seen?
Curious use of AI. I mean, one of the ones I've been really excited about is AI in education. Students are a big part of our audience, so we get a lot of time to work with educators. And I think it's fascinating watching what's happening with education. And there's simultaneously this immense fear and this immense optimism of what's going to happen. I think of it a little bit like when the calculator was invented, there's a moment of none of our kids are going to be able to do math again because there's a calculator, and every school had to adjust. But actually, I think that the thing that's most interesting is changing how professors work. Before Grammarly, I started a company called Coda. Before that, I worked on YouTube. And at YouTube, we watched a massive change in education where professors went from giving lectures in class to videoing them and broadcasting them to the world. Now we're watching professors create what I would think of as digital twins. And the idea of, today, if you're a student, you do an assignment, you wait 3 weeks to turn it in, then you get feedback. Imagine your professor was right next to you all the time, giving you feedback as you work. Well, just like Kim is there to work with you on the best principles of radical candor. I think that way of thinking about education is a totally different way to think about the student-teacher relationship. It's quite exciting, I think.
Okay, that's really cool. Last question. Is AI as a whole, not your company obviously, is it a bubble?
I'm a big believer in bubbles being a good thing.
Why are bubbles a good thing?
I think bubbles, and if you go back to the last few, and you think about the internet bubble in the late 90s, or what happened with mobile, or what happened with cloud, or so on, a bubble is really a group of people feeling so much optimism that they're willing to rush into something before all of the infrastructure is there. And then all the infrastructure providers chase them to build out, and sometimes overbuild, things that they maybe need or maybe don't need. And at the end of that, some of those succeed and some of those don't succeed. But if you didn't have that rush, you would never build the core stacks that enable it. So if you go back to that internet bubble in the late 90s, we often look back at it as some of the companies that didn't survive. But also in that period, we saw companies like Google, we saw companies like Amazon, and for them to survive, you needed broadband to the home. You needed all of the different technologies that went into the browser. And so it probably is a bubble in that there's definitely investments in things that are ahead of their time and may not work. But at the same time, we're building the underlying tracks that I'm sure are going to produce some of the most meaningful companies of the next few decades.
Yeah. I mean, the development of these new data centers, the new energy and power plants that they're bringing online, it's not like we're going to need less electricity.
Absolutely.
In the future, right?
It's hard to imagine that being wasted.
Yeah. Okay. Shashir, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. Congratulations on basically having a great functional company that is not dependent on CapEx from big tech. Is there anything else you think we should know?
Yeah, I think we're very excited with what we're building with Superhuman. I think our mission is to build that AI native productivity suite, reinvent every surface that users interact with, and make it an AI native experience.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shashir Mehrotra from Superhuman.
Industrial AI is moving faster than the world has ever seen. But that speed is pushing our systems to their limits. In the next session, two heavy hitters behind the foundations of AI will show how we can build infrastructure that evolves just as fast and powers the next wave of intelligence progress. Please welcome to the stage member of the managing board, CTO and CSO of Siemens, Peter Koertz.
Alan Turing, he already was thinking what was about to happen. Machines that could think. And now let's take a look of how far we've come. Machines today, they just don't think. They adapt, they plan, they collaborate. Which really begs a big question to all of us. How do we make that intelligence work for the greater benefit for all of us? So how can we make transportation safer? How can we make factories more efficient? How can we make critical infrastructure more sustainable? How can we make it more resilient? And as you can imagine, yes, it's going to be about AI. But not the AI that you know, which we call consumer AI. You probably use ChatGPT on a daily basis. And while consumer AI is great for our personal comfort and making our lives more entertaining and more productive, it's all about me. Industrial AI is all about us. And that's exactly what we do at Siemens. At Siemens, we connect the real world together with the digital world. What does that mean? We connect all the assets that you have there in the real life. These could be trains, buildings, factories, grids. And we take that data and we build a big model out of it so that we can harness the intelligence for industry. Do you know there's more than 20 billion smart devices out there across all of us? 20 billion, which means twice as many as we have people on this planet. And what they do, they send data non-stop, 24/7. And the only way to take that is really to harness it through industrial AI. What we're doing is we're building the backbone of industry. And as we do build this backbone, we are building a living digital layer that is always on, where we can actually connect to all those sensors like a neural system, and where we can sense changes like the brain. And no, industrial AI will not help you with your meal planning, and no, it will not help you with writing your next chat. But what will AI do, industrial AI? It will quietly, profoundly keep the world moving forward as we know it. Now, let me give you a few examples around this. Let's talk about the trains, and maybe you have taken one coming here to Web Summit. With industrial AI, we are able to already predict any kind of maintenance issues that this train may have, like the doors that go the whole day open and shut. In the meanwhile, we can tell you 10 days in advance whether the door's going to break or not and require maintenance. We can assist the drivers and alert them of any obstacles. And we can keep the passengers safe. And as a matter of fact, the only way how we can ensure 100% availability of trains is through industrial AI. Now, maybe you've taken a car coming here to Web Summit. And like together with Audi, we are looking at how we can use industrial AI to have better production processes, to have better quality, to keep workers safe, and to enable Audi on a daily basis to build high-performance products. Or we think about grids, water networks, such as here in Iberia, in Portugal, in Spain. In some cases, we have water losses of up to 60%. 60% of water that you're using actually is going by wasted. Why? Because there's many leakages in the very water systems that we're driving. Now, thanks to industrial AI, we are able to detect the tiniest leakages, and thereby we can cut the water losses in half. Something that we probably don't appreciate on a daily basis. And then lastly, there's about buildings. And where we build autonomous building systems, such as Comfort AI, which you may think of it as adaptive cruise control, except it's for energy. So what does it do? It checks of how many people are there in the room, it checks the temperature, and it updates itself every 15 minutes in order to do a lot of things with regards to energy, that we can save it and cut energy consumption by 1/3. This is what we do. We take sensors and we make a better world out of it. However, there is also the big challenge that as we are moving forward and we are making the world smarter, we are making it smarter faster than we are actually make it ready for that very intelligence. Where we actually cannot keep up with the advancing of AI because we need that infrastructure to keep it in place. Already it's under strain today because AI innovation accelerates much, much faster in that regard. So we have to think about how we can support that infrastructure. In particular, when it comes down to AI, manufacturing, so GPU manufacturing, and about energy grids. So let's talk about energy grids and the energy levels that we need for an AI factory. They're reaching, the new AI factories, the limits of up to 1 gigawatt of capacity, which is a major strain on the network. Today, with all the AI that we're using, we are actually consuming as much electricity, as much power as the entire country of Portugal. And if we take that for the next projections of the next 5 years, soon it will be the size of Japan. So already 20% of the AI capacity is at risk because we don't have enough energy. The second big challenge that we have today is how can we keep up with the very fast moving of AI deployment? We all want to have AI. For that, we need to have chips. And the basic currency in, of course, AI are the GPUs. Today, those GPUs are being changed twice a year, and soon that will be once a month. And can you imagine of what that does actually to the very GPU manufacturing that you see there? Where you have to cut over in production, you have to update your production processes, it's a big challenge. So if you do this in isolation, in your silos, step by step, that will not work because you cannot keep up with that pace. So then we said, that's a big challenge. How do we solve this? And the very simple answer is we connect the real and the digital world and thereby accelerating. How? By actually using what we call a digital twin. And a digital twin is nothing else than the digital replica of something in the real world. It behaves the same, but it enables engineers to design, optimize, and simulate much, much faster than in the real world. And you've seen it in the video. We started with that 20 years ago. And in the meanwhile, our customers are using it to design chips, as you see that, so that we actually have the latest technologies available. But you also can do it for cars. And now we're thinking, well, if we can do it for chips and cars, how about we also can do it for factories? Because with factories, we really can think about how do we want to optimize them so that they are perfect when they're actually really built in the real world. Where engineers can digitally design, optimize, and manage even the most complex factories. And this is the product, how it looks like in the digital world. And then you press the button and you start actually building it. Now you may say, is that science fiction? It isn't, because we're doing it every day. And we're doing it with some of the finest companies on this planet, such as NVIDIA. And with NVIDIA today, we are bringing the best of both two worlds. We are bringing Siemens technology in terms of the deep industrial design know-how, and we're bringing NVIDIA's accelerated compute, which is second to none. And who else would be better talking to than, of course, someone who is greatly endorsing that from the NVIDIA side, the Vice President for Omniverse and Simulation Technologies. So please welcome everybody on stage, Rev Leberidyan. So Rev, obviously NVIDIA, probably everybody knows in the audience who NVIDIA is, so you don't need any introduction there.
Nowadays, you guys know our name. You even pronounce it correctly.
So we tend to say that, of course, AI without NVIDIA is like Star Wars without the Force. So you really need NVIDIA, obviously. And we've been working for 3 years together in order to advancing AI in the physical world. So tell me a little bit about why is that so important for you?
We've been developing this amazing technology, these superpowers with AI, but it's largely only been applied to the information space, to knowledge. This is extremely important, extremely powerful. Everybody here has been experiencing it with ChatGPT and all the other technologies available to you in the consumer space. But our world is actually made out of atoms. The physical world that we all inhabit here, and the things that we build in this world, and the things that are of value to us, is primarily where our global markets focus. If you look at the size of the information technology space, it's maybe $5 trillion globally. Everything else, transportation, manufacturing, supply chains, healthcare, is about 100 trillion. So for the first time, we actually have a way to take this computing technology and apply it to the physical world through physical AI. To do that, we have to first take the physical world and represent it inside a computer. So we can train these AIs and test them and validate them before deploying them into the real world.
Fantastic. And the way that looks like is, we spoke about car manufacturing. And if you look at, for example, BMW, if they do their simulations, that's what they do. They take AI, accelerated compute, and because of it, we can do now simulations 30 times faster than we could be doing in the old world, meaning that you get your good cars in a much, much better way. Or you also can take it to shipbuilding, where we do it together with HD Hyundai today, and we're building the next generation of more sustainable fleets in terms of having ammonia-powered vessels in order to make this work. So it's a massive amount of data that is required, and this is how it looks like. 7 million parts, all being assembled in the digital world, looking photorealistic, and thanks to the technology that we bring together, Raf, between NVIDIA and Siemens. So now, in your view, what does it take to build something like that? What has to happen to make this work?
Before you can actually build a thing in the real world, you want to be certain that the design is good. And in order to design it well, you first have to bring together all of the pieces that compose contribute to the total design of the thing. So that ship has 7 million parts. It is massive. It is so complex, it was virtually impossible to bring all of this data together before. But with our computing technology, combined with Siemens's tools and applications and platform, we can bring these things together and for the first time, simulate everything in its full complexity well before we start building it in the physical world. That accelerates our time to building these things. It accelerates our time to deploying them. And once they're out in the real world, we can actually use those same simulations in order to optimize them and to evolve them.
That's great. And now we really have something that we show for the first time here, also in Europe 2 weeks ago. We were at GTC, and we dared to take it to the next level. So if we can do 7 million parts, we said, what if we could do it also for state-of-the-art GPU manufacturing? And maybe we can take a look at the video. This is Foxconn, right? And where they built the latest factory in Houston, in Texas, and where we can actually now build a digital twin thanks to the technologies we both bring, with Omniverse and the digital twins, where we can combine, of course, photorealistic rendering together and merge it with the operations data so that you can build these factories much, much faster.
That's right. This factory is the factory that builds some of the most complex, if not the most complex machine ever, which is our AI factories, the computers that NVIDIA is known for now, that it's powering this whole AI revolution. Building them in the United States has been a challenge because we haven't been doing this kind of manufacturing there for a long time. We have to stand these factories up very quickly. We can't afford to wait years and years in order to design and develop them. So the only way to really do it well is to first build them in the digital world. And we do that by combining Siemens's technologies, infusing it with our computing technologies, with our simulation technologies, to have a working factory completely in the digital world, make sure it's good, and then go deploy it. And so here's an example of of one of the factories we're building with Foxconn in Houston.
And you know what's great about this is? It's about time. The acceleration is so amazing because usually to build such a factory, it would take you years. And we cut that down to months. And now, also, when you have to do these updates, GPU variants, we talked about it, every 6 months and soon to come every month. If you already can simulate that already in the digital world, your cutover times into production is much, much faster and accelerated. So obviously, everybody needs to have this.
Absolutely. The challenges today, because of the speed at which we're moving, these factories aren't static. They're evolving consistently. We're also infusing them with autonomous systems, with robots that themselves have AI. And in order to build the AI brains for these robots, they need to learn somewhere how to actually be a good robot in that space, inside that factory. So the same digital twin that we build in order to design and build the factory is the one that we use to build the brains of the robots we're going to put inside the factory.
So as I can tell, great technology. The question is, how do you make this work? And maybe we can talk a little bit also about the technologies that we have. And I would imagine there's a lot of developers here also today in the audience. And obviously it takes the latest technologies that we bring as Siemens, but also NVIDIA. And maybe you want to talk a little bit about that too.
Yes, this partnership between NVIDIA and Siemens is wonderful for us because our core is at NVIDIA is to build the computing stack. We build special computers that can solve the greatest computing challenges that we have. But by themselves, our computers don't do much. They need to have applications that are specific for a given industry, for a given problem. We don't build tools. We don't build the final solutions. Siemens is the perfect company for us in this industrial space because Siemens builds all of the technology that merges, that combines the computing world, the digital world, with the actual physical world. This is where information technology and operational technology converge. So our core computing technologies for robotics, for automation, for digital twin simulation, by themselves don't do much, but once we infuse it into Siemens's platforms and tools, it now is bridged into the actual physical world where it could be useful for everyone else.
Now, last question before I let you go, Rev, is open source. You guys have been a big proponent. Why is that?
Well, if we're really serious about building these complex digital twins and complex simulations of everything inside the world, it's inconceivable that any one company, any one organization can build all of the tools, all of the simulations, all of the platforms to do that. We have to all be contributing to this ecosystem that solves different parts of it. The only way to really make that work is to have standards and open technologies, open data, and open standards are the most important part from our perspective. We have been proponents of a standard to describe the physical world called OpenUSD. We have formed an alliance of OpenUSD a few years back, and Siemens has joined that along with many of our other partners in the industrial space and other spaces as well. Without it, it just seems inconceivable that we will ever reach a point where we can create things of such complexity. I think this summit we're at is called Web Summit for a reason. The web would have been impossible if we didn't have some core open standards that link the internet and the web together. The same is true here.
Rev, thank you so much. This has been great to have you on stage.
Thank you.
Everybody, thank you so much. And let me bring you home that obviously, as we say, it takes a village to build something like that. And the concluding remarks I would like to leave you with is we need all of you. We need NVIDIA, we need the finest technologies. But as we want to build industrial AI, we need data. And that data may come from your organizations, from your companies, because we know it from teachers. If you teach well, you learn faster. and the same holds true for the AI. If we bring all the data together for building this intelligent backbone of industry, we can make it much, much better by combining all the data that is available around us. Because that way, we can build it by industry and make it very application specific. Now, we're coming to an inflection point because we have to think about how do we make this a better world and how do we harness the power of industrial AI for everyone so that we can build slowly but gradually a better world around us. So that the benefits of industrial AI is not just about me, but the benefits of industrial AI is all about us. A big thank you to all of you.
Next up, we're delving into the road to robo-taxis. From ride-sharing to food delivery, Uber has transformed how we move through the world. But now, the company is gearing up for its next big leap, autonomous vehicles. In this next talk, we'll explore how self-driving technology is set to redefine urban mobility and how Uber is working to bring safe, efficient robo-taxi networks to cities across the globe. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Bloomberg's Craig Trudell, Chief Operating Officer at Uber, Andrew McDonald.
Hi, everybody. My name is Craig Trudell, and I'm so pleased to share this stage with Mac. He's said I can call him Mac, by the way. One quick bit of housekeeping that we need to get out of the way, and Mac doesn't know this yet. My understanding is that your father worked for General Motors for 30-plus years.
32 years at General Motors, and I never thought I'd be a one-company guy, but I'm on that path right now.
So we share a little something in common because my grandfather worked for General Motors for 30-plus years, and in Michigan, I think your dad was in Ontario, right?
Yeah, in Oshawa, yeah.
Yes. So a little bit of something in common will make your dad and my late grandfather proud by having some fun up here today. So it's been an incredibly busy year for autonomous vehicles, and Uber's been very much in the thick of it. Let's start there. Walk us through some of the moves Uber has made recently in this space.
Sure. And I get to talk about all the great work that the teams do. But yeah, I mean, it's been a banner year for us on the autonomous front on a few dimensions. We've announced a bunch of new partnerships, and happy to chat about that today. We've launched deployments, so we expanded our deployments in Austin and Atlanta with Waymo. In the US, we launched robo-taxis in the Middle East. We're live in Abu Dhabi without vehicle operators. As of very recently, we've got pilots running in Riyadh. Dubai is around the corner. We've announced intentions to launch in Europe, in Germany and the UK next year. We've announced sort of platform-type partnerships with the likes of NVIDIA. So it's been really great, and not just sort of future. This is commercialization that's starting to happen right now, and we've got autonomous vehicles running on the Uber network, and we're learning about what it takes to run that network. Not just the marketplace of AVs, not just the hybrid component where you're sort of blending humans and robots, but all the physical infrastructure and data that needs to go out with the deployment.
That part about commercialization is really key, because a lot of the discussion about autonomous vehicles tends to center around robo-taxis and commercializing those. in order for robo-taxis to be competitive, they're going to have to compete with the service that you've spent your career building. What have you learned in the sort of early goings-on of starting to commercialize autonomous vehicles? How close are they to being competitive with Uber?
Yeah, so it's a great point you're making, because it sounds crazy to say, because for so long this felt like a science experiment. You know, for decades this felt very far away, and obviously the hardest problem to solve has been the technology component, and really not even the hardware. Hardware per se is a tough problem, but you know, writing L4 software that's fully capable of driving on its own safely, and not just, you know, as safe as a human, but 10x as safe as a human. I venture to say that problem is almost largely solved. And now what you have is a commercialization question. And for commercialization, you know, there's a bunch of components that I think we take for granted because the hard technology problem took so long to solve, but there are real problems with commercialization that need to be solved. I mean, first off, obviously you need a superhuman safety record. So any vehicles we're putting on the road as L4 autonomous vehicles, again, need to be 10x the safety level of humans. Two, you need supportive regulatory frameworks, right? And that's, you know, for-hire vehicle industry is a very heavily regulated framework. It tends to be done at the city level, the state level, and the country level. And there's a ton of operational compliance and complexity that comes with that. Then, of course, you need sort of to figure out asset ownership and infrastructure models. And that means financing, it means real estate, it means power. And you need a hell of a lot of power if the world is going to flip to a fully autonomous electric vehicle network, which we believe is the future. So you need all these things to come together. And then, of course, you need a marketplace to deploy the vehicles into. Because at the end of the day, these are going to be expensive assets for some time. And the return on an expensive asset is always going to be driven by utilization. And I think Uber has a role to play in all of what I just described. Perhaps most importantly, the utilization part of the equation is something that we bring to bear.
Yeah, driving the demand at the end of this really complex and difficult.
Yeah, driving the demand, but like plugging AVs into a network that can serve autonomous vehicles the trips that they can handle, right? From day one, this is what we talk about as a hybrid network, which is, you know, from day one, autonomous vehicles generally aren't going to be able to handle every situation, every type of weather, every road, every speed. They're also not going to be fleeted to peak levels of demand, because otherwise you just will have a heavily underutilized asset. And so that's where the hybrid network that Uber brings to bear, where we can plug in AVs alongside human drivers, and that network overall is more efficient and will drive higher utilization for the AVs. But the good news is it also grows the human-driven network. I mean, the reality is this is going to be a delicate transition going from, you know, fully human labor to, you know, AI in the physical world in the form of autonomous vehicles. And our network, I think, will help us sort of feather in these vehicles and make that transition work.
You talked about all those obstacles from a commercialization perspective, all the power that's going to be needed, all of the, you know, people talk about this as a little bit oversimplified of, you know, what we're going to form here is an Uber without a driver behind the wheel and sort of that's it. How far are we from getting all of the costs of what's sort of behind the curtain with these early robotaxi networks? How far are those from getting to a cost-competitive position to compete with Uber?
So it's an important question. I'll start again with the utilization side of the equation, because when you're starting to model the economics of AVs, you're generally going to start with, you know, what does the utilization of a vehicle look like, or how many trips per vehicle per day are we going to see? I think the good news from our deployments so far, and if I take, you know, Austin, Texas, for example, where we're deployed with Waymo, you know, the average robotaxi is busier than 99% of the drivers on our platform, right? So the productivity per day for these vehicles is just very, very high, and that's obviously a good thing. The challenge is the underlying hardware is still quite expensive, and your operating costs in the form of all the pieces of the deployment structure that I talked about are still significant. So the economics don't work today. I think what you need to see is the hardware costs come down. You know, it probably needs to go somewhere from a half to a quarter of where it is today. And the good news is that's starting to happen, right? And if I look at some of our partners outside of the US, you know, the likes of a WeRide or a Pony AI or a Baidu, These companies are sort of starting lower cost from day one, and then I think the Chinese automotive sector has a proven track record of being able to iterate and have great tech, but also bring the cost of that tech way down with scale. And so it's going to happen. I think it's not many years, but it's not a few months, and it's somewhere in between.
You mentioned some of those Chinese names. I think this is also a technology that's been talked a lot about as being a sort of US versus China competition question. How has your thinking evolved in terms of where you're likely to deploy first? We know that you're partnered with big companies in this space like Waymo in Austin. Where are you going to deploy first with, say, a Baidu, a big Chinese company like Baidu?
Yeah, and I mean, I think that first of all, I definitely don't view it as I think about the industry. Like our goal is to be part of a thriving ecosystem, and it's perhaps a bit cliche, but like this will meaningfully grow the TAM of for-hire vehicle transportation dollars, whatever you want to think of it. I think you're going to see the future autonomous vehicle industry, the robotaxi industry, be many multiples of what all ride-hailing and taxi industry trips are today. So there's plenty of pie to go around. I think a lot of the innovation to start out, especially on the software side, has happened out of China and the US, and so that's where you see some of the scale deployments today. But I do think other parts of the world are quickly catching up. I'll use Europe as an example, right? I think 2 years ago you would have stood on a stage like this and said, Europe is playing catch up, and if you don't want to get left behind, you've got to get moving on frameworks, and the sort of local OEMs need to get moving. And I would say that's happening. We're going to deploy next year in Munich with Momenta. We're going to deploy in London with our partner Wave. And I expect that we'll probably have additional European deployments by this time next year that are either live or on the cusp of going live. That's a huge leap forward from where we were 2 years ago. And so I think this is going to be a global story. I think OEMs from every corner of the globe are going to participate. Some of the leading edge of this technology has come from the US and China, but I think that's going to change.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of where you deploy, you mentioned some specific cities. What is the sort of strategy there? Is it a matter of targeting some of your biggest commercial markets, to prioritize first? Is London, for example, your biggest commercial market for your human-driven rideshare business?
Yeah, so I'll start by saying it's still early, right? So we have, call it 4-ish deployments live today, autonomous on Uber. I expect by this time next year we'll have 10 plus deployments, which is big news. Like that's something we're now starting to talk about publicly and we're excited about. But this is 10 deployments when ride sharing today operates in thousands of cities around the world, right? And so it's a relatively early stage of the journey. Of course, scale matters, and scale ends up driving density, and density ends up driving utilization in the customer experience, and then ultimately the return on these assets. So scale matters, but I think as much as scale at this stage is where do you have a supportive and welcoming regulatory regime, right? And we're very grateful at this stage to be in a bunch of places that have sort of welcomed autonomy with arms wide open. I'll use the Middle East as an example, where we're live in Abu Dhabi, where we're shortly going to go live in Dubai, where we're testing in Riyadh. These are environments that have you sort of welcomed experimentation, and we're going slow, but you sort of go slow to go fast, and I expect those deployments will scale up next year. And again, as European governments, which I think are being surprisingly progressive on the question of autonomous regulation, open their arms, we'll launch in those places too.
It has not necessarily been, sort of widely viewed that there's been progressiveness in Europe. There's maybe been more of a perception that that Europe has been quite conservative and maybe strict in this regard. You perceive that as changing and being something that will sort of enable some deployments even next year?
I do, and there's a few reasons for that. One is I think autonomous vehicle technology is so unambiguously good for the world in the long term that even as you consider some of the important societal questions that need to get answered, right? Like how do you transition from like labor-dominated industries and turn those into entirely robot-dominated? Like that's going to be a challenge to manage. But I think governments recognize that there's tremendous societal benefits to managing that challenge and are leaning in. And I would say Europe is on their front foot as well.
You, in talking about some of your partnerships that you've announced recently, Uber in the past was, in this game, was pursuing autonomous vehicles itself. You are no longer, Uber is no longer developing the technology, the underlying technology, but is partnering with more than 20 companies in this space. You're also, it seems like, getting into the game of actually having your own sort of fleet of vehicles. Can you talk a little bit about how that is coming to play with NVIDIA and Stellantis? That was something you announced recently.
Sure, and I'll just recap that point. I mean, we've announced 20 partnerships to date. Many of those are live and in various stages of deployment. You know, sitting on this stage 18 months ago, that number would have been 5 or 6, right? And so we've come a long way, and I think it shows that there's a lot of momentum in the space, not just on the Uber platform, but broadly. Lots of investment dollars flowing into what is ultimately going to be a multi-trillion-dollar TAM. And that's happening in different parts of the ecosystem, whether it's fleet management, whether it's delivery form factors and sort of delivery bots that'll be specific to a niche, whether that is pure software players, whether that's the OEMs, whether that's moving to sort of the compute and a more common platform for sensing that folks can build on top of. So a lot of pieces of the ecosystem are building, and we'll play in all of those dimensions through partners. You mentioned NVIDIA. I think that's a really exciting one for us. You know, NVIDIA, largest company in the world, when they get into a space, they get it in a big way. I think notable from that announcement is, A, they're developing their own L4 software that can be deployed across a variety of OEM partners. That's important because I think it will bring along many OEMs who perhaps today are behind in their autonomy ambitions. 2, they announced effectively what is a common platform. So their Hyperion 10 hardware architecture, as well as the NVIDIA Drive compute side of the equation, gives OEMs a sort of a common platform they can plug into their vehicles, and then for the software developers, something that they can build for. I think, again, that's important because it's enabling for a wide range of players, and I think accelerates autonomy broadly, which is not just good for Uber. I think that's good for the world. The third thing we're doing that's interesting is Uber obviously has a ton of data. We get a ton of ride-sharing specific data that's really rich to the various problems we're trying to solve. Think about your pickup and drop-off experience at a venue like this. Very complex and not something the average consumer faces in their day-to-day driving. So we're going to combine our data into a data factory with NVIDIA, where their AI models, where their advanced search technologies, video search technologies, as well as just their processing power, are going to then make that data available enriched for a variety of L4 players. And I think that's really powerful. So that's an exciting one. There's many others, like our work with Baidu in the Middle East, but potentially expanding elsewhere, that I think is interesting.
Do you share something in common with NVIDIA? Because it seems to me like you guys are trying to build you mentioned a platform that NVIDIA is trying to build. It seems to me like you're trying to build a demand platform for these autonomous vehicle companies, and the sort of, the more the merrier, because if there isn't an ecosystem of autonomous vehicle players, is there risk of sort of Uber being competed out of this space in terms of?
I think the more the merrier is good framing, right? And again, as a platform player, we're happy to work with all participants in the industry: hardware, software, fleet ecosystem, other specialized components needed for the go-to-market. We're also happy to have those players build their own 1P channels or work with our competitors, because ultimately we think a growing pie, it's good for us, it's good for the world. This technology is going to change the world. It's going to grow ride-sharing to many multiples of what it is today. That is so positive and so exciting that we're just happy to play our part in that.
You mentioned real-world data that you're able to collect running the service that you are. Will you start to develop a strategy to sort of collect more of that, maybe by putting cameras or sensors into vehicles that your Uber drivers are operating?
Yeah, I mean, the great news is a lot of sort of modern OEMs, especially on the EV side of things, like I'll use the Lucid platform as an example, they're already equipped with the camera technology needed for autonomous, but they're also equipped with the camera technology needed for us to collect that data today, enrich that data, and share it with software providers. So that's already happening as part of the normal sort of OEM development trajectory.
Last question, because I think we're running out of time. So Lisbon, the locals here want to know, this time next year, when they come to Web Summit, will they be able to take an autonomous vehicle here from Uber?
I would absolutely love that. We need a supportive regulatory environment. I have no reason to believe that won't develop. And I promise if that develops, Uber will bring autonomous vehicles to Lisbon.
Next year.
Awesome. Thank you. Cheers, folks.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right here at one of the biggest tech events in Europe, we're asking a big question. How is the EU turning its vision of digital sovereignty into real opportunities for startups and innovators? In this fireside chat, our next speaker shares how Europe is strengthening its tech leadership through strategic investments in startups, AI, and supercomputing, and how EU policies are being designed to simplify growth, attract talent, and scale innovation. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Euronews' Cynthia Crowetz, Executive Vice President for Technology, Sovereignty, Security and Democracy at the European Commission, Anna Vinkunen.
So nice to be having this discussion with you. We both changed Brussels for sunny Lisbon today. I hope you had the time also to look at a few of the panels. I mean, we've been speaking a lot about how tech is evolving, and you've been in this job now for almost 1 year. So I'd like to hear from you. Are you still optimistic? Has your views changed in any way?
Yeah, maybe when we speak about European technological sovereignty, I'm more optimistic than I was 1 year ago, because I see that things are really progressing in Europe. And of course, we see, when we look at the developments, I think, during this year, of course, we have seen that globally, the competition has been really intensifying, and it's very hard. Also, when we look at the role of technologies, because all the countries, of course, they see that those countries and those entities who has the capacity in critical technologies, of course, they are very much leading the world in the future. So they have the economic power, but they have also the power in security. And I think it has been interesting also really during the last year to see how closely connected our technology is with our security and democracy. And that's why I see that my portfolio is especially interesting, of course, because I can combine all these things under my portfolio. But why I'm more also like optimistic that we can reach competitiveness from the European side when it comes to technology is that during these months I have met so many so promising startups in the European Union. So I see that we have great strengths, especially when we look our research and science, our basis is excellent. And also we have thousands of startups with so much potential. So I'm very optimistic.
And former Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi, last year he announced his report on competitiveness. That's led to a lot of simplification efforts by this commission, mainly targeted at startups to make their lives easier. For everybody not based in Brussels, next week, the Commission will announce its plans to simplify the AI Act. Can you tell us a bit about this? What can we expect, and what can SMEs benefit from?
I see that it's very important when we speak about digitalization that in Europe, we know that we want a digital environment that is based to our values. So we want to make sure that we have fair and democratic and secure environment also in digital world. But in the same time, it's also important to look that we are not creating extra bureaucracy for our companies, and especially, of course, we have to look at the startups and SMEs, how to make it easier for them to comply with our rules, and how to make also easier and faster for them to do business in Europe. So simplification efforts is one part of this from the Commission side. So we are very committed to look all our rules, that how we can simplify our rules, how we can cut bureaucracy and red tape, reporting obligations, and especially we are looking small businesses and our startups, how to make Europe faster and easier for the businesses. So it's one of the main priorities for this Commission. And really on next week, I will propose my first digital simplification package. And we will focus very much to our data rules to make sure that we have easier access to data. We are clarifying and simplifying the things from the stakeholder perspective. We will also look different reporting applications, especially in our cybersecurity part, because we have a lot of different reporting applications there. And yes, we are also planning to have some targeted amendments to AI Act, also to clarify the things and simplify the things. But we are, in the same time, it's very important to also underline that we are very committed to our main principles when it comes to digital rules, that we want to have this kind of risk-based approach, and we want to make sure that we have a safe and democratic environment, but in the same time, we want to encourage innovations and investments.
And there's been a lot of talk about a pass of the AI Act. Can you tell us, will that indeed come up next week?
Unfortunately, I can't tell very much about our proposal yet, because of course it's still under process. So the whole European Commission, whole college has to make the decision. So of course I have been preparing with my services now the proposal for the Commission, and also we have collected a lot of stakeholders' views. So I want to thank everybody who has participated to this progress. So we have had very big consultations for our stakeholders, really to get this feedback that where the obstacles are, and how we could support innovations and investments by creating a more innovation-friendly regulatory framework. So and we have taken all the feedback from your side. But in the same time, I have to also underline that on next week, when we will propose our first digital simplification package, mainly focusing to data and cybersecurity. We will also launch a new process, so-called digital fitness check, and it's more midterm work now that we are going to have more deep dive to our digital rules, and we are preparing now also a next package on simplification. So simplification is something that we are going to continue now during the next years, all the commissioners, and I'm also continuing it in our digital sector. So again, we are welcoming, of course, all the feedback also from your side that where you are facing the regulatory obstacles.
And what have been some of the examples SME said, like, this is really not workable, we have to change this? What is some of the feedback you received?
Often, especially when we look, of course, the startups, that where the obstacles are. Yes, often, of course, there can be complicated rules, but often our digital rules, they are also designed in the way that startups and SMEs, they don't have so much obligations, so they are more focusing to those companies which are bigger and which are also posing bigger risks for our society. So we try to have that kind of risk-based approach in our digital rules, but often, of course, when it comes to startups, it can be different other regulations, because European market is still too fragmented. We know that often there's 27 different regimes, and often also our small companies and startups, they are facing difficulties to have access to finance. So I would say that these are now like two main topics we have to tackle also from the Commission side. We have to create one single market for our companies in European Union, and also we have to create better opportunities to have access to capital, access to finance in Europe, because we see that many of our very promising startups, they have to move often to USA to scale up their businesses because of better access to markets and also better access to finance. And this is something that we want to change as a European Commission.
So you think this could also could put Europe at the same level as the US and China when it comes to the financing, for example, for startups?
Yes, and of course the interesting thing is that in Europe we have a lot of capital, because when we look, for example, our households, our families, they have more than 30 trillion euros in bank accounts. So Europeans, they are often putting their money to savings accounts, to the banks, instead of investing it. And of course now we are also trying to create that kind of instruments that we could also attract more investments to Europe, that our households, for example, that they would be willing to invest a small part of their savings, not only having everything on saving accounts. And of course, this would be very beneficial for our startups and for our companies and industries, really, to also use this big amount of capital we have in the European Union. But in the same time, we are also now working with the Scale-Up Fund from the European Commission side, so we want to also create better opportunities for our startups to scale up in Europe. So Scale-Up Fund is meant for that. And together with our Capital Markets Union initiative, Savings and Investment Union initiative, we want to create better environment for investments and to access to capital for our startups. And when it comes to regulation, I think very interesting initiative we have also. We are also now preparing so-called 28 regime for innovative companies. And it means that the company who is operating in Europe could operate under one regulation in all the member states. So we are planning to have not only corporate legislation there, but also taxation and labor legislation under one regulation. And that's how we are trying to make it easier and simpler for the businesses. And on next week, together with our digital simplification package, we will also propose so-called business wallet for the companies. And it means that we are creating that kind of channel for companies in Europe also to be in contact with different public authorities, but also with other businesses via one channel digitally, that you don't have to send papers anymore. So we want to cut also bureaucracy by using digital tools like digital wallet for businesses.
And besides financing, I mean, what else can you do to really encourage startups to stay in Europe? I mean, there's also the skills issue, for example.
Yes, we clearly see that the areas to where we have to focus now is very much cutting bureaucracy, simplifying the things, creating one single market, making sure that we have access to markets, access to capital, but yes, also for startups and for innovative companies, super important to have access to talented people. And that's why it's important that we are taking good care of our education and that Europe is also an attractive place for talented people all over the world to come to Europe, study here, start their business here, work here. And that's why we have, for example, launched so-called Choose Europe initiative for researchers and scientists. And we saw that it was great success already now when we had the first call that it was closing now in October. We received more than 50% more applicants from outside of Europe and also 3 times more from USA than in previous call. So it seems that there is huge interest towards Europe, for example, when it comes to research and science.
And one of the other initiatives that startups can benefit from are AI factories. Can you explain a bit more about this? Let's say you're a startup based in Portugal. How long are the waiting times? Can you train your AI model there tomorrow if you want to? How does that work?
This is clearly an obstacle when we look AI, that of course the very positive part is that we have biggest research and scientific community around AI in the European Union. Per capita, if we look how much AI researchers we have. And also we have almost 8,000 startups in the European Union who are training and developing AI. So we see that there's huge potential. But they have a big obstacle because often our companies, they are lacking access to computing capacity. And that's why together with our member states, European Union has been investing to our computing capacity. And now we have made decisions on so-called AI factories. So we are are establishing 19 AI factories around European Union, and it means that in 1 year time we will have 5 times more computing capacity in our supercomputers than we have today. And of course, that means now that we can open up the computing capacity for our startups and for our researchers to train and develop AI. And we see that this is really important now to boost innovations in this sector, because we have so much potential with our startups, but of course it's a big obstacle if you don't have access to computing capacity. So that's how we are now supporting our startup community and our researchers and scientists.
I think one of the big issues also that Europe has is we don't really have any very big social media companies that are European or big AI players. Do you think we'll see a change there because of these initiatives, for example?
If we look all the startups who are gathered here, and if we look, for example, the number, if there's 8,000 startups already who are training and developing AI systems, I'm sure that many of them will be very successful in the future. So, of course, we know that technology is developing very, very fast, and some businesses are like going away, but then there is coming also new business models all the time. So I'm sure that many of our startups, they are creating that kind of products that they will be very competitive in the future and very successful. And also we as Europeans, of course, we have to also boost innovations when we are buying new services. So, for example, European Commission, different governments, municipalities, regions. I think it's always important that when we are buying new ICT services, that we are also boosting new European innovations, and we should use much more actively public procurement also to support our own tech companies, and we are taking more active stand on that in the coming months.
Indeed, related to that is the issue of strategic autonomy. I think indeed startups could play a role here, but would you be in favor of something like a Buy European Act to really make sure that companies are buying European rather than foreign?
I think it's very important that we are supporting European preference here, because that is something that all the countries are doing worldwide. So I think this is a very important tool for us also to use more actively as public procurement to boost innovations. And I think, for example, for startup, of course, it's much better to have a customer who is buying the product, and it's great incentive also to finalize the product. Much better to just than just give funding for them also to buy the services and products.
So do you have any targets of by when we should have more European products in place, for example, more bought?
We haven't set that kind of targets when it comes to percents or so on, but nowadays, if we look where we are now with the technologies, 80% of the technologies are coming outside of Europe. So, of course, we see that in over one night, it doesn't change. So it means that we're now, step by step, we have to really strengthen our own tech in Europe. And especially, we are now focusing to some critical technologies where we see that it's very important that we have our own capacity as Europe. So especially we are focusing now to AI, and I know that there's a lot of AI developers here today, so this is especially important sector for us. Develop AI, but also make sure that our traditional industries and public sector, that they are also applying AI. So have to also focus to that. But then semiconductors is also something we want to also design and manufacture very advanced AI chips in the future in Europe. And quantum technologies is something that Europe is very strong in quantum technologies, and now we want to make sure that also our startups, they can scale up and also that they have access to markets with their great innovations. And then, of course, cybersecurity technologies is also something very important where we have to have our own capacity in the European Union. In the same time, of course, when we have good partnerships globally, because Europe has been always very open for international investors and innovations, but in the same time, it's also important that we are not dependent on one country or one company when it comes to critical technologies.
We're almost running out of time, so maybe one more last question. So what's your vision for the rest of this mandate by 2029? Will we see a very different tech sector than in Europe?
I'm sure that in the coming years, Europe is becoming much stronger when it comes to technologies. And especially, I'm also looking here to the importance of the defense sector, because we see that now all our countries in European Union, they are investing very much to defense industry. And we know that many of these critical technologies, they are dual use by nature. So I think this is also a great boost for our technologies, for our startups, for our innovative companies. And next week, together with the simplification package with Business Wallet, we will also publish our defense industrial transformation roadmap. And there we are also looking at how we are combining our critical technologies together with defense industry. So I think this is, again, one great boost for our technologies in the coming years.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.